think I'm gonna break into their backyard. That or I'm just too tall. I trigger all the alarms around here. I think they're set to black people. I'm joking. But I haven't seen them go off for no one else. It's your boy Dayson on a Sunday, if you read it backwards. On a Monday. Walking to get the breakfast of champions. Some Arizona and a black and mild, man. That's how I kept my sanity this year. This will not be a pattern I take into the future, however. Pretty soon I hope to look at those items in the stores like, back in my day, people probably think I'm crazy. Like, no, you didn't. No, I did. I lived off of that for a season or two. It's a lovely earlier morning. As you can tell, I have a jean jacket on. That means the desert isn't deserting as much as it usually does. It's refreshing, like everything else. I guess everything that we go through locally or globally is quite soon. So I want to talk about that today. Try to ascertain what season we're in as a collective. And just some of the headlines I've been clocking passively. But yeah, shout out to the tribe out there. Shout out to all of you who watched the replays. I noticed the views are going up. That's interesting. I want to watch me. Hold on. Get ready from here for this dog. Them Dachshunds almost attacked me twice in a row now. That's not vicious. All right. Oh, they're getting ready for Halloween. You got a giant skeleton. I might show y'all down the way back. The hell? They got a giant skeleton in AR, bro. I'm talking about taller now. Plastic. Oh, also shout out to JP. JPX009, he usually be out here in the chat streets. He told me this morning, hey MG, I heard you talking about getting a new MacBook or something, or production, blah, blah, blah. He was like, you know that M4 iMac, that M4 Air will do it for you. You don't have to spend the $25,000 billion for the Pro version. You can just get the M4 Air. It runs Serum. What? That's all you had to say, my brother JP. Appreciate you. It runs Serum. You used to make music and stuff, you understand the intensity of that statement. So, that looks good. It makes the goal quicker, theoretically. And I had the other brothers hit me up. What was Mr. Now talking about this morning? We even notice how our dreams correlate to the maps and patterns of science. Of what's going on in our reality more often. Just telling someone you had a dream causes you to remember more dreams. Similar to journaling. Shout out to Elijah. 3 in the chat. I appreciate you. Everyone else is joining soon. We just getting started. Speaking of Mr. Now, he probably ain't. YouTube ain't gonna notify nobody, is it? They play that game sometimes. I don't know what that's about. I'd have like the craziest consistency in interwebs, the invites. You know how YouTube want to play. But yeah, I'll start with Trump and the White House at least. By the time you talk about the boring stuff, all the bots will come in and the real people will show up. So the big headline today-ish, since it's Monday, we have a new news cycle. So everything that passed Thursday, Friday, gave people the weekend to chew on the narrative and see how they're going to represent it to the general public as they tend to do. And the big one they're talking about is the Pentagon is cutting back on spending. I don't know if he was outside back then, but I don't know if it was Rumsfeld, Greenspan, one of them boys that used to be on CNN and all those TV shows back then talking about budgets and numbers and shit. Them serious old white men with glasses. You don't want to fuck with them. It was like, yeah, the Pentagon missing like $2 trillion real quick, hey. And then like the next day 9/11 happened. so you imagine how serious that conversation is. The Pentagon missing or trying to fix anything budget related. The Pentagon or the federal jobs and all that stuff, they're taxed different because they're not being taxed different, you feel me? They're not corporate. They are, but they're, you know what I'm saying? They're not under the corporate rules. Hello. They are the federal government, so a lot of people don't understand that. But they are taxpayer. It's on the Grace Commission report from the 80s said no, they're not, but they say they are, right? because they're divorcing the Federal Reserve part of it. But to keep it simple for you, all the tax dollars that they get to create the programs that they need to support the federal employees, or this one more interesting, the military. That's the easiest way to figure that shit out. The Pentagon covers the military bills. So because they're making changes, and because the big beautiful bill isn't unraveled yet and how it's going to manifest, people don't really know what it means to them. But we're starting to learn this week. So first things first, which is interesting. If you ever knew someone in the military or you've been in the military, you probably heard of the commissary. No prison time. And on-base services and goods that are technically subsidized, if you will, different prices. So it's better for veterans, retirees, and their families to shop there. They're pulling the plug on that. Why the hell? What the hell? What the hell, What the hell, Yante? Why would you, out of all, I'm just saying, there's two other things we can do, including defund unnecessary conflicts and wars and resolutions abroad, but to take away the funding for commissary is crazy. Now, in absence of that, what that means is that instead, in its place, will become privatized services and replacement. And at first, you know how it is when you're in boiling water. Well, ain't that bad. The new Palantir and Friends company will probably bring us Taco Bell in the freezers. You know, something awesome. Just like when they introduced pizza and Fruitopia to my school in high school. It's like, yeah, it's cool. It's going to be $1 until it goes up. Then it's private. Likely for profit. Likely under some type of tax subsidy. Thus opens the game to manipulation. And that's how it's been for everybody else that's not in that red book level for the military. That's interesting. Because I can't imagine food costs for the military and the Pentagon being as high as some of the other things, such as missiles for people who are wanted. So I don't think their costs the same. I think the food one might be easier to solve in the riddle, especially if a privatized company can pick up where the slack is. So I don't know. That's weird. That's the weirdest thing I've heard so far. The benefits programs for your soldiers are going under a privatization design. You're already complaining about the VA? You're already complaining about this, that, and the third? Well, get ready for it. It'll be almost as if you're just a fucking civilian in terms of benefits. I don't think that's fair. I don't think you should be fighting for the people on my family's land either, but, you know, we'll get to that eventually. But just in the zeitgeist of current reality, that ain't fair. It's all the people who sacrifice their time and fight potentially their lives in certain instances to be who they are and where they are in life, and then you go, hey, you know all those cool benefits? Well, we got to privatize them because we have a money problem. What? They've been had a money problem, first of all. Why now? Right? That's the common thread that I pay attention to. This ain't a new problem. Ish, you know? Meaning, if it was an existing problem leading to this point, how come they didn't prioritize softening or structuring this problem already? Why wait till the last minute and then say, oh, too bad, we gotta make some last minute adjustments. Bye-bye, commissary. And anything that's related to that. It's not just, you know, their Costco is gone. No, it'll be replaced by something private or something similar. And then anything else in that chain of that budget too. That's the problem. You know what that also means? If it's privatized, the jobs and the everything in between it too will go to public or civilian sector, if you will. It's like having foreign operatives on your base. Don't worry about it. I understand something. So that's going to be interesting. What type of clearance you need to work there. And if you can get it. And if you get the employees to apply there too. A whole bunch of different weird tertiary issues will occur because of that. Then you got, on top of that, they announced today they are indeed slicing, axing, or at least in verbiage, entertaining the idea that they're about to cut 100 1,000. Not one, not 10%, not 1,000. 100,000 federal employees. Same office, same people budget at the last minute. We can't afford food, and the way it's subsidized or whatever it's called for federal, and we can't afford 100,000 employees. Now, we gotta think about yearly salary type stuff, and then multiply that times 100,000 people. They're not always the highest paying people either. They can be scattered all through the network of federal jobs, which is fine. But then you have all these federal employees about to collect what? State benefits for the fucking unemployment, man? That's weird. That's weird. That's fucking weird. Which one costs more? I don't know. I don't fucking know. So, because you have 100,000 federal employees in the job market, what job market? Who have the best benefits? What benefits? Who are pro-federal? What's federal? You know what I'm saying? You know how much steam that is? But they said, fuck it, we gotta do it for the budget. I don't know what their budget is, bro. I don't know what budget and negative 37 trillion got to do with each other. I don't think you could budget 37 trillion, bro. I don't think nothing they doing could budget $30 billion in interest a day either. But they trying something. They trying something. The one thing that we know that shows up when they're trying this, though, which is the most important thing to pay attention to, part two, is what happens to that thing instead of. And the words you keep hearing pop up, and they're using it like a trend, kind of. It's weird. It's called privatized. Private versus public. Privatized. Limited contact with the government and the land. Privatized. Privateers. They don't have to be local because it's private. None of your damn business is what private means. So they have a board and, for profit, definitely. That's way more concerning than the budget, I think. Because if the federal government and Pentagon don't have the budget, how does the private company? Theoretically, if the private company that's going to replace these things and squeeze are all using the same Federal Reserve Treasury note, then on the background, on the banking level, how are they more apt to be able to afford this? If all the money's in the same monopoly bank, it doesn't make sense to me as a government anymore. Everywhere else I'm seeing, like the difference between you and your neighbor, I get. But the difference between the government's thing and then the government's privateer homies doing the thing, budget-wise, doesn't make sense. Because some of those private people can be federal in your government as individuals or investors, yes. That's why it's kind of funny. It's funny in a life. It's very funny in a life. So when they say that word private, man, we're gonna have to start holding people accountable and find out who is behind these things and where were they private. You'll see a pattern emerging. So they're trying to privatize this and privatize that. They're trying to turn the United States Service Corporation's intellectual properties, I guess, into private, non-public. Just think about that. The difference between being private in your own house, your own rules, and then public, how you need to act outside. So they're trying to turn all the things they use to run people private. Where's the accountability at? That's question number two. Where's the accountability at if that happens? If they privatize the critical infrastructure of how things have been flowing up until this point, and then you get a board of people who do not answer to you, the voter, how you doing, brother? Or you not answering to you, the taxpayer, then it's all willy-nilly for real. And it's not like at any time damn soon it's going to go from private back to what it was, or public. So of course, this is going to be a fucking epic fail for the privateers, but they're catching water at the bottom of the bucket either way, I guess. So very concerning. Very concerning. Same thing with schools. I don't have any kids in school, so I don't know how different it is for real outside of what I hear and what I see in the quality of schooling, I guess. And even them, they're trying to privatize education in some areas. And it's strictly because, and keep this in mind, all of this is happening because, not because of Trump. I hate that they do that. I hate that they act like the voted president is going to be able to change this. We can complain about him for a whole bunch of other things, but not. It's budget. It's not Trump's budget. It's the best people they have access to budget, first of all. You don't see him in front of Excel. It wouldn't have changed if it was a different person in the White House. They really have a fucking money problem. You know what I'm saying? We would have kept these things if we got someone else. No. They literally don't have the money for it. That's the problem number one. Problem number one. It doesn't matter if mom is team captain or dad is team captain. If they both ain't got enough money to pay all their bills 3 months in a row, it don't matter which one was in charge of paying the electric. They ain't got it. They ain't got it. That's the problem. That's their problem. They just ain't got it. So I'm trying to figure out their priority of cuts. Like, what are they willing to sacrifice? And I don't know enough of it. I don't know shit. That was a big ass, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how many things are on that shit. But we hear the peak headline ones because these are ones that the people who pretend to be passionate about our country lose their benefit. So it's like, my benefits are gone, so I won't pay attention to this line. Yeah. That's how we find out. One of the beneficiaries get triggered. It's helpful. That quirk right there lets you know everything. Fuck it, I want to tell them what it really is. Can't wait for these reels and TikToks to come out. Let us know. We'll know within a couple days. We're not even October yet, and they already starting to cut up. But they was all in just 2 weeks ago. Don't forget that. Don't feel no sympathy for that nonsense. Hold on.
هذا مشغل التدفئة يعني.
والله شيكة.
Breakfast of Champions engaged. To set up shop. I think I can set up shop in the side room. Excuse me. Anyway, zippity-doo-dah. Alright. Hopefully no tweaker wants to sit by and share my lighter for 5 minutes. That's always awkward. Bro, don't you see me cooking right now? I just want to know, brother, if I can make small talk and act like a compassionate human for a little while so I can ask you for something, brother. Yeah, they're so funny. You ain't got to do that with me. Hey, bro, you got a lighter? I think I do. What's up? You want to use it? One thing to have it. That, they're so funny, people. Just like your government. So, Pentagon Blues today. Pentagon Blues Week. And it's crazy. How do you perform at the capacity you performed at with 100,000 less people is the other question I got. So when we talk about quality of service, because that's an adjustment. That's a shock to all the systems at once, for real. Payroll, everybody. Benefits, all the phone calls all these people want to make to figure out how to close this and reset this password, turn this fob in. It's going to be a hectic week for these people who are still remaining with less than 100,000 staff. That's amazing. That sounds like a setback, man. That sounds like more stress, more strain, and the same pay. Oh, man, that's crazy. We got to do more work. But they cutting back on employees because they can't afford them. Uh-oh. Hate to fucking see it. And then you'll see that tweet go around probably a month from now. Well, Donald Trump is proposing to rehire the people they just slashed. It's never all of them. But you got to remember, when they get rehired, they're getting locked in with new contracts. That's the jug right there. It's not, oh, no, he's stupid, duh. No, nigga, no. This is worse. This is that slave master shit y'all thought y'all happened in real life. What they saying is, you had a salary cap. You know, we drafting players on our video games. You got a salary cap And if you make this player too good, you can't draft him to the team you want to play on. You got to play for the fucking Milwaukee Bucks or something. You know what I'm talking about? So he's bringing down the cap salary. And then if they go, okay, we want to reopen these positions to account for infrastructure and what we absolutely need that is critical. And these may be new position titles, thus new pay rates. And then boom, you're cooked. You have a job though. You have a job though, but it ain't the same job, it ain't the same benefits, it ain't the same task, it ain't the same team. You know what I'm saying? It's that's the game they're playing. Because they can't tell you why you hired, yo, we gotta drop your pay 2,000, 10,000, whatever thousand, and then by the way, we're gonna cut all them benefits that we signed you on. No, they gotta fire you. Make it political. Such and such, let you be out in the wild for a little bit without your daddy. You're shivering cold, and you can't wait to come back. And now you got to stand in the line to go to the bathroom. I'm listening now. Listen, they ain't slick. If they slick, I'm oil, man. I know what's going on. On that level, though. So I do expect that. Out of the 100,000 that they're projecting to cut, they'll probably bring back a percent of that with a whole new contract, with a whole new 360 deal. That's crazy work. I just want to let y'all know that that's crazy work. That's crazy work. That the game has gotten to that point. For your federal government. We ain't talking about Tesla, Twitter, and Amazon, and Nvidia. No. We ain't talking about that. We talking about the federal government. They got a different bank than you got. They got a different. See, what's wrong is the way they do news and broadcasting, and the way that we talk about it colloquially, is that we think that our money issues is in the same barrel as their money issues. They're connected, but they're not the same. So when your economy is low and your jobs ain't paying you and all that, blah, 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 that's regulated by the federal, but the money's from your state. I know it's confusing. The whole thing about taxes and stuff, you'll catch on to it one day. Their budget is different because all of their money is your damn taxes per se, hypothetically, this is de facto. So they're not really worrying about making profits as much as a corporation that's for profit, They're clocking energy control, hopefully you would think sustainability, things like that, to keep the general corporation going. They can't afford to do that is what I'm talking about. It's not that they can't afford to go to Costco. They got that. It's not that they can't afford to buy a house. They got those. It's not that they can't afford to lend some missiles and send some troops to Venezuela for no fucking reason. They probably got that. That's a big part of the budget. They got that. Irregardless of what we got. And they're having a budget problem. Run that back so you don't miss it. I want you to make sure you understand how this little Ponzi scheme is working. Their pot to piss in is all of your effort and energy and unrepresented taxes or wages, if you will, right? Since you're not making corporate gains, why are you being taxed by a corporation? Hold on. We're not supposed to say that on YouTube, but you'll understand it one day, hopefully. So they're playing that game with you, with a foreign entity, IRS, that's headquartered in Puerto Rico, which is not a state or federal, is it? It's a commonwealth, right? And they're probably their own independent thing, because it should be a king out there, but that's none of my business, right? So there we go. So you got that going on, old San Juan. Old St. John. I wonder who St. John was. This John character just keeps showing up all over America, doesn't he? I wonder if that's my grandfather. I wonder if San Juan, St. John, King John are all the same character. Since he's a priest or priest, I'm pretty sure they would think he was a saint. I'm pretty sure he'd be St. John, St. John, Puerto Rico. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I'm 100% sure. And my final answer, Alex. Daily double. All right, so we know this ain't that. So whatever that is, they've been cooking. They've been cooking the books in 3 different directions. As a collective, though, mind you, they're all in on it, and they call it bureaucracy.
red tape and all these other cool fancy words for mind your business. No. It's quite literally, if it's St. John's business, it's probably my business too, but we'll get to that one day, hopefully. Hopefully in this story. I don't think my great grandkids want to deal with this shit no more than I do, so. We got that. So yeah, they're trying to figure out how to do the federal budget, not how much Americans can make and spend in cost of living budget. Those are two different budgets. No matter what your costs are, goes to their budget. Up, not down. Your poverty isn't bringing them down because it's unaffordable. It's unaffordable because they're trying to raise theirs up. That's the pull. You're having a tug of war with the federal government. Spending. If they fuck up their budget, all your shit gets expensive. No matter how much of your money you make, no matter what good ideas or expansions we have as individuals or collectives, they're going to take the lion's share of that. It's their money. That's why, if you're wondering. It's your labor, it's your task, it's your people, it's your domicile, it's your occupation, but it's their money you're using. That's what I'm saying. All of the money is theirs, so you're not confused. One more time, think about it. All of the money is theirs. You're holding it. So, out of the money that you're not holding, the rest of it, the lion's share of it, remember this was the top 1% of us got more than half of the middle class or whatever the fuck it is. No, the top 1% got more than all of the middle class combined. There we go. So you got that Ponzi scheme. And understand something, your top 1% got to be part of these corporations, and a lot of those federal agencies are technically corporations that they would be funding. So don't miss that. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. Your federal government is a firewall for whoever that 1% is. Don't you miss it. Don't you miss that. And a lot of them can be in government too. They might be bored or something. They just tired of playing golf all day. You might see them on TV sometimes. You just never know.
What's the move? What's the move?
So whatever the case may be, the middleman, the connect to the man, he ain't the man. Your connector's like, nah, the price of the brick too high for us. He ain't worrying about y'all. That ain't what they worrying about, not yet. They going to in a minute. Well, they going to worry about y'all in a minute, but they gotta restructure some shit at home first. If your daddy in the 40s and the 50s and 60s, they always talk about this daddy, I don't know him, but I heard about him. Your daddy got you, your mama, and 2 other kids. You gotta take care of home first. But if he can't take care of home here, he also got to worry about that other family he got across town in the apartment. See, dad got to make some baller decisions. Like, am I going to take care of my main characters with the house and the benefits? Or am I going to let the apartment shorty, because remember, apartments back then was probably like $100 to $400 tops if it was a nice one back then. We talk about, on the east side with a condo in the sky. Like, he could probably do that. If you're working one of them factories or union jobs back then, he probably could do it. He probably would have done that, right? So that's how your middleman Trump and all of them are. They're taking care of 2 homes. And the citizens of the bastardized family. So he'll get to you when he can get to you. He might be more fun with you. He might like hanging out with you more than the others, but home base comes first. Thus, the home base itself. In StarCraft, this is called Command Center. And the video game StarCraft by Blizzard Entertainment from 1995, I think I've been playing since 1997. Start with the command center and 4 employees. They put you right in front of some minerals so you can get your money up. You get your money up after gathering for a few seconds into minutes for the rest of the game. And then as the minerals increase, your employees can build more employees to help build or gather or build the structure you need for marines, food, supply, all that, right? It's like an Age of Empires Sims. It's very similar to Sims. The ladies are watching. It's sim-like, but it's warlike. It's like chess. It's like the chess. So after you start with the command center, you expand out and you build other shit. Now if the enemy attacks everything else, as long as you have a command center that's protected and you still got employees to gather minerals, you get money. DC good. Look. We lost the barracks we lost 700 barracks all over the map. But the command center now, we good, the Pentagon. You know what I'm saying? We good. But if the enemy says, fuck all the barracks and the tanks, what the fuck I want to go head to head with these niggas for? Let me sneak into the command center. And you protect your command center, so it's not easy to do that. But if you do, like if you take the damage and you still have extra left over to reach, oh my God, game is damn near over. So what they would have to do is build another command center, because as soon as you lose your command center, that's like losing a king in chess. Because if you don't have a command center, how are you going to tell the the workers and the soldiers what to do? Theoretically, right? The general died, if you will. So, unlike StarCraft, there's not unlimited minerals, or in some of those maps there isn't any, but their command center's on fire, is what they're telling me. That outpost way on the other side of the map that your enemy don't know about, doing all the space and alien upgrades and shit to make sure your weapons hit harder, that's cool. Who gonna tell them where to go though? Who paying them? This episode of Rick and Morty, remember when the ant people took over and Rick was like, I'll fix this shit from changing a 1 to a 0. Now, the United States has a different problem. They didn't go from 1 to 0, they went from 1 to 0.3. That's closer to 0 than there's 1 though, so I don't want you to sleep on that. Their little stronghold of minerals was worth 1 each. Not even, because they were doing fractional reserve banking. So when we thought it was 1, it really wasn't 1. But whatever we thought was 1 is now 0.3. That's a whole different problem, right? Because the cost of everything is going up. So you need more 0.3s to buy the same thing that costs 1. So you need about 4 0.3s. They ain't got that. They simply ain't got it. You know how you ain't got it? Because they're cutting. When somebody who got all the money is cutting, that means they ain't got it. But at the same time, they still have all the money. They still got more money than we do. They look, that house over there, your half brother and your half sister, you think they your cousins? Them over there, they may not got the same whatever the fuck you think they gotta get. They may not have the newest Jordans when they came to school with you on Friday, but they still got food in their cabinets. Like they still got more than you. Y'all got pork and beans tonight. You better hold on to them sneakers Daddy bought you in the summer. You know what I'm talking about? That's what this is like. But they ain't got it, and they got shit. They got shit, but they ain't got it. So you can always tell by what they're doing. If they're expanding the budget, if they're paying for more things, Democrats and Republican yuppies will be like, how am I going to figure out how to get my hands on it? And what profit organization am I going to create to make sure it goes to my bank account? Everybody be in on it. But since they're cutting, they're beefing. So now you're beefing with your half brother on the bus and shit. You mad at him because his lunchbox is cool. He mad at you because his sneakers old. It's a weird story. The reprioritization of priorities. The canary in the coal mine though is Canada. Canada's blowing that trumpet. I mentioned that in that last video. Canada's guy was like, look, we cannot afford to not take this serious any further. And I said, the first thing I said, I object. When were y'all ever taking your job fucking unserious to fucking begin with? How the fuck do a room full of adults managing everything become more irresponsible than the people in the sub-tier society that's trying to hold on to the little that they got? Like, how are they less apt to manage budgets and foresee things and inconveniences and mortgages and electric bills and all these things? How the fuck do you get that position if you're gonna afford to not take it seriously is my fucking question for them. Who the fuck you been hiring? What the fuck have y'all been doing in the meantime? Y'all just been spending the credit card to do things that seem cool to your... I know you ain't consulting us. I haven't been consulted by anyone in the government ever for anything in the government in my whole fucking life. So I know they ain't, going out touching the people once they get elected and making shit happen for us. I know that's not what they do for a living. So whatever they did for a living, managing the budget, they haven't managed to manage it. I guess fucking it up could be under management. Management fucked up the budget. Yeah. But that's not what that job is. Why are you hiring these people? What's their background check look like? What experiences they have? Do they have experiences living in their own house, or they still live with their parents when they apply? Because it's not a slight to character. It's a slight to the fact that you don't have the experience points needed for that fucking upgrade. Thus, they do not have the experienced individuals that they need to keep this shit afloat. So that's why it's so willy-nilly for them to fire so many. Those jobs are critical compared to Taco Bell. But the criticality of it is based on its efficiency. So they're cutting back everything that's inefficient. And have you noticed that's damn near everything? Because if it's just one or two things, they can afford it. They can fire some people, make some threats, and shake up the place. They'll get it right. That's back in the 90s, I felt like that's what the energy was. That is not the energy these days. These energies like, there's nothing we can tell you. There's no plan. And listen, they got AI and quantum computers. Don't sleep on that shit. Don't sleep on that. Please don't sleep on that shit. This ain't like people got to go to the file cabinet and pull out papers and figure out where the check went. Thank God they cutting paper checks, ain't they? You ain't even be able to write checks no more. Did you know that? Imagine some shit like that. Oh, they're gonna make everything digital. They don't have to. You can't do paper checks no more. Now, I don't know if you remember this story, but I do because I called it. Earlier this year, they you can search for the headlines of Iron Mountain and Doge. They didn't get into the details of what they really found there. It's a very curious facility. One of the oldest ones of the United States, in fact. Not the same United States people you see today, but, you know, in terms of territorial property. You know what they found there? It's a mountain for real, you know, in Pennsylvania. So they won niggas. But what they found in there was paper records. So someone is paying to hold these records in Iron Mountain. You know, they got special delivery and shit like that to make sure it gets there to the store. I don't know how well it's stored. But what it means is all that under the table money, all those secret payouts, all those little other programs under the nose of the federal government, because these are their own people. This is a civil federal war. This is a civil federal financial espionage, if you will, or embezzlements or anything of a similar flavor. The reason why they couldn't find these records, remember Pentagon got hit in the E-ring? Remember Building 7? Very important, very fucking important for finances. You know, so the Iron Mountain was holding down all the things, and I'm pretty sure they found caches of paper checks cut for all kinds of fucking reasons and accounting reasons that were off, you know, was out of sight, out of mind, if you will, to previous presidents. I wonder if they were Democrats. They don't want to talk about that, but the Democrats were really pissed off when it happened. I noticed that. So, yeah, a lot of those gray hair benefits from all these fake federal corporations or fake companies that are supposed to be doing services for people, and the way they were spending their money and sending it to people and keeping track of that was through paper at Iron Mountain. And Doge ran through that shit this year. Keep that in mind. Since doing that, they've been cutting everything. I don't want you to miss that. It may seem like because it's Trump, he's cutting everything because he's crazy and stupid. Two things can be true in this universe. You notice something? No. They're cutting the things that they are cutting because of what they found in Iron Mountain. They would have cut them already had it been an issue prior. So that's why you see what you see. That's probably why he's targeting the states that he's targeting. Nevada, Oregon, California, Texas, Chicago, or Illinois. Yeah. It adds up. It adds up to the sky. Adding up to the sky. It probably goes twice as high. Like, it's up there somewhere. Like, y'all understand how fucked up the federal government is. And we make the mistake of pretending we're the federal government. No. You're a person first. You're a humanoid person. You should have a nationality, so you should be from a nation of people or a tribe of people. You're all those things first. Then you have human rights, which supersede any government, right? These are universally agreed upon. And then, et cetera. And per your benefit, per your registration as a citizen of a federal government corporation, you have all these other things that are maintained and regulated by such. And that was all a good idea for a bunch of people who don't have none of the other things I just fucking said. So the federal government is like they stepdaddy because they left their daddy's house. Most of these people here ain't from here. So they have, like, if you do not have the United States, they have nothing. Don't miss that. The United States just, it persists and persists because so many people who are from other places understand the game to some extent from their background. Like, oh, the United States is going to take care of all of us instead of you worrying about your king, your daddy, your granddaddy, your uncle by relation through your third cousin marriage running the whole show, and like fuck you and your family. Like, it's better than that because this daddy don't actually come visit you, but he still cut you a check. Child support. So the United States is like the dad that paid child support. All other demonstrations is like you're in trouble. You gotta go see your dad. You gotta like actually walk home before 9 o'clock and go see what your punishments are. That's a crude way of explaining the difference of why this is seen as ideal for so many foreigners who play in politics and federal government. It's not their fucking land. It's not their fucking country. It's not their fucking resources. So the stepdaddy with all the guns and the military, he's the coolest man in town. Because then you can pretty much get away with doing whatever you want as long as you kind of follow the guidelines. What this stepdaddy has realized is that he's been a little too lenient. He gave niggas an inch and they took a mile. So the federal government is going broke is different than America or Americans going broke. Unfortunately, Americans use Federal Reserve notes, so it all goes down together when it comes to those. But your problem ain't you being broke with Federal Reserve notes. Your problem ain't your country and your people and the drug. Yeah, those are problems, by the way. That ain't what they're talking about. They're not talking about us. All the headlines ain't got shit to do with the people, bro. I hope you know that. Ain't got shit to do with who you voted and who voted. These motherfuckers think they're very important. You're not that fucking important to a fake stepdaddy. That's your uncle or somebody. That's what your mama told you when you was a kid. That nigga don't know you. That nigga do not know you. Your vote did not matter for what they're doing with. What they're dealing with has the things you vote for are presented to you by them. If they present you nothing, you voted for nothing. You get it? Like, nah, this ain't that. This ain't that. This ain't an email help desk support ticket, filing a whole bunch of complaints and upvoting the shit and then gets our attention and we come out with a resolution. No. Ain't nothing you can fucking say is gonna fix the federal budget. It's not a red or blue issue. It's impossible for it to be a federal. It's a green issue. Neither side got it. Because they all using the same fucking bank. Keep that in mind. Shout out to the chat real quick though. Elijah 3, Peace Jonathan, Peace JPX, Mr. Now, Shogun, Intranet, Haru. Salute to the whole entire royal shop. Salute to 23 people and 8 people without thumbs to like the video. What's up with y'all? Like, goddamn. 23 and 15? That's worse than voting for Kamala Harris. The fuck? Can I get a like on the video? Can we keep YouTube alive? 2 people just ran away for no reason. The fuck? Oh, shout out to Is Barely Living. Shout out to you, G. Shout out to you, G. Shout out to you. We got 16 for 21. The other 5, they'll find their thumbs later. So, they got money for war, but they ain't got money for groceries. I'm trying to figure out how that shit work. You cutting the budget on groceries for the people you send to war. Don't you gotta feed soldiers? Like optimize at least the budget and the trade routes, because you know a lot of that shit foreign, they order it, but like if you cutting the budgets because you can't afford it, ain't that the same thing as saying you can't afford soldiers? In due time. That's a hell of a thing to cut. That can't be the most expensive thing, but it's probably the most critical thing, right? Food, energy. You know, everything's about energy with these guys. They're cutting back energy, guys. Like, once you do the algebra and you code switch what they're saying, our paper fiat stepdaddy ain't got no energy. Fuck getting laid off. Laid off ain't the problem. If you get laid off, you can get rehired. You feel me? No. He can't afford to work no more. Your daddy got to sell your house and move you in with your step auntie mama, because the apartment's still $200. Huh? That's crazy. It's gonna be very awkward. Your mom knew the whole time. She liked the house. Now mom gotta start figuring out who doing dishes on which day. That's what this is. They're in a compromised situation. The integrity of the Ponzi has been compromised. And I think that's what Elon was getting at when he said it was unfixable. I think that was one of the first times he told the truth about something political. Because he was the one behind that, remember? So he discovered it first. And then he stopped showing up after May. Too late. He already got on the hard drives. Remember that story was passing around. They didn't, no justice was ever brought for that shit. But they were pressing everybody else about documents and classifications. But he got all the records on a thumb drive somewhere. So he has a ledger. So that means he and whoever he works for, and what I mean by that is not as an employee, but cooperation. Whoever he shared that information with, even if it's just tech bros, all tech bros ain't from the same nation. He had just emailed, texted, showed, whatever, and that creates accounting. It's accountable. So this little network of people know that when the White House says something budget or number-wise, they can go to their memory or to their source and go, I don't think so. These are money people, specifically. That's the craziest thing. Elon's surrounded by money people because of PayPal and all the things he did initially. So he ain't got to be a banker, but he's around them, right? That's why he knows this code. He was trying to, when he says it's unfixable, remember, he was responsible for budgets. So what Elon said was that the federal budget was unfixable. Don't miss that. Not the attitude, not the red versus blue, not the benefits for the people. No. He was in charge of Doge, like the department agency of what efficiency bullshit. Not Dogecoin. It's very similar though. They play games like that. Just like federal government and Federal Reserve. You think they're related, they're not. Just like when my stepbrother comes to school. The poor one. No, that's not my brother. That's my cousin. Hey, y'all look just alike. Yeah. We got the same grandparents. You didn't lie yet, but you lied twice somehow. Somehow they lied twice without lying. I don't know how that works. Technically, it is your cousin too. Really, you get down into it. Yeah, something like that. So I don't know what they're going to do. They don't know what they're going to do. That's what's shocking. Now they're going after the healthcare people. What, a doctor just got sentenced 45 years? The fact that that's even being clipped into content is very concerning, because it's a warning. It's not it. It's her case is, she deserves it. But it's giving the mind food of the collective that, oh yeah, fuck these doctors. Oh man, I love that song. Guess what this bitch was doing? Now imagine if this a Karen now. They gave a Karen 45 years in prison. Don't miss this now. Please don't miss this shit. This a nice old white lady. This your PTA type white lady. She in her 50s, maybe 60. Somewhere between 50 and 60, obviously. And she profited $17.5 million. That number's very curious, right? Very Masonic, very Martian. That 17.5 angle, that 19.5 angle. I just want to throw that out there. But 17.5 or so million dollars off of pimping her patients for false cancer diagnosis. I need you to understand the whole, not the whole, because I don't have the whole. I'm gonna give you a pretty interesting pie slice of that problem. One, that's pretty fucking evil. Like, for these people supposed to be in the care of others, health or not, just in that position of trust. Let's start there. It's a trusted position, period. It's an honor to have it when you look at it from the ground of people, not from the ground of the system, right? So it's a privileged position of trust. She abused that trust to abuse trust funds. Now, in doing that little innocent thing, you got people who have a placebo, nocebo, or self-fulfilling prophecy of fear of their health and potential death. Then you have to have them reorganize their life financially around this. Then you have to prescribe to things and subscribe to things that you don't actually need, which can then make other organs and things be funny anyway. Thus, you now have a health issue. And then the whole time you trying to beat this thing, and she's just like, you know what? Just keep fighting, man. I think we can get to the bottom. I think we can. We'll go ahead and do another scan in 6 months. But for now, go ahead and take these, and I'm going to decrease your dosage because it's looking great. $17.5 million, one doctor. So this is a mother, trusted, academic, feminine instincts will say fuck all that shit for 17.5 million. Imagine how many others are doing the same. That's what the fuck the problem is. Her catching 45 years in prison is just a warning shot that they coming for him. Don't miss that. Remember, they already told you 55% of the doctors want to quit all of a sudden. And we think it's because, oh, life is so hard. It is. When they cutting all your benefits, not because the job is hard. The job became hard because there's no benefits and little workarounds for extra money. And writing false statements and cutting checks and things like that. Unaccounted for. Oh my God, my job is so stressful. I didn't make that $2 million bonus. Oh my God, my job is so stressful. All I was doing putting needles in people's arms all day or signing off on it. And now I actually have to do it myself. Oh my God, life is so stressful. But the $2,000 per shot, that has nothing to do with it, man. I'm really considering some PTO. I'm really considering just taking a mental health break in my side bitch's apartment. You know what I'm saying? That it don't go no further than that. It don't go no further than that. Be wondering what these girls be doing for a living in them little mid-rises. They being a side bitch to somebody who can afford it. That's all it is. A lot of side bitches in America. We know that. I know that. Do you? I met one. It was a boy. I met a gay boy who was a side bitch to a doctor who was paying for his apartment. Yeah, it's real. It's a thing. The doctor was married to a woman. Ding. The doctor was married to a woman. Then the doctor died. Hashtag COVID shots. That gay boy moved. He had to hit the block and start selling crack a little bit so he can move back to Atlanta. Based on a true story. This just happened 2 years ago. Shout out to Joey, man, if he's still out there. They call him JoJo. You didn't even know he was a gay kid until you start talking. He looked like he from New York. Like a regular dude. Tall as shit. Not gay as a $2 bill, man. And he had a fucking doctor sponsor. He was paying for his apartment and lifestyle in Charlotte. Gave him free HIV over the, the shit that you could test yourself at home. His doctor was giving him all kind of medication, all kind of shit. But did I just mention why this is important? 55% of the medical field don't want to be in the medical field. So you have a high percentage of side bitch activity that's about to screech to a halt. That's a lot of evictions or broken leases and all kind of redirects into a gentrified economy without cheaper apartments readily available for them. I don't want to hear the threads and Instagrams about whatever the fuck they about to say to look for a new sponsor. It is not going to work. Now, when they realize it don't work, that new sponsors aren't lining up to continue their lifestyle. then it's going to be a different conversation. And this might take 2 weeks. It ain't going to take that long. This shit hit fast. Because money is one of those things like, it's like water, like a faucet. As soon as you turn it off, it stops. Like, you're going to get dehydrated within 24 hours. Like, money like that. This ain't like making a plan and structural reorganization. You have to build a building. No. This is like, I can't afford that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, with the tight lips. What can I do? So you're gonna start seeing a lot of those woo-hoo-hoo stories too.
I'm just a girl. Men in lifestyles. I'm just a girl. I'm so used to the things and here's some pictures from my archive of when I was a professional side bitch. Someone please come save me. A man should. The man should. The last man should have too. He's your last man for a reason, so what are we talking about? Obviously, that ain't how it goes. That ain't work for you. You had a man that did that. That don't work for you. If it worked for you, you still have it. We wouldn't be talking about this right now. You had a cool experience, didn't you?
It was a cool experience. It was not an entitlement. So that's a cool word too. Privatization and entitlements. Ooh, I like that one. Entitlement speaks to the whole overarching issue in terms of humanity itself, how it perceives what it's doing and what it gets in return and why it ought to. Well, I'm entitled to these things, or because I'm rich here, I'm entitled to these things.
I'm entitled to embezzling just a little bit. I'm entitled to like stuffing some of these $3,000 test kits to my gay boyfriend. I'm entitled to these things, you know. They're cutting back on that. You think it's you at your job. It is too. But that's because it's happening at the top first. The vibration starts at the source, and then it wiggles at a different momentum, and then it hits your ass. But it still hits you, yes. It's gonna hit everybody. Watch out for the side bitches, man. They come. They're not gonna be happy for a long time, so don't even waste your time. They have to, what's that shit called? Go through the withdrawal and grieving process of the illusion that they were in under entitlements. And then when they finally become themselves again, they ain't gonna be good for nobody for a little while. Some very serious healing work that they used to sell is gonna have to take effect. And I'm teasing, I'm making fun of the issue, but I am dead ass serious. I mean that. We've seen this pattern already. I know these types of people. It's not that much different, higher or lower. It's the same entitlement that does it. Oh my God, life is. Boys too. JoJo's a boy. He wasn't gonna complain about it though. He was gonna sell some crack and find a new apartment. He only shared that story because it just happened. If none of that happened, I wouldn't have known that much about him or the story and all the underworkings of that other side of life that people don't assume is happening.
Because cocaine is an expensive drug. So if you sell it and you go to the right places to sell it, of course you'll run into a doctor or two. Yeah, it's a thing. He actually gave me a lot of advice on how to target people like that. That wasn't the conversation though, but it's what he was giving me a map of the world on some Assassin's Creed shit. Like, yeah, show up to here, do this, order you a salad and some water, do this and there, boom, boom. People come up to you, blah, 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 dress like this, wear this, blah, blah, blah. Like, man, this nigga.
Shout out to him.
I understand everything now. It's a game.
And then not telling the wife part is the extortion, the fear
of being outed and all that other shit. So it's high risk. That's why they get paid so much, or why they get provided more for than somebody will say, well, my boyfriend. No. That is not his boyfriend. That's his side bitch. Those are two different things. You're not understanding nothing about math and science. They're doing that because they have to. That's the bare minimums to keep it secret. not the bare minimums of a relationship. If you're with a boyfriend who wants to keep things secret, then you have a different problem. This benefit and entitlement comes from the secrecy, from the lifestyle, and the secrecy is built into the lifestyle. A lot of people don't get hired or get put on or invited to places because everyone there know, and they know you don't know. What they call it, you're green, wet behind the ear, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, that's what they mean. You're green to the fuck shit. Not green to life, not green to being a decent person. Green to entitlements and sustainability. Same story. So you want to see all these relationships fall apart too now. Don't miss it now. Do not miss this, man. Those type of agreements are usually entered in by narcissists. Oh my God. Bing, bing, bing. Word number 3. That's it. Word of the decade.
So all the narcissists that are going to fall out because of these trickle-down economics, if you will,
from the highest paid echelon of our society. Don't miss that now.
the people who can afford side bitches, side businesses, side hustles, side schemes, side Ponzi's,
Funding, investing in studios, or everything. Everything. All their passion projects, all that shit. All that shit
gone at once.
That's why Ponzi schemes and pyramids suck. The wrong stone moves or the wrong pillar is not there, then
Nothing gets light or energy below it. It's like Tetris, but vertically.
damn, you took out all those columns at once.
He was a good guy, man. He was a great guy. He took care of 120 people. That real life circulation. He took care of JoJo so he could focus on better bricks, better pizzas.
You know what I'm talking about? JoJo could focus on feeding the streets what it was looking for, because he ain't have to pay rent. JoJo could focus on his passion, whatever the fuck that was. Now he got to go back to work at the call center until he moved to Atlanta. And every other girl and every other boy in those type of dynamics. Wow. And nobody hiring him. That's crazy. That is crazy. That sounds like a mental health episode waiting to happen, doesn't it? It sounds like a mental health fall. It feels like a spike in drug and alcohol
Paradigm waiting to happen, don't it? I know, it's tough. It's tough, man. So not only is it not fixing the root issues that we're experiencing, it's making it heavier. It's going to make it much worse in that dynamic, like in the numbers. Like, oh shit, these motherfuckers are crazy. You ain't see crazy yet. They're crazy with the entitlement. Now imagine without it. Same thing with HOAs going away in Florida, wherever the fuck that was. If and when that goes through, they're saving money as a state because they got to invest in Israel bonds, net loss. And so imagine the entitled Karens of your neighborhood. Those who have perfected not minding their business. Those who have perfected
watching how tall your tree is growing, and what color you did the thing, and where the car was parked that day. Imagine those people. And there's so many in Florida, the whole state, not your neighborhood. You might have a good Karen. They might have a terrible Karens. They just lost their entitlements. They ain't got that kickback either. If there's no HOA, then there's no HOA kickback. So there is no clubhouse party. There is no gathering of all the Karens. There is no Starbucks brunch on Thursdays to talk about Susan and Dan's new boat in the yard. None of that. That whole lifestyle gone. And if that was enough money for them to not have to do something else for the same money for the lifestyle,
now they got to go find a part-time job. Come on now, Lord, talk to them.
Talk to them, Lord. Talk to them. They need to talk to them. They don't understand what's going on. I don't even think anybody understands what's going on for them. Because that's how the federal thing or the top 1% things affect reality, the people. How the people are going to behave and react to things. I'm just giving you a window of one of the usually slept on versions of things. That's all. Just from my perspective, what I've witnessed, what I know, plus all the other things I haven't, which just means it's worse. It's actually worse than what I'm saying, but I'm gonna give you these versions of things to let you know. They're there. They're right fucking there. They're so fucking loud. That's why so many content creators been disappearing for the last year or two. You don't see too many baddies up there trying to do a thing and experiment and those nice. They all got the same apartment. You notice? They all had the same 2 apartments. I don't know if you noticed. They ain't doing the content because they ain't there no more. You can't sell a lifestyle you're not living. That's impossible. You won't be invited to things. People won't be expecting to run into you. You know, and you can't go. You don't have that dress no more. It's that Plato's Closet or similar.
Nope. Cooked. Fucking cooked. They cooked the whole fucking influencer tier.
Of hoes ain't doing nothing. I know.
They're looking for a man right now. That's all you're gonna see in content. Oh my god. They're gonna start trying to reverse engineer good men, and if they're a good woman for one. That shit make me sick, boy. I don't even like seeing that content right now. Women turning the page?
Hell no. I don't want to hear nobody 40 years old turning no goddamn page right now. You're supposed to have been married 25 years ago. Don't talk to me.
What your grandma say? Go to Ancestry.com real quick. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Let's do the average. Let's do the lowest common denominator age of marriage in your bloodline. Let's stop fucking playing with me. I did it on mine. I know what it is. I know I'm way out of the fucking. I'm the only nigga like me and my family except for Abraham. Me and Abraham going. I'm catching up to Abraham. That's it. But that's my family though. That's my dad though. So like I can do that. Nah, everybody else, man. Nah, they did it already. They did it half my lifetime ago already. They've been in the game since EA Sports. From 14 to 24, they're already in that game. So I'm a special case. I don't want to hear the shit. But you will hear the shit. And that's going to change the dynamics socially. Maybe for the better, if it's real. It will be real. Even if it's not genuine, it'll become a reality. They're real. It'll become a reality. They're not going to like it though. I'm telling you. They're going to hate it there. Because that's what comparison and thief of joy comes from.
Let me say it differently. This paradigm of economic collapse
is going to create unsensatiable people. Wow, that sucks. That fucking sucks. Nothing you can fucking do, gentlemen and sisters, if you deal with that type of dynamic of class of people that have to come down from Mount Sub-Olympus, not Olympus, but under the mountain. The people climbing the ladder, they're gonna have to come back down the top soil. And because they have those experiences and those friends who weren't friends and all that's destroyed, if you will, and their old world is dead too, their new world that's in front of them requires them to do something different. It's not always worse because it'll get better in reality if it's genuine. But they're always gonna be comparing every moment, every person, every job, every situation, every conversation, everything to what it was before the pandemic, what it was last year, what it was before Trump. They're not going to get past that paradigm very quickly. They're going to become insufferable as fuck, as if they weren't already. You know what that requires? More drugs! Ding, 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 ding. It'd be a hell of a time to be a drug dealer these days. I mean a doctor. Ha ha! Hate to see it. Hate the fucking see it. It'd be a hell of a time to be a doctor right now, wouldn't it? But while, but they're going after the doctors. It'd be a hell of a time to be a drug dealer doctor right now. But the doctor's like, shit, I gotta quit. Shit, I was part of that Ponzi scheme quick. Shit, if they go after Pfizer, I know. Once it's official, then all my patients, see, it's not about the lawsuit all the time. It's about the fact that once Pfizer is targeted, everybody who got the Pfizer, where they get it from? Their doctor. They don't go to their doctors and be like, hey, my baby got all these side effects and I saw a thing on Facebook. My baby, my husband, my grandmama died 3 months ago and you said something. She had a turbo cancer from the Pfizer shot. Can you imagine those conversations? I'm waiting to imagine. That little Thanksgiving, if they skip it this year, that little Christmas dinner, if they skip it this year, you know why? Because they're going to have to be accountable to narrative. Oh my God. That is not in the entitlement package program. I got to be accountable for it. Yeah. They fucked up big time, but you missed the big shot. You're the doctor. You're the smart one. You're the one in our fucking chat group. You're the guy we go to figure out if these conspiracy theorists are just blowing smoke out their ass. Don't listen to that. Listen, I've been in the medical profession for X amount of years, and listen, if there's anything going on, I would know first. It's kind of my job. It's kind of my fucking job. And listen, my colleagues and I, and a matter of fact, I get invited to Vegas this summer. This is a conference for doctors who get side hoes and little boys. But, you know, we talk about these things, and it didn't come up. Yeah, I know. You still killed all those people, though. They didn't tell me the bullets would do damage. What the fuck? You still sold the bullets, huh? When I sold him the gun, I didn't know he was crazy. You weren't supposed to either, but you still sold him the gun. Like, the fuck? You had to do something for accountability. We're not saying you going to prison for the murder, but listen, you gonna have some new DEA policies and some other shit going on in this goddamn store. And you got some fines to pay, by the way, because we're gonna snoop into your history and find out who the fuck else you're selling these guns to. All willy-nilly. We're gonna find out who else you've been writing these prescriptions off to. JoJo, all willy-nilly. We're gonna find out what other checks you've been cashing. We're gonna go on your bank records, because you know you cash a check that still shows the name. We're gonna investigate all those names in LLCs and see if they ever fucking existed while we're at it. You know what I'm saying? It's because it's a slippery slope of fuck shit because they preferred narcissists in the whole system. It's an inch and a mile situation. If one thing is flawed in that, there's a whole bunch of other flaws that ain't know this shit. Listen, we know the game, bro. She didn't get caught cheating once. She been texting and hoeing and thoughting in her thoughts the whole fucking time. You haven't seen the shit that she deleted yet. You know what I'm talking about? It ain't just the one time you caught her that like is the oh my god. No, it's all the energy and time that took up to that point and anything you missed between it. That whole segment. Put it in the frying pan. It'll cook itself. Because a lot of that shit is bribed or like it's social bribery or social extortion. Like when you raise your eyebrow or something, and they nod at you and then you in on it, like you get recruited that fast. Then you ain't even gotta have to shake hands or write nothing on a napkin either. It's like if you know with these types. I've witnessed it in jobs. I've seen it. I mean, I work with people who are fucking. Someone should have reported that, but I was a teenager because I was stupid, right? But I wasn't stupid. I didn't want to mess up the party. But I was a teenager. I was 17 years old. We were working at Sonic. We had a largely black staff, if you could imagine it. But it was awesome, though. We were awesome. We were efficient. I was efficient. I was awesome. And, but we got a manager at the time who was 28 years old when I was 17, so he looked like he was 38. But he was 20. He alleged he was in his 28. I don't believe him. But he was 28. And the white girl, the manager above us, always, you gotta have a white slave master in these situations for some reason. She was the same age, but she was like 4'11". Beth. Funny little skinny little white girl that like to party and bar too hard. Dave from New York. Mad kids and shit. Cheating on his baby mama who he lived with while he working at Sonic. Pay all them damn kids and feed them all. On the damn party chat lines. I don't know. Y'all wasn't outside. Y'all wasn't outside long enough to know what the fuck I'm talking about. Dave would get on the fucking landline. Like, the landline, because cell phones were just coming out. There's no iPhones yet, so you remember Kyocera and shit. So he'd be on the landline at work. Calling into the party line. And I think you gotta pay for that too sometimes. Anyway, and the party line is like a local area network phone call. So you end up linking with other people and then you talk to them privately. You're like, yeah, I live off of such and such road. Yeah, meet me at the pool. Meet me at the pool that was at my damn place I used to go to. When I used to chase the girls my damn self. He was chasing grown women. I was chasing girls. Maybe their daughters. But where was that place? What was that damn place called? What was that? Not Valley Brook. It was some shit like that. Some ghetto shit. We'll call it Valley Brook. Meet me at the pool at Valley Brook. And then he'll go meet the girl. And then he'll tell us about what happened and what she really looked like the next day. So I knew what type of animal he was. But under that same jurisdiction. Get it? Under that same jurisdiction. Under his leadership, it allowed for all kind of other silly nigga shit to happen in that establishment. I'm talking about blocks of cheese that we use for the cheeseburgers and the tater tots. Just gone in somebody's trunk. I ain't no snitch. Weird story. Or just a little embezzlement, you know what I'm saying, in the POS system. You know, I've noticed it. I was a middleman in some of these power plays. You know, not my proudest moments, but everybody was doing it. And then if it was payday, I don't know, maybe the slushie you see in the counters next to the slushie machine with our names on it, they might have Hennessy in them. I don't know. I'm 17 years old. I ain't no snitch. That never happened. But it could have. It could have. Under that kind of jurisdiction, you could have mixed slushies in there for the whole staff that the jurisdiction entrusted with such revelations. I may have gotten off of work one day because of this silly nigga shit at 17 years old, and our Sonic was in a drive-thru that was elevated from the plaza, so it was like a hill. So when I used to get off of work around 9, 10 o'clock and walk home, you gotta walk down this grass hill to the lower parking lot, then you're on the main street. While I walk down the street, I go home. One day I walked, after drinking one of these magical slushies that was prepared for me. This one has a kick to it. Interesting. What did you say is in this? I've never heard of that. I'm only 17. Yeah, I have a father at home, so yeah. All right, so I'm walking. That's probably why I don't like Hennessy either. I'm walking, and I stand on the hill, and then all of a sudden my world starts spinning. For the first, listen, I'm running orders out. I'm back and forth. I'm sweating already. It's sweat times 13 now because the shift is almost over, and they want to give me one of these things with an hour left. So I'm good until I start sipping the rest of that shit on the way out. I done sipped the whole thing like a normal slushie for real. I ain't carrying this shit home. Nope. My body said park. I sat my ass down so I didn't fall or stumble. And I laid in the grass like I was making snow angels, and there's no fucking snow outside. I'm just in the grass, just looking at the stars and shit, like wondering about life. How did I get here? Why am I here? Who did this to me? Why would they do such a thing? And I wonder if my dad's home awake right now, because I'm still gonna have to walk home and go inside. I say all that to tell you that under the wrong leadership, it corrupts everybody down to the bottom, even the 17-year-olds. So that occurrence kept occurring whether I'm in it or out it. I could spot it because I was part of it. So now I could see it when I was in everywhere else too. I was like, oh, that's those type of people. Oh. When I worked at Apple, we went through 3 managements: ACS, Xerox, Conduent. At least 3. While I was there. Much like the United States, by the way. So the buildings stay the same, your jobs stay the same, but the contractor cutting your paycheck different. Cool fucking story. Never got a raise in between, none of it. We got a nice little wholesome white lady. What was her name? Miss Ann. Miss Ann must have been in her 60s when I first met her. I was at that bitch for 5 years with Miss Ann at least. White hair, glasses. She's the one that gets your payroll straight. You only see her 1 or 2 times really when you first get hired. But you walk past her desk every day when you go into the lobby and shit. And if you have an issue with like, you want to change your taxes from 1 to 0, or if you want some PTO or some type of clerical administration thing, you go to Miss Ann for that, right? Tell me why. Tell me why. When we're trying to figure out what happened to all the GMs that keep coming in and out like a revolving door, you'll hear whispers of embezzlement. Ooh, they did something with all of the bonuses that we never get. I wonder how long it took to figure that out if we never get them. We had one GM that somehow would pocket the bonuses, but make a pizza party and buy a bunch of iPads and give it to the highest scoring team, right? That's how he gave back to the hood. That's how I got an iPad, by the way. Squad. We don't lose. So I think at the end of my tenure, and I moved on to HCL to work with the Indians, I was in contact with some people and they said, yeah, something just happened to Miss Ann. They found out she was the one embezzling all the money. What? Of course the payroll woman knows how to embezzle money. But we thought it was 3 asshole GMs, irresponsible supervisors, Xerox or ACS just going out of business like they tend to do. We thought it was above the building. No, it was right inside the building, man. The enemy was right inside the building the whole time. All that mandatory overtime, all that bullshit, because we had to make the numbers rise to account for the missing money. Uh-oh, that sounds familiar, don't it, United States? All that extra shit we had to do, all that extra stress, all those wild-ass, weak-ass schedules to cover for peak hours and shit, because the overall funding of the local building was shoddy because someone else was siphoning thousands of dollars at a time, overtime, thus. What? I knew something was wrong when they never gave us the raises they promised, you know what I'm talking about? Don't say we were slow, boy. I can look at the call queue. I'm tier 2 in this motherfucker. I can look at the call queue. That's 50,000 motherfuckers waiting. It didn't, no. iPhone 4S to iPhone 9, no. Or whatever iPhone it was, no. We did that the whole fucking time. iPad Air, all that, no. Apple was just releasing new shit. MacBook Air, all that shit. It was just, they were going ham. Ain't no way. The issue is our performance and staffing versus the demand, if you will. Never an issue. Never a fucking issue. It was these bitches stealing money. And then all the other people stealing money too. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. The GMs could have been embezzling, yes. But she was embezzling too the whole time. Don't miss that. So the United States budget is cooked because they have so many micro embezzlers, micro alcoholics, micro freak off parties in the office. Real shit. How you think nurses could cheat so much? Yeah, come on now. I'm talking to somebody. And yeah, man. Superhead at Def Jam offices. Yeah, man. It happens, man. Someone's paying for that. Someone's paying for the girl that work in that office to look the other way too. Come on now. Maybe she'll just take a payment of cocaine. We don't know. Everybody got a price. That's what they mean by that shit. Everybody got a fucking price. Yeah, Shogun says fucking hilarious. Yo, that Hennessy slushy parked my stupid ass. I don't think I drank ever again until years later. So yeah, I ain't trying to get beat up by my dad over no dumb shit. So used to poisoning people. Turn the page to what? The back cover? That's hilarious. Composure Slim, what's good? Well, we got 27 likes and 23 people. How'd that happen? So I can only imagine the United States is going through a very similar revelation as a corporation. That the people they hired ain't shit. Duh. Hello, it's the United States, bro. What year is this? You just noticed, dog? They thought they had all the quality people when they saw it. Because of the benefits. The status. These people take this job serious. They want it. These people do. They couldn't get these type of benefits from Costco. So you know they're gonna be on and up and up. And we have some very serious people in middle management. Yeah, that's the problem. It's usually middle management that does all the bullshit. Is that not the pattern? Like, what kind of humans are these who don't notice patterns? What are they investigating? Like, I want to know what everyone that be investigating these things, what have they been investigating? The font? The MLA format of the submissions? Bitch, no. You need social scientists. I could solve this mystery with just Scooby. Just as company in the dark places. Like, that dog gonna tell me if someone behind the corner. That's it. That's all I need Scooby for. Everything else is common sense. If you're around people. So, the United States has a people problem. The states have a people problem. The schools have a people problem. The streets have a people problem. I'm working with a brother now, right? This is deep. Because my anti-narcissism parameters are pretty well tuned these days. I had lots of practice. So without going into too much detail, I might make a parallel metaphor of the situation. Imagine if you're in a place of second chances, right? And you definitely need this second chance. Because where you come from, you literally ain't got shit. Now you get into this place of second chances. And the first thing you want to do is trip. This personality type is very interesting. It's in so many people. I think it's a spirit, right? I think that's what they mean by spirit. Because it's in the land of second chances, because it has support and good energy, it skips a few steps. It skips rest. It skips bathing. It skips getting their mind together in preparation for the next step after the second chance. It goes straight to, how can I fuck this up for myself? Let me start tricking with tweakers. So instead of being in a reasonable second chance environment, it hits the block. It hits the block with no legs. I want to stack this for you so you understand how ridiculous the entitlements are. It consults with middle management, and it's trying to reason as if it has leverage in a situation of second chances. See, the delusion with entitled people and narcissistic people in general is that they think any blessing or anything that's helping them is due. Like, whether they got that from their connection with praying for it and it happened and they feel away, or whether it's just time itself and it was like, oh yeah, all the promises that people make to me, this one finally came through. You understand? Now I'm here. Things are going my way. I'm not going to think about how I'm going to fuck this up. I'm just going to be myself and fuck this up. Because I need a second chance, not because something else happened to me, but because I fucked up everything else to not have any chances left. Then I get a second chance, an extra life. You know how you can share lives in certain video games. So someone's sharing a life. And they're like, nah, let's go back to the block. Let's do it like we used to do it. Why? How you used to do it is why you're in this position. Now you're frustrated that the position you have left that you're in has a sense of regulation, if you will. All right, come on, federal government, let's talk to me real nice. Y'all should have hired me. And then in that regulation, you don't like that because in your entitled brain, you mistaken this as yours. You mistaken this as because it's freedom, but it's not freedom to fuck things up. You can leave and fuck up anywhere else you want in the world. But then my question would be, why would you want to go somewhere else and fuck up that? Why would you want to fuck up anyway if you've had all that time to think about where you are because you fucked up already 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, a month ago? You've been fucking up for 10 years in a row, I heard. But you get into a better position where you can unfuck up some things by taking your time. But nah, day one, day two, let's fuck it up some more. So hypothetically, I run into a person like that after it's all said and done. They've been MIA since they consulted middle management. Now they're back. Packing, no legs now. No legs now. They got legs, but they're not legs. You know what I'm saying? They're there, but they're not useful. Especially if you gotta like call for people to pick you up because you can't get up, bro. You know what I'm talking about? Because you fuck up so much that something happened to your legs and your spinal cord. Not because you're a war-torn veteran. Keep that in mind. You fucked that up recently, in fact. And this individual is telling people, yeah, man,
I'm about to go to such and such, which is a step down.
Universally. I'm gonna go take a step down, and their reason was, I'm stuck in my ways. You gotta be very careful with that, because it almost sounds like accountability. I had to think about that sentence. Oh wow. This person has had time to reflect on their shenanigans.
Obviously something happens away from view of everyone else.
And now they're like, you know what? It'd be best if I remove myself and drop myself a lower tier so that I can easily get back to my shenanigans. Because if it was accountability and it's like, yeah, I'm stuck in my ways and it's fucking me up,
I'm going to do something different to get better.
then you're like, damn, that was a very proactive team meeting. Nope. It's, yeah, I'm fucking up and it's a habit, but maybe I respect this situation enough to fuck up without accountability. So I'm going to try to test the waters back in my old stomping grounds and just fuck up a little bit more, man. I need some more, man. The tricks ain't tricking because I only got $3 left. So I'm gonna have to make some moves and some power plays. And y'all got a key? Nah, fam. I don't think that's how this works. I don't think how none of this works. I don't think you get a I don't think you get a I don't think you get a key to second chances, right? You could get a key if you're at the second chance, but if you're just going into the wild in your old ways, and you're like, when it's all said and done, at least I have the second chance waiting for me. No. And that's not the final answer or nothing. That's just the process I'm going through. I'm like, what are these people talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? Wait, how's that the next sentence anyway? How did your mind go, accountability kinda, I gotta go now. So but just in case I gotta come back. You gonna come back with accountability? Of course not. You wanna come back in case it fails. But what's fail? Now you getting up on your feet, now you getting better, now you getting control of your benefits and your destiny and your livelihood based on what's entitled to you. Not you going through that around competent people who help you get that faster than you could, obviously. It's been years. But nah. It's not that. That's my backup. Me getting stable and taking care of myself is my fallback plan. But right now, the streets is calling. I'm like, wow.
Wow. That's an interesting fucking TikTok story. That's the most interesting thing I've heard in fucking human history. That's the dumbest shit I've heard, too. That's the dumbest shit I heard, man. Shout out everybody from UK and Ireland. Yo, what's up, Sandra? Sandra Chapman, all about YouTubers 13. Reform UK. I don't know what that means, my boy. We cannot afford to help you. We cannot afford to boycott. We cannot afford to make the content even. We out of resources, baby. Y'all gonna have to get all the UK and the rest of the Europe to stand on business, because we got our own problems out here. I don't know if you notice what's going on in the United States and Donald Trump and everybody, but if your news is lying to you, which they're probably not newsing, you should rewind the video. We're pretty cooked out here. Politically sniped. Done. Game over. Because none of the platforms of the political parties even represent where they come from. They poll switched, which is hilarious, by the way. Tends to happen. Something, source of money will do that to you. It's not because they're humanitarian. It's not because they're human. It's not because they're smart in that way.
It's because they're conditioned and programmed and indoctrinated to say things in order to get benefits. Now they have to say something different, which is a contradiction. And then the people who are paying attention go, hey, you contradicted yourself. And they go, well, I gotta say something for my benefits. I know. We know. Congress is a bunch of beneficiaries. We know. They benefit from squatting on the land and not operating the Moorish constitutional republic, because those are not paid positions to begin with.
The government of the United States was never a job.
The people who are, because they're pirates, man. They're trade route people. It's a corporation. So the job was the trade. The government of the trade is a position, not a job. The federal government, if you've noticed now has jobs. There was no fucking federal government and federal jobs back then.
That's some post-Reconstruction shit. AKA, this is recent history. This is not the legacy of the United States.
Ain't nothing about this a constitutional republic. They talking about they got Democrats. Did you know when they formed the United States there was no Democrats or Republicans? Do they know that? No such thing. There's no such concept. No such political concept either. This is brand new German thinking. This is Dungeons and Dragons Marxism edition. This ain't wavy. This ain't the system that you pledge allegiance to. That's why you don't pledge allegiance to it. It doesn't exist. That's the illest shit about it. It's the United States in name only. It is not the same United States that formed it. I hope people know that.
The United States that formed here didn't have the South or the West. It's literally not the same. Its function is not the same either. It's not protecting the people who are the foreign workers and the immigrants from whatever fuck they were talking about was Tyrannosaurus Rex over there in Europe at the time.
Remember, they came over here to get away from there. In the last 100 years, you know, they'd be real buddy and shit. How you real buddy with the tyrants' kids? Like, do the science, kid.
They destabilized Europe at the same damn time. That's what it is. So no, this ain't that. Y'all are not fighting for your country, bitch. Y'all ain't got no countries.
Y'all ain't got no country. This ain't a country. UK, you ain't got no country, baby.
No. These are colonizers, bro. This insinuates they're foreign. So you don't miss it. So if you are countrymen and you descend from the natives of the countryland, the people that run your countrymen are not native to the countryland. Thus, their government is not your government. Their government is their government. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Maybe we'll get the United States to figure this out next. This country didn't have slaves. The different pirate organizations and trade routes that included human trafficking, when they were given permission and ammunition to defend hostile territory, had slaves. This was not a united consensus thing, and you go to the slave marts in your Tesla, and you know, it was just every summer you get new slaves because that was the trend. No, nigga, these are all immigrants. Immigrants brought slaves. Half of them are damn slaves themselves. The people of the land didn't need no fucking slaves. It's theirs. You only need slaves for working. Why would the people of the land need to work for them? Like, do they not know how they described us? Did they not read none of the literature on how we lived our life? The land, the country, the people, the natives, versus everybody else? Did they miss something? Oh yeah, because you only know the United States history. The United States is a foreign corporation. Thus it's a foreign government. It is, and it operates as such, by the way. They got the game fucked up out here, don't they? We have been simulating the United States worldview on top of civilization. Remember how they give you this concept of uncivilized tribes and things like that? Yeah, those are the ones who wasn't with the bullshit. So it's the pirates calling the natives and the landowners uncivil, by the way. You can't determine who's civil and uncivil when your ass ain't home doing civics. You understand? You can't go to China today or Japan today and be like, these people are savages and uncivil because they don't play the game by me and I just got here. Hey, do you have any clean water? Ain't that weird? Ain't that fucking weird? Isn't that fucking weird? How would they fucking determine what a savage or uncivilized is when they ass is getting chased out of Europe? They didn't go back, did they? I didn't. Your ass get kicked out country to country and come over here to my grandma's house and start talking about what's civilized, uncivilized, what's legal, and what's not legal. Bitch, you couldn't read 2 years ago. The fuck are they talking about? And that audacity, that model, that entitlement, that worldview, that language, all of it sounds positive if you imagine, if you hallucinate that you have a righteous ground to stand on to project from. But if you are the immigrant, you are the visitor, that means you are the treaty breaker. That means you are the treasonous. That means you are all the things that are against all the things. That's what y'all living in. Y'all not living in no goddamn country. There's a country here somewhere buried, Morocco. But this shit ain't that. And it's definitely not for the people by the people. It was for the people of the land by the people of the land. These are foreigners. How are they your people? They letting y'all fuck on their daughters? What's going on? How come they ain't all the same people yet? Alright then. Alright then. Alright. Alright then. Alright then. This ain't that then. Thus, the thing that's falling apart faster, I think, is the illusion of what these things mean.
people may not pick up on what they are or were,
But they're gonna pick up that it's not what they said it is.
and they're gonna miss all the reasons why. Of course, it's going to be irritating to someone like me, but it's going to achieve the same end, I think. And I have to come to Jesus moment. You have to go find Jesus somewhere. Jesus somewhere out here. I don't know where he at. But if y'all find my granddad, y'all let me know. I want to talk to him. That's how they acting.
They privileges, benefits, and
Entitlements are running out. It's time to go back to church. All right. They want to learn how to pray again from scratch. Now, these people went to college. They want to learn how to channel and communicate godly things. All of a sudden, Charlie Kirk's a saint. All of a sudden, this is an attack on us. We don't mean everybody, because we're not everybody, you know. You still get treated like you're different in a place full of a country, right? Yeah. That's impossible if it was, by the way. You didn't have a class of people that exist like that. If this was honest, if this was integrity, if this was we the people. There is no we the people. Why are they talking about civil war if it's us? That's right. The Civil War was between the United States and the South. The South was not the United States. It's not a fucking country. The South losing that war put them under federal jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is not for country, buddy. Jurisdiction's for occupation.
You're under my jurisdiction. Like a judge, right? Huh? What about that rhyme with king?
Emperor, chief,
Landowner, grandma. Nothing. So some foreign judge has
foreign jurisdiction over a local landmass. That's occupation. I swear to God, that sounds like occupation. I swear to God, that sounds like colonialization. I swear to God, if it's still a corporation, and we know it is because they're talking about budgets instead of your health. All right then. So the United States is an occupying foreign government.
foreign to the land.
So you're not confused. It's been here for a while. It's comfortable and cozy as fuck. But it can't afford to stay here.
On paper, it's still here.
And all of its slaves and all its friends and everybody that joined in afterwards, now they're telling them to go home. Hey. I know we got the big house and I invited y'all over and shit and it was good while it lasted. But my dad is missing. I have to go to my cousin's house this weekend, so we can't party here. What are you talking about, man? Look, bro. And it's why he's explaining this to his friends, the lights get shut off. That type shit. I ain't saying you gotta leave, but I am saying you gotta get the fuck up out of here. You ain't gotta go home, but I can't afford to entertain your shenanigans. You cannot use my bathrooms.
You can't charge your phone right now, so my bad.
But you know, holla at you, man. Hit me up on LinkedIn or something. We got you still in the group chat? Yeah, we gonna bring the band back together. We eyeing Ukraine right now, so we you know what I'm saying. We'll rendezvous, man. I'll call you. Don't call me. I'll call you when we ready. You know how it is. We did it last time. Hey, we did it last time. Hey, yeah. That's where they at. That's where they at with it. That's where they at. They're there. They're there today, I mean. That's not where they're going. That's where they're at. Mr. Now says, and squatting is not even comfortable. They should try a chair. Quotes. I hate you. Go away. Can I borrow some gold, though? They said the United States gold reserves is now valued at $1 trillion. Cool. 137 to go in this bitch. I mean, shit. The price of gold is going up. The amount of gold did not. Don't miss it now. Don't fucking miss it.
The multiplications will get you every time. Jason John says, the same agenda. Well said. Government is to mince.
Mind control in Latin. And none of these faggots are from Latin America. None of them are Latin. None of them are Latino. But they're using Latino law. Imagine that shit. Do the science on that right there. I need everyone to do the science on that. Why your ass perfecting education and law and science in a damn language your bullshit ass never came from? Who taught you that? Where did you get that from? It'll make sense if we ask you a question. That's just the way it is. That sound like some colonizer logic to me, baby. Sound like some colonizer logic in this bitch.
It's just like that because we have no reason. Okay. You gonna do it in your mother tongue? Where's the references in your mother tongue, by the way? I'm just curious if they exist. None of these concepts exist where they're from. So how the fuck they gonna run some shit they never came up with? There you go. That's the answer to all the questions. Goodbye. I just swatted this fly and I thought I killed him. I wasn't trying to kill him. But he put his wings away. I'm trying to make sure he can fly again because I'm a humanitarian of insects or some shit. I do that shit to spiders too all the time. I'm like, damn, bro. Life is hard for all of us. I ain't trying to kill him. At least he moving. Oh, he flying again? Oh, shit. He ain't fly, he hopped. One more time, champ. I'll make sure I ain't got to do the qigong thing for it. I did that for a dog that broke his neck. Anyway. Real life. Scary. He ended up living longer than the dog that did to him. Oh, he flew away. We good. We back.
Weird story. Allahu Akbar. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? Do you know who Allah is? Do you know who she is? Talk to me. What y'all know about any of that? Now, how come y'all don't know what happened to us? If you got it from us. Do the people in your land question that?
It is a cigar.
High off of nicotine. Or something.
Come on, related quotes, talk to me.
I want to know about this Allah thing y'all got going on. Y'all got a Ponzi scheme on Allah for some reason.
Y'all got a black woman goddess.
I want to know all about it. When y'all gonna help out the brothers out here in America? You know who we are. You know we Israel. Stop playing with them. Why you playing with them? Why are you letting them pretend to be us? How come all the prophets in your book are Israelites? Talk to me.
Y'all not Israelites. Don't play that game.
Did y'all know that? That most of the prophets in the Quran are Israelites. These people are not Israelites, and those people are not Jews. You see where I'm going with this? Do you see how the whole world has a fucking problem?
But they going to war with each other. And my goofy ass right here.
On my daddy's daddy, and all the daddies to Abraham. Those books are ours. And we in America. What the fuck they talking about? What's the whole world talking about, Craig? What are they beefing over? Like, why are they doing this to each other? Like, where is it gonna go? You ain't gonna turn into a 6'3" copper-colored American Indian no time soon. No matter who win or lose. How about y'all figure out some new shit and chill for a little bit and like be friends and shit? Cause y'all gotta be related to each other because you're not related to us.
You're not in that damn book house.
What tribe of Israel you from that's copper-colored with woolly hair smacking giants? I want to talk about it. I just want to talk about it. I want to know. I got to talk about it. On King James, I got to talk about it. That's my granddad. I got to talk about it. On King James' grandson, me. On me. On royals, on me. On royal bloodlines, on real blue blood, on me. On me. Ain't that the craziest shit about life? That's how fucked up this life is. I'm a royal.
In real life, though. Like, not in their system, not in their paperwork. But, like, where'd it get started from the bottom down there? Those guys, those are my daddies.
All the royals. And I'm in America. Sounds like we brought the kingdoms to America in your native village. On Alabama. On Tallahassee. On Remember the Alamo. It sounded like we brought that shit here for real. I could have sworn the Cherokee was speaking Arabic. My grandmother Cherokee. I'm her grandson, so that's what's weird about this shit. They talk about a war on this and religions and like, they been did that war. You got niggas in America trying to be Christians. It's the Christians that brought they funky ass here. Why the fuck would I convert myself to some Christian shit and stay right where I'm at? How about the Christians convert me and take me back to Christian land since they got so much money in Kings and shit? Why the fuck the Christians want me to stay in America? Like, the Christians don't come from America. Like, bitch, the fuck going on? They weren't about a Christian revival. We'll take it back to where Christian was revived at, bitch. Y'all not in Israel and Gaza either. The fuck they talking about some Christianity for in America?
It don't make sense. This is not a land of Christians. Not even the government with the treaties mention being Christian.
And we can read them. Article 13, man. Triple it.
Read it. Read it. That's United States history. They're not Christians.
What the fuck? What does Christianity got to do with none of this bullshit going on? And then double down on that. On Muhammad. My grandfather. Like, what the fuck y'all talking about? Y'all waiting for us? Hey, we out here in America. We kind of been here since the 100-Year War, bro. Hey, what's up, bro? Cuz, third cuz? Y'all got a black grandma or something? Maybe. It's possible now. Can you tell me where the other your granddaddies come from? They fucking up the vibes. I need a dossier on this shit. This shit serious. In King James English. On my grandfather's language is serious. That's why that shit gonna fall apart, bro. There ain't nowhere for them to go in this story. If that's their story. And it's not their story. So what's their story? Today, they don't know.
That's evil.
That is evil.
They ain't got nothing to do with it.
They're evil to their own people like that. They're never going to land anywhere without this corporation.
They don't have the framework, culture, traditions, or resonance, or the blood to start over and rebuild something that resembles any of us. Because none of this was Christian. None of this was honest. None of this was good. All of this is the side effect of colonialization. And they brought people here and brainwashed them to this dream, if you will, an illusion. And now they can't afford the dream or the entitlements that come with it. Now, many people caught in the middle of this shit are going to lose their fucking mind because there's no new narrative for them to hold on to. Right now, they're talking about God, religion, and judging Christians, and not like they're doing too much. You're not gonna get the vibe back like that. You guys are heathens and reprobate. You can't go back to church and then recharge the battery and come back outside and then do the same entitlements. The lifestyle is antichrist. The politics are antichrist. The doctrine based on the Bible with no Christians in it is antichrist. Christianity is antichrist. It's literally antichrist. Angels read backwards on Hebrew or something. So it's antichrist. It's antichrist. Mm-hmm. So they want to bring the antichrist back that colonized everything. That's what they're talking about right now. That's what's hot in these streets. They would have to be smart. And then they would have to be King James in them. And they're none of that, obviously. Who the fuck doesn't know King James is a black guy? The fuck? His name is James. The fuck? Concerted effort to lay waste to all they defy them worldwide. While they're doing it to themselves, there's crazy shit about it. Mr. Now says, a week after they started to snap out the program, they said the rapture was coming. They thought they'd be out this game a week later and figuring out it was all fake. Bring the Antichrist on Christ's children's land. It doesn't make sense, does it? No. No. We're the descendants of that guy. To us, you're the Antichrist. And that's the default, because it's us. It's not a vote. It's not what you think. It's, yeah, that book was made by my grandfather, so the people saying this shit are the Antichrist, because why are they here? Why are any of these people here? On that level. Talking about God's, religions, and Christians. Why are they here? They can go back home. So wherever the fuck they got that idea. Why is it in our language though?
Why are they where my grandfather from and grandmother from? Why they bring that dumb shit here? Yeah. That's why it's cooked, by the way. That's why the church is cooked. It doesn't belong here. What the fuck do we got to do with the Vatican? We over here. They just got here. This shit ain't theirs. They ain't know what was fucking here. I read all their books and their maps and their journals. They ain't know nothing about this. They ain't know nothing about us. This is like we John B. Don't listen to what people say. They don't know about us and me. Put it out your mind, cause it's jealousy. They don't know about this here. They have no idea who we are. To this fucking day. It's a blessing, a miracle, and a curse. Because that offends them. The truth offends them. But they want to go to heaven with gods? Weirdest fucking story I lived with. A bunch of wild beasts talking about the mark of the beast is coming. John 13 at that. Yeah, I'm John 13. I am John the 13th. King John, who brought you the Bible. I'm the 13th of the guy that brought you the Bible in English. That's a hell of a Pokemon card to have. That's a punk buster on Steam. That's a lie buster. That's a lie detector right there, boy. I'm a walking tower moment for these motherfuckers. Think they want to play that energy. That energy will never take off here. My mama Inga, that'll never happen to them. They better off playing atheists and going back to Atheasia. Then you take their ass back to Atheasia before they bring that bullshit back here. That Bible is not for Christians. Ain't one Christian in that Bible. And it's 80% Israelites in the Quran. Them Jewish people do not call themselves Israelites, by the way. You gotta wonder, where did you get the Jew part from? Don't tell me Judah. Don't tell me you Judean, because you should be kung fu fighting in those Shaolin monks buildings now. They don't, not one painting of your nose in that bitch. There's a whole bunch of brown skinned and light skinned people having a great fucking time. It is not a bunch of Jewish people in none of those temples, and none of those drawings, and none of those statues. They need to stop fucking playing on my granddad's, bro. So, yeah, this is the land of Afro-Asiatics. Period. If you just get to genetics. You save all the groups and the governments and all that shit. Just know, nativity, country, land that produce the people. This country, land, nativity, produce Afro-Asiatics. The oldest bodies here, still to this day. They dig up all that Mayan, Aztec, Toltec, Olmec things and they hide it. They wouldn't have to hide it if they were telling you the truth. They found out the Smithsonian was hiding. One guy, one Jewish guy at the Smithsonian. You notice how they have a line problem? They can't tell the truth about nothing, can they? That's a very conspicuous existence to have, where you have to lie about every fucking thing you touch that's not fucking yours on top of that. He shouldn't even be able to tell the truth about it. Why is he talking about it? Get one of us. It's our ancestors, you faggots. Nah, they don't want to play that game, so let them have cake, man. Let those curses, hills and hills and hills of ashes, keep reaching them until they start taking God serious. You can't say you take God serious and still be a colonizer, man. That's not how none of that shit works. You can't say you love God and Jesus in the Bible and then treat their kids like this. That's not how none of this works. And that's the gridlock of their religion. Their religion ain't gonna be able to pick up no steam. Where you spoke the truth to it. The people didn't. The people never would have. Hence, that's why it didn't change. But we're speaking, that's a different story. We're the people in the book. We're tired of this shit. I was born tired of it, though. And many of you might be related somewhere up the chain. Wouldn't surprise me. We're all over this bitch. Something, something Phoenician, something, something Hebrew. Those who travel the waters. That's us. We're the original admirals. That's why they have maritime law. It's ours. We weren't Christians though. So we didn't do Christianity and slavery. If it's Christian though. Christianity is very slavery-like. We're not Christians. So when my grandfather came here as not a Christian, he did not come here for slaves. Since slaves is Christians. Slavics. King James is not a Slavic. Thus, I don't come from Slavics. So we're not slaves either. Can you fucking imagine that? Couldn't tell in this day and age with the system that's in place. Couldn't tell by the copper-colored glow of my face that I'm not from Africa, at least. You couldn't tell by looking at me. They described me just like you described Jesus. My damn grandfather. Can you imagine that? I'm the son of God. Oh, that's like saying you're the grandson of God. Yes. That's what they say though. I don't know. This shit don't feel celestial enough for me, but this shit feel very regular. I am not walking in the middle of the street hoping the car stop either. I ain't playing with none of that shit. Them niggas crazy. Their belief about lies is too much for me. I'm gonna color in between the lines. For everything but my damn enemies, I'll tell you that right. The fuck? Honor thy neighbors and shit. These are not my neighbors. You cannot be a colonizer and a neighbor. You gotta pick one of those. And if you're a neighbor, go ahead and run me your taxes. You know what I'm talking about? They weird. They don't play this game. They want you to play the game that way, but they don't play the game that way. That sounds like some narcissism. That's the United States of narcissists, if you ask me. Checks out. It checks out. That checks out. That right there. Describe the Western one world. Majority of narcissists. Then everything makes sense. You solve every dilemma in your head about what's wrong just by understanding what I just said. Colonizers and their legacy of rules that they can't read or follow breeds contempt and narcissism. Because you require that type of audacity and delusion to keep playing a fucking made-up game in absence of the honor of who you really are. It's a two-way robbery here. They're not just trying to rob us and the legacy of our ancestors. They're robbing themselves, ultimately. They're not going down as Israel, Jewish, and American in my goddamn history book. Oh yeah, the invaders were wilding out, name stealing, carpet bagging, dolls rolling shit, just making up shit in English on King James. And then they fucked up everything. It wasn't fun no more, and then they disappeared. Weird story in fucking millions of years of history, but hey, now we here. Wow. They waiting for Jesus to come back. Was the dumbest shit I've heard. Why would my grandfather need to come back to this world? Did they redress that back? How people who don't like so-called black people expecting for a black God to come back and save them? I want to get to the bottom of that layer right there. I want to know where their brain stops the calculations. Black people are this Charlie Kirk ass niggas. How can someone like Charlie Kirk believe in Jesus? Are y'all fucking retarded? Jesus is a black guy. Like an American black guy. Not an African, not an Ethiopian, not an Egyptian, not a brown person randomly over there. No. His kids came here. Their grandma from here. Roof them all back, they over here. Egypt over here. So you go back in time to when this was called Egypt. That's around the time they wrote the Bible. So when they're writing about Egypt and converting it that language, they're talking about here. Sodom and Gomorrah, Sin City, here. They're talking about here. A long time ago. Before they asked got here. A long time. So they don't have no witnesses. I get it. Why are they using our language in our book, though? That's the whole fucking problem with the whole world history. This ain't none of their shit. It's none of their shit. So they don't have no world history. As a result, sadly. Going forward, you can't rebuild. You can't. Just like they disconnected the train and try to reconnect it and put themselves in it. You can act like that when it's already written, yeah. But you can't reconnect it going forward when you don't have it no more either. You can't reconnect it to a time before it because for hundreds of years, that time didn't exist for you. I don't know why they did that to themselves. and they're scholars, and all the smart high IQ people who cannot just read 3 different areas in the Bible where everyone in that damn Bible is still brown skin. Abed Melech Gomor, Isaiah. I wonder what he is. Jesus, copper, bronze, woolly hair. Very specific. That's very specific. This guy, black as the sun. Shit, he been outside all day. It's a desert after all. None of that describes white people. None of it describes white people. But here's the thing. If it's an American book, why would it? We didn't have white people. So it's not racism. It's like we're over here in the world where they didn't discover. So why would we be considering people that haven't discovered us? Why would we be talking about people who haven't discovered us yet? 400 years before their discovery. Get it? It's common sense, by the way. It doesn't sound like it because you have first to get past the fact that the people who lying to you have always been lying to you. And their kids and all their friends after this. Absolutely. The beauty in that is because they lie so fucking much, they have lied to each other, and now those lies are getting out of hand. And it's costing them entitlements and benefits. There we go. Stuck the landing. Stuck the landing. Russia is threatening their national security. China is threatening their national security. That's real. But their national security is their lie. Russia and China has been telling the truth. Well, the same way that Israel pays Google to do propaganda pro-Israel, which is neither. Same way they do. By giving us these stories and these artifacts. The shit that we hide in our museums, they're the ones uploading the pictures. That's why I have so many of them. They know. And Anatoly Fumiko knew. He wrote that book in code too, so that he could sell a lot of copies back to the Americans. And if you know how to read good enough, you know where he's getting at. Like, oh shit, they lied about everything. Wait a minute. If this ain't there and that ain't there, who was there first? Oh, so those type of people were there then. Yes. And we're here now, by the way. We haven't went nowhere. We're the only ones that haven't went nowhere. Yeah, I'm still in America, shit. I've been in America as long as the Bible's been in America, it seems. So, it's kind of weird. These strangers come around talking about they're my cousins. They don't seem like cousins to me. They don't seem like cousins to me, and that's important on King James. So they're not my cousins, bro. That's beautiful, man. They can't afford the entitlements and protections that we are supposed to uphold in their worldview if they're not in that worldview at all either. So, fuck them. Quite literally. I know what you did last summer, bro. I cannot offer forgiveness to people who have not apologized. And they can't apologize because they can't face themselves. That's the illest shit about it. They can't fix this with an apology. An apology, it would be followed by reparation. Most African Americans, people like that, who found themselves victimized to be here, they will be entitled to reparations of the corporation that promised them certain things and did not deliver. True. That's not my story though. I might have a few of those in my story though, where I would benefit from the corporation cutting a check, for sure. Our thing would be reclamations. Reclaim. Proclaim. Reclaim. And it's a reclamation because it's already ours. That's why it's different. They can't repair nothing with me. They can just offer reclamations, which would include the United States itself. Yeah. My family owns the United States. Yeah. I don't think they know that though. I think they lost track of who we were. Very convenient in the fog of war and no telecommunications. It happens to the best of us. But the we the people for the people thing was registered with my father. Thus, the bank, the land, the resources, it's my family's. What it's turned into, preacher Jekyll Island. So what I'm saying is, the de facto United States, when it's done, potentially the real United States, its original inception, may remain, but only if it goes under the process of reclamation. Yeah. They would have to tag me in for that, by the way. They have to. Bloodline, birthright, hereditaments. They couldn't skip me if they wanted to. Will they do it? Lord, I've seen God do weirder things, so I'll let you know if they reach out. But one thing I do know, whether I live or die, or they reach out or not, the shockwave was already sent. I did my part. I told the damn truth. Watch how fast this bitch turned. I don't speak to the corporation. I speak to the spirit and the land itself. I speak to the trees and the insects and the birds. They drop feathers for me. That's birthright. I'll get better at it too. They don't have enough time to catch up to that, sadly, because their whole system is baked in how much fiat they have. Control of others, not control of it. It's not a system, it's people. It's people who made the system or participate to create the system. Their abuse of power and abuse of people is why they're fucked. I'm just reminding the world that they abused us first. The people they're pretending to be and care about and go to heaven with, not gonna happen. Nope. Not this round. Shit. That'd be impossible. Because the Bible does not say nothing like that. I don't know where they get these ideas. I don't know where they get none of the ideas from. Maybe they should stop using English. English always going to tell them to a person who knows how to read it. No. They're selling that shit so that you enjoy your slavery for a better life afterwards, which they cannot guarantee. Because it's a life they won't be going to their damn selves. It's a Ponzi. It's a Ponzi system of belief. The weird shit about belief is you only invoke that if you don't know. Do you know how to get the keys to the kingdom of heaven? Do you know if you're one of the chosen ones? Do you know who Jesus is? Do you know? Well, if you know, we ain't been talking about belief around here. I ain't talking about what I fucking believe. What the fuck I need to believe for? I need to believe in myself, in the thoughts and the abuse and the trauma of the system, encountering, believing I'll get through it one day, because we don't know. I mean, it's been 40 years of else, so I would need belief for that until it's made manifest. And I'm like, oh, maybe I know a thing. But when it comes to that book and all that other shit, that shit in my name already. I ain't gotta believe nothing. Who the fuck I get that name from? Nobody else came here. That was, and if anyone else came here with that name, they're related. So it's still the same grandfather you go up on. Be the grandfather at least. The fuck are they talking about? I love that. I love that I'm aware of this. And all your Dr. Umars and all of them are going away. All your pro-blackity black conscious God and Jesus people, they ain't got nothing to say. All at once. That's powerful. Then you'll understand what time it is. Closing time. Every new beginning comes from some other beginnings, and they don't know who they want to take home. But I know what home they ain't going to. Hopefully they have a backup plan. I hope they have a backup plan. They ain't got no backup money. They ain't got no backup banks. They ain't got no backup lenders. So they're gonna have to do this on a people level. That's interesting. That's an interesting game they gotta play. They gotta learn how to be human. With no practice. That's a hard trick to land right there. I'm telling you one now, that's a hard trick right there. To go from, hey, I'm the reason why everything's fucked up for you and your family and your ancestors, but I'm your friend. All right, friend, go back home, please. We'll call you, don't call us. We need to heal. No beef or nothing, I mean, shit. It's just, your grandfather's best friends came over here with you. I get it. You didn't choose, per se. You chose to keep the bullshit going, though. You went to school and learned how to read and everything, and you didn't figure out the truth yet. No, you wasn't even trying. Get out of here. How fucking hard is it? Jesus is copper-colored with woolly hair. That's it. You ain't gotta go nowhere. How do you imagine something else? The fuck is copper? This is copper. This is copper-colored, buddy. He's this color. I'm copper-colored. American Indian. Indian red is what they call it. Because we're not black. Very weird story. It's so confusing. Thank God I've met Africans. I can see the difference. Shout out to them. They have a very similar story of people bullshitting in front of their face. So, they killing, what, Nigerian Christians, right? That's rough.
That's rough right there, bro.
They do not like the idea of Christianity out there for some reason. But the poor people who became Christians for the benefit, for the relief, for the human aspect of it, they don't deserve to die. But the fact that they're dying because they're Christian is a lie. Those are not Christians. The fuck's a Christian? Those are antichrists? That's what you're saying? These are people who converted to a Vatican thing? You can't do that anyway. That's just some language model. That's not a real thing. Who are they for real? Like, what are they grandma saying? Before Christianity even touched down, what are they? That's what they are. I'm not a United States citizen. My straw man is registered at birth. I have to exist and sustain myself through citizenry. But that's not what I am. I'm not one of those things. I can't be both things. I can't be a direct descendant of all the sovereigns and then be subsidiary to sovereignty. No. It's birthright. I'm a sovereign by birthright. In their system, it wouldn't matter. I know. That's why that's never the point. The power does not come from their system either way. They cannot enforce or revoke that. That's the game. I'm not seeking their foreign immigrant colonial permission to be myself. But because there's so many participants in this current world, I have to act like everyone else. Yes. Yes. Undercover boss baby. I'm just undercover boss baby. That's it. It's not fun. But then I understand how serious my role is. It ain't supposed to be. If it got fun for me, I would never do this. If it worked out for me, maybe I wouldn't have read so many extra pages. If it was what they said it was, then I wouldn't have said it just now at least. Oh, I ran out of time already. God ain't playing with me. There ain't no belief. There ain't no belief. That's the hardest position to take. To be a damsel when you're the son of King James. No. We looking for benefits. Nigga, I go from United States black law amended unratified benefit package to none at all. There's no benefits to be a royal in a corporation of colonizers. Not one benefit. It does not help me. And I think that's why so many of my other family members originally stayed quiet. Yeah, a lot of my family know already. They wouldn't tell nobody, but ain't nothing they can do about it, actually. They took the citizen route. We call them sellouts in our culture. A family full of sellouts in the last 150 years. But at the same time, how could they sell something that ain't theirs? So it's only in paper. Don't worry, narcissism was in the Bible. Meaning, there's narcissists amongst my people. Same story, different chapter. The first chapter, stay away from those evil ones. And they were all black people. Not all black people, but all the people they're talking about are black people. But it's black people talking about evil black people, in case you're confused. There's the not evil black people and the evil black people. Evil black people is what allowed this to happen. Lazy. Testing. Concrete effort to lay waste. A bunch of wild beasts. John 13th. Hello, good seeing you. Gotta go. Be good. Shout to Jason John. Oh, now I see. They love the Ethiopian Bible. The atheist Bible, yep. They don't even know what they draw onto that name combo. They touch all the artifacts and expect their kids to come out alive while wearing a womb slicer hat behind the closed doors. TV at pieces 3. Reclamations. We have to get reclamations. We have to reclaim what's already ours. They can't give it to us. They don't have it. They're defending what they stole with weapons in the military. That's where their power is, in shooting people. And people are trying to figure out, how come they won't ban the guns? The guns is why they're fucking here to begin with. In case y'all missed something in United States Service Corporation history. Christianity is a military. Christianity is not a belief system. It turned into that once they got stationed and started killing off my ancestors and clearing the land. They kept it going, the narrative. But its inception is not to get people to heaven, obviously, right? You want to try to bring people to heaven and then go somewhere else and rape strangers, would you? That's a contradiction to the damn 10 Commandments, ain't it? But Jesus died for our sins. Who the fuck are you? We're not writing to you. He don't know you. What are they talking about? He's not a Christian. How would a Judean die for Christians? It sounds like the Judean died for Israel. Are you stupid? Go home to Poland or Ukraine or something, right? Ain't that where y'all from? And then you go back 100 years prior to that. They ain't from there either. Because that's the Holy Roman Empire of niggas. Same story. Same story. They'd still be under my father. That'll still be my father's land. That's the illest thing about the West. They goofy. Nothing changes that. They're not royals. They're presidents of corporations. That means they have no royal authority, nothing. Which is what all their laws are under, in case you're wondering. They operate, they're an indention of that. They're not their own thing. How could they be? They would need their own land, and they don't have any. Mr. Now says, and that dinner they had off of those benefits for being quiet, gone in the toilet the same night. What a shame. They're not even respectful enough to become constipated as a self-sacrifice gesture. Wow. Jesus didn't die for an entire breed of pedophiles. Impossible. 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 It's impossible. That concept did not exist in our society to even account for it. If they just said they just met us. Even the people today who talk about the hyperbole of the United States prior, their bloodline ain't there either. That means you just got here too, so you can't even speak for them. And you can't speak for us. So there's no reason to even invoke God, Jesus, and Bibles. Like, that's how ill this is. It's a mental hierarchy of entitlement. Going to fucking school with colonizers don't make you smart, man. That makes you indoctrinated by colonizers. That doesn't make you smart. The fuck? You can learn a whole bunch of nothing. Have you been on the internet? That's school. Just slower. It's just a bunch of hot takes that 3 people agreed upon with authority and benefits. It hasn't been fact checked. McGraw-Hill, ill, nasty. Bunch of faggots. Yeah, real life. So, if you want to drink water, you should test the water source. Why would they lie about that? Colonization was the best thing that happened to you niggas. No, this is the worst 150 years of our lives. Thank God it wasn't 400, because y'all wasn't here for 400. 200 tops. Y'all ruined our lives in just 200 years. Just by being here. On that bullshit. And still is. They're still here on that bullshit. They haven't done anything contrary to that. They're trying to keep the bullshit going. That's why, it's sad, because we're all affected. No matter where we picked ourselves in the story, because although the story's not happening to us, it affects us. But the bigger story is what I'm speaking to. I'm not speaking to individuals. I can't. This is not individualistic. This is a holy war, they say. All right. I'm descendant of the Holy Roman Empire. So they went to war with me, I guess. If they keeping the bullshit on today, they're still at war with me, I guess. So I'm going to keep speaking to their destruction with my divine gift from my ancestor, who had this gift. Bloodline of prophets, not a big deal.
It's a bloodline of prophets, it's not a big deal.
Remember, prophets are not fortune tellers. That's the biggest difference. They've used that word. Now, a lot of kings in them have fortune tellers and soothsayers and readers and astrologers and astronomers. That's a gift that a lot of different cultures and pedigrees of people can. It's like a talent. You can develop that. It's skill based. It's pattern based. Prophecy is different. Prophecy is you know what's going to happen because you said so. Let me call your attention back to the Bible. Micah and Ahab. What did they try to control? Why did they want to lock him up? Because his prophecy was the negative outcome, right? But how did they want to? But if he was like, you gotta think about it holistically. If he knows the truth already, good or bad, then you know there's nothing you can do about it, right? So why did they feel in his timeline aware of these gifts, obviously, because they're consulting one? Why would they want him to say something different if it was all net? Exactly. It's when the prophet speaks it into existence is when it starts to happen. So they're trying to hedge their bets also. That's the same reason why they want to kill the firstborn boys and not the secondborn boy or the thirdborn boy. If all of them can do that, then they'd kill all the boys, period, right? They want to keep none of those. They want to keep the women around to risk it. No. They want that firstborn boy so he isn't born with that gift that he inherits from that first egg, I guess. Yeah. That'll fuck up anybody in power for real. True story. That's why the abortions and all the randomization of sterilizing our people and our sisters and birth control, it doesn't make it impossible for you to ever have kids. But if that first baby is a boy, if he don't manifest correctly, he will not have certain gifts or abilities, which is probably why they substituted the game with autism. I ain't playing with you. It's in the Bible. That they go after the firstborn boys of our people. Why you think in America they're targeting our people? Same fucking story. They're colorblind. They can't tell the nuance between an Indian and a Negro now. Cool. You ain't supposed to. Why the fuck are you trying to tell the difference? We don't worry about it. I fuck with everybody, all colors. Until they start talking about my ancestors. Then I gotta step up. Like, no, that ain't what that is. That might be what you say it is, but if you give a fuck about the reality of life here, that's not what happened at all. Allow me to better inform you, and then you can check this for yourself, you know? Nah, that ain't that. This is a tiered benefits package for people with nationalities, which we're the only group in the world that doesn't have one. Isn't that suspicious? How come I don't have a nationality? That's how you get them. The United Nations, how come we're not there? It's the United Nations, that's why. What is my nation called? Exactly. How do you unite nations without a king or emperor? You can't. So what is the United States? What is the United Nations? Representatives of corporations. You got it. You got it. So the whole world, Craig, got the game fucked up. Don't miss that. That's why it's not racial in that way. It's a Western program funded by what? The Rothschilds and Rockefellers. And the United States use a bunch of niggas to go blowing up people and intimidating them 700 bases. So they all decided to play that game for benefits. And it's not working for none of them right now, if you haven't noticed it. This is post-World War II, not post-Civil War. This ain't post-Civil War. This ain't post-American Revolution. This is post-World War II bullshit. They scrambled everyone's leadership and then put new people there. From Denmark to Europe to South Carolina, nigga. They did that. That's the World War was, to get rid of royals. They've been trying to kill off the royal bloodline since 1775. Ain't that what they fucking told you? They rebelled against the royals, right? French Revolution was against what? Royals, not presidents and commanders and generals and congresses, nigga. It was against kings and castles, bro. And at that time period, put a dot in it, those are all Moors. Royal bloodlines are Moors, bro. What the fuck they talking about? I don't even understand anything. I really don't. I really don't. You can get some other things, though. Niggas be choosing, having side bitches and all kinds of things. 700 there, 300 there. I get it now. But when did your side show up? Like, nah, let's be reasonable. I'm still here. We ain't go nowhere. I'm still here. The bloodline of David and all of them, we are right here. That's the illest shit about it. We ain't disappear off stage, exit stage, and then everyone else out of nowhere took our place. Nigga, no. They be lying. They be killing people and shooting people, boy. That's not a war. That's betrayal. The fuck? They came over here hungry, broken, fucked up, crazy, sick. Ain't that sound like some people? Ain't that why you would go find Jesus? Come on now. Don't play with me. They came here to be around the people that all had that background, took advantage of it, and within a generation or two later, betrayed us. So it's not the same people. And I keep emphasizing that. The original people that came over here just to do business and commerce with the permission and having the City Muhammad Imperial Majestic paperwork to form the United States and then to take over after whatever happened with the opium wars over there in fucking Boston and shit. Yeah, that may have been as organic as a story as possible for them niggas. But notice that story is not addressing royals or nobles at all. Why the fuck would we be in it? They're registered to us. We're not in that story. So a lot of people be trying to look for us, and you be trying to look for royals and nobles in a story of pirates. The pirate boats belong to the royals and nobles. So if you're looking for us, look for the flags. You're not looking for people in that story. Prince Whipple went right under your fucking nose. Why is he a Prince Whipple? He's a slave boy that was slavery with George Washington in District of Columbia, which is not part of the United States. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Benjamin Banneker right there. That's his. That means they took over the White House after they burned it down, right? Then find the date they burned down the White House. Then you'll find the date where they betrayed the Moors. Game over. Don't miss that. It's very easy to deduce. Is that you need one variable correct. And once you get that one variable correct, then you can start solving the key. X, Y, and Z shit. It's algebra. But I am not the first Negro to tell this story. I'm just the first Negro who could tell the story that's in the story. They talking about my granddad, boy. They talking about what they heard about my family, and I'm the family member. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm letting the world know. Everyone who can hear this. I'm not making this up. It's shot out. I know. It's fucked up. ×2. But it's not a lie. I don't get any benefit in a world full of people who betrayed my family. And just kind of left us out here like we're lost at sea. I'm not lost at sea. I'm right here in the middle. I'm landlocked. Would you believe it? No matter what happens to your territory, you can still keep on fucking. Can you imagine that? Like, damn, niggas trying to kill me. Let me escape. Finally got away from them crazy niggas. Let me go fuck on something. Can you imagine that? Like, that's a crazy pattern. Like, people who are known for fucking, no matter what they have and don't have, they just continue on fucking, man. They've been fucking since before the Bible. Can you imagine, like, people who are professionally fucking and creating people, like, lost something because of some ignorant ass motherfuckers who ain't got shit, betrayed them, just kept on fucking? Imagine that. Yeah, that's crazy. You'd have to use your imagination for some shit like that, staring at King James 14. Yeah, it's crazy. We gotta figure that out. I'm gonna figure that out. I ain't old enough, I guess. They said this shit begin at 40. The Quran. So, I have the unfortunate privilege of looking over my shoulder for the next 23 years. Not a bad thing, though. I was kind of already doing that. I was primed for it from my environment. But I didn't know about all the I didn't know about all the cool stuff that we got going on until recently.
I was like, oh, okay. That's why Judas and all of them were saying that. Like, God does show up for us if we on our deen. Truly. God is definitely worth believing in, but even way more worth knowing. You don't need no church for that. And unfortunately, you don't even need the Bible, since they lie about it. If I had to rely on the Bible to find myself or God, man, cooked. But now that I found myself, now I could read and cook. Like, oh, okay. This does not insinuate none of these things that we're dealing with socially. This is talking about the business of the people in this book and how things were for them. And whoever wrote these, or whoever wrote these, whichever one of my ancestors assembled these things, they're getting at something. They had the only books we wrote if we created language. But those books, those testimonies, if you will, they're testaments, they're testimonies. A testament is a testimony. What are they testifying in that book? What's the point of telling people who already know 66 different times that God is real, if that's the testimony? Most of those stories is telling these people to stop entertaining and giving energy to false gods, so they're in a God paradigm. And there's lots of false gods. And then they say some shit about how India, Indians had like multiple gods. And then these assholes called this Novo India, New India. Mm-hmm. So even amongst my people, by our damn selves, everybody went on the same accord, which is why they were given different land. Cool. So then that means the people of the book are a very specific people of our people. Subset. Who are they? They ain't everybody. Even with everybody around us, the writer, the person, the story, the timeline, the location is everybody wasn't there then. So who was there then? If the Old Testament's a documentary, who's it following? It's very specific. If you get a New Testament after it, what's the New Testament following? The impact of so-called Jesus, right? No J and E, but you know what I'm talking about, Yeshua. Joshua? He's Joshua? There is a Joshua in the Bible. Old Testament too, by the way. It'd be very interesting if you read it and keep in mind that could be Jesus. Because no one told you that shit was sequenced. No one said that. It didn't say book 1, book 2, book 3, book 4. No, there are a whole bunch of different scrolls. The order is probably not even important because of what they're telling you. It's not a history book. Don't take it literally. No, let's take it chronologically. Let's take it something. Let's take it and find out if it's none of those things that you take another book as, then what kind of book is it? I won't tell you the answer, don't worry. The clue is in the name. Holy. It's a holy Bible. What does that mean? What does holy mean? In the Bible itself, where does holy refer to? Usually when it's invoked, the word holy. Something in heaven, right? So let's substitute this one word at a time. There's something in heaven Bible. Cool, we're almost there. So the something in heaven Bible. All right. But then in America, 1611, right? This is before American Revolution. Don't forget that. We're not the people in the American Revolution. We're the ones fucked over in it, of course, business-wise. But we're not the ones fighting for something, because we're here, at least, we have the date, 1611, right? It goes way back before that, because we mixed in with Mama Inga, which is still our family from Egypt. So don't miss that. Don't miss that. It's deferred incest. Like, you leave for a while, Hebrew around, marry some new bitches, have some new kids, then you come back to the territory, and then when they mix in, you don't have those genetic problems. Hence, why we do that.
12 tribes, not one. 1 times 1 equals division. So every time you take 12 different pedigrees of people and you put them in the same existence, at the end of 200, 400 years, you no longer have those individual people. And if you do, they're very isolated and unusual, very small population. They'll be replaced by foreigners in every story. Hence what happened here, right? We know. That just happened since the Civil War, when we were the majority of the whole fucking continent, as the 1800s. Keep that in mind. The problem is, we're the majority of way less people. They immigrated way more total people overall. So the whole thing about what happened to the Indians and the millions died and the millions of slaves, no, they didn't. They don't have 1 million grave sites. The fuck are y'all talking about? There wasn't that many people. That would be dumb as fuck to bring millions of people to America who were slaves when they couldn't afford fucking a couple slaves as of 1751. So who's buying? Come on now, stop fucking playing with me. They immigrated way more people and repopulated and grew bigger than what it was than when they came. But it was bigger than that as we dig and find older civilizations here all over the place. Yeah. So we're the remnant of Israel as of 400 years ago. Keep that in mind. All of Israel didn't go to the promised land, Goofy. In the Bible, it tells you that. So if they took all the tribes out of Salmaneser's hand, Pharaoh, that's 1200s to 1400s, that time period, and all of them didn't make it here, then you have way less of a population than you think it is here. Thank you. So when they came over here, they just kept coming over here as a military. That's the problem. That's the Barbary Wars. When they got to the West Coast, the Empire State, Inland Empire, Empire City, Montezuma and them, they attacked him. Why would people trading spices suddenly turn into a military force to attack emperors? Do the science. Think about how crazy that is. You're exploring the opportunity to expand your business in Japan or China right now because they have the 3D printers and all the cool shit. And then as they're helping you get your product together, you just kill everybody in the warehouse. That's the history of these people. By the way, it wasn't a war. How the fuck do I beef with an employee? Why am I going to war with a nigga that ain't got a job and can't create one? Like, you got to think about the cost, loss, benefits to such a ridiculous idea. If you beat a bunch of pirates, what do you get? Your ship back? If you beat a bunch of people who are using your gold and mining your resources, what do you get? Your resources back? You don't get nothing battling these motherfuckers who make corporations or presidents. Get it? They don't have shit but the corporation. And that only exists, what? On paper. It's an idea. Hence why it needs trust between people. Trust law. How to hold each other accountable for business. That's not empire business or biblical business. None. All of that is de facto fiat in its own inception. It's based off of something else tangible, which is why you call it fiat, because it's not tangible. It's holding the idea as if it were. That's the spellcraft, by the way. So you got to enter the stage with magicians, people who understand something about alchemy and metaphysics and how to fuck it up. That's why you need our help. Hence, we have sellouts. It's the sellouts who put this story together. They're the only ones that could. They're the only ones that would know enough culture to summarize and simplify and codify things in order to convince such a large amount of us to go with the bullshit going forward, that is. Remember, we're a remnant of people. We're not the peak of those people. The year is 1611, nigga. The Bible is not from then. So we already went through a reset. And then we got split in the desert.
Everyone didn't leave the desert. A lot of Israel stayed behind that desert. It's proverbial, wherever it is. But the people that went to the promised land were the ones who didn't stay, and it wasn't the majority of them. The majority of them were reprobate, missed the old culture, didn't mind the foreign god Baal, didn't mind the bullshit, didn't mind the gold, didn't mind the bitches, didn't mind the murders and the killing. Hood nigga type shit. But imagine that as a majority of warriors. Don't forget that Israel is a military at all times once you have kings and emperors. That Bible is documenting wars, right? Kingdoms, Exodus, all these are wars, right? So it's not like a tribe of people going woo, 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 and throwing spears at each other. No. Ark of the Covenants, flying craft, chariots of fire, Sodom and Gomorrah, Tower of Babel. I mean, utter destruction. Wall cities collapsed. We're talking about that type of military. Not, oh, we killed 200 people and we have their berries. No. 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 That's why you can't join that. That's why you can't believe yourself into those people, to all the fair-skinned people across the world. You can't convert to that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is fundamental reading comprehension shit. That book is about a military. So, one more time, the Holy Bible that's documenting at least, specifically, the story of a military. What military is it, by the way? It's a Holy Bible. Okay, so it's a holy military. Okay, now we're going somewhere. Now we're going somewhere. So question, if it's a holy sun book about the Son of God, sun worship if you get it, but the Son of God came before the sun did. We determine what the sun is, don't we? So the sun didn't create the God. The sun didn't create the religion. The people who use language models, they equated the Son of God to the sun in the sky. Not the other way around. Like, we got to reorientate our vision about these writers here. A military. Okay. A holy military. Don't miss that. The Holy Roman Empire. The part that's a lie about that is the Roman part. We're not Romans. That's the lie. How did they take something from BC and fast forward it to 1611? If the Roman Empire fell so many years ago, then how's my grandfather the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire? 400 years ago. Do it one more time in your head. Rome and Greece fell in their books, and the way they tell it, they weren't fucking there, obviously. But those ancestors' civilizations fell. Okay, cool fucking story. And then my grandfather's the king and emperor of the Holy Roman Empire 400 years ago. I don't want you to miss that. That landmass over there did have a holy emperor, though. And it would be my family member. Absolutely. We are not Romans. They did it again. They switched the word backwards because they're backwards ass people. Amora, Roma. Amora, Roma. The Holy Empire of Amora is the Holy Empire of Love, which is the Holy Empire of Venus, which is the Holy Empire of Isis, which is Mohammedan. The Ottoman Empire. See how easy that is once you know algebra? So he's not the Holy Roman Emperor. But he is, though. He's the Holy Amora Emperor, right? He's a brown guy. It has to be, right? That's my grandfather. So he's the holy. Don't miss that. That fuck everybody up. The holy part is a designation for kingdoms. It's not for science class. It's not for these stupid-ass Rockefeller universities. You got to know the rules of the people who used it, not the rules of the people who stole the language. The rule is if you're invoking holy, you're invoking something heavenly. And I'm going to tell you why that is. My Father throughout in heaven. You know the rest of that? So if his Father's in heaven, his Father's in the place where the holies are. Okay. So the guy that the book is about, by the way, the whole thing is about somebody today, like as all those stories unfolded and how it's presented to us later after the stories happen, we can acknowledge as people in the future that all of those books and those stories of a military
from heaven, lined up, and there's one main character, I guess for the new people who stopped writing or reading or whatever, got scrambled 400 years ago. They stop right there. Like, all right, so this is King of King, right? That's what it is, right? That's why it's hot in these streets, right? That's why they believe in shit. Like, because you understand these people come from kingdoms. There was no Walmart 200 years ago. So they understood if they converted to something and they read it themselves without the context of who we are, and they just had to accept it or, you know, or indoctrinate into it, they have to understand what King of Kings means because they come from fucking kingdoms, don't they? Don't they? They do, don't they? All these people would have to have betrayed or left or served a kingdom. There's no fucking corporation prior. Thank you. So this is recent fucking history, isn't it? We've had kingdoms until recently, didn't we? We just stopped having kingdoms as of the Civil War. Have you noticed something? All right then. All right then. All right fucking then. So keep that in mind. We've had kingdoms for a long time then. They're in the Bible. So knowing that, they come over, man, they come over here with this bullshit. Knowing that the King of Kings is an emperor. So the Holy Bible is about what? A holy Amor emperor. It's named after him, by the way. It's the King James Holy Bible. Who's King James? The Holy Roman Emperor. You see how it loops? So what is that book about? The Holy Roman Emperor. Who's the Holy Roman Emperor? Jesus. Ain't that why the fake Romans and white people have a Jesus and Jesuit and all this stuff? Right, because the first Holy Roman Emperor is Jesus. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that means if he's a Holy Roman Emperor, he didn't just stop after they try to set him up and hang his ass, right? He kept on living 3 days later. I could have sworn that's the whole basis of Easter. Isis, Venus, Mohammedans, right? See how I did that? See how it's all right there in front of you the whole fucking time? You just don't have the key. I'm giving you the key for free. They go to mystery schools for this stupid shit. So the Holy Roman Emperor of the world is Jesus. These popes and these fuckboys are just stand-ins pretending to possess the title and authority of such. But before you create a system around it, it's a person first. Who's that person? Who's the first Holy Roman Emperor of the world? Jesus, yes. Absolutely. That's not his name though, but the placeholder, like what they're getting at. The King of Kings is an emperor, and the Kings of Kings in their story is a guy named Jesus. There's no J in Hebrew, so it's borrowed from another story of what you would have an emperor of the whole world. Now, here's where the story gets so fucking cool, bro. That we didn't use none of those words. Arriba, or is it a Roman? Is it a Arriba or is it a Roman? I don't know what I am no more. Am I African American or am I a fucking Roman? Or is there just no such things as Romans? They're all just Phoenicians. It's weird that they do that with history. I was cooking, but I should be back. 3 in the chat if I'm back. I am back, but I might have to 1.5 that so the timestamp line up. Where my lighter go? I'm not looking for a lighter. I'm looking for a marker or something. I'm gonna have to start like buying sheets of paper. Oh, I'm back. That's a 30-second delay. Fast forward. I'm running it back real quick. I know where I was in that Roman build. Because I don't think people know what a Holy Roman Empire is or what a Holy Bible is at all, actually. Since everybody's in a belief system. Fortune telling is giving someone lottery numbers. Prophecy is knowing the winning numbers will ruin the life of who bothered you. So much for them. Mr. Now says, wouldn't have called them brothers and sisters while sacrificing for them if they were that. Jesus didn't die for an entire breed. Yeah, he couldn't have. Now the royals ain't doing shit. And they thought the world would be left behind after removing all the world's shareholders. Absolutely not. That's the blindness on top of that. They call it a reprobate mind in the Bible. The people who took over had a reprobate mind. And thus, it just expanded to more people. Harut says, can't speak no real life issues unless it's some pre-written letter on New Year's Eve. Ending it with God bless Denmark. Not anymore though. Mr. Now says, that's why everyone's kung fu fighting mat. Anagram of kung fu fighting is fucking also on the mat of a martial art behind closed doors, a moral art. Yep. Shout the kid. We back. Cool. Fast forwarded. All right. Trying to figure out a system. I feel like I need an extension cord. This phone battery is a liar. It's on at 10%, but it turned off at 10%. I don't get it, but I do, actually. They're full of shit and they're reporting. Same thing with the Holy Roman Empire. So I was going somewhere with that tree. I was going to see if I can draw it, but I think I'm running out of marker. There we go. False marker. I actually have it. I have it. If it writes, that's another fucking miracle. Yeah, so the Holy Bible, holy means something. It's not behaviors. There's a behavior of holy people though. But some people think like the holies and the holies of holies and all this stuff is like a ritual. Something you do, something you practice, something you take seriously, a routine. No. Holy is angel. Holy means angel. What are angels? In the hierarchy of a patriarchy. They're sons of God. Okay. Sons of man, sons of God. Sons, remember that's plural, by the way. Somebody lying. Sons of God are in the Old Testament. Don't miss it now. And Jesus said he had brothers and sisters right in front of him. Hebrews 13 again. Don't miss that now. Hebrews 13 tell you, be careful who you entertain. You might be entertaining angels. Well, there's angels down here that look like everyone else, is what they said. How would angels, holy people, be down here and look like everyone else? My Father, through in heaven. Okay. So what they're saying then, for the man that walks amongst you, some of them, Hebrews 13, have the bloodline of angels. We know. Now that's interesting because the blood of angels is why that's important, not the man himself. That's the careful part, because the blood is holy. So all the shit they're doing with the sacrifices, and that's why they target people like us. It's for angel blood. It's not for blood itself. They would just use chickens and cows, and it'd be highly effective. Instead, they target my people. So keep that in mind. Don't worry. And of course, it's right here. This marker's gonna run out before I draw it. Maybe I just need to draw it for myself. So I got holy angels like the sons of God. All right, and then you got the cool one. The cool one is you get a Holy Roman Emperor, no Roman. And his official title is King of Kings. All right. Before you have a Roman time period, I guess, 400 years ago, the same thing would happen here in Egypt, ancient Egypt here. And the King of Kings there would be called a Pharaoh. And we have something very similar in the Bible. Although the kings of kings, Jesus was there, they're saying that there is a Roman Caesar. Maybe a large territory, but not the world. And that could be problematic, right? He didn't know who his boss was. Maybe his boss was undercover. Same story. We always seem to be. So I think that's how the kingdom of heaven likes to do it. It says Hebrews 13, right? Right in front of you. All right, so you got the holy angels, sons of God. You got the kings of kings. You got Pharaoh. You got Caesar. And who are they saying that is? And according to the Holy Bible from the Holy Roman Empire of King James. Who's that guy? Who could put their name on a Bible, you would think? Who do you think in the hierarchy of things in the Bible and then after, who audacious enough could have their name on a Bible? A book about angels. Who could put their name on? Like, who could sign that dotted line right there? Who be like, yeah, on me? King James. Thank you. King James is King of Kings. As of 1611. King James is King of Kings as of 1611. That's why it says Bible. It's his Bible, by the way. I don't want you to miss that. Like, it's not a guy. It's not like a dude, like a random dude who kind of like the church or the Vatican or something. It's like, bro, that Bible hits. What if I brand it and market it as mine? Nah, that's not that. Nobody will allow that, actually. Nobody of their right mind anywhere in the world would even honor that because they know he's fucking playing with fire. Right? They were believers before they got colonized. So, King James of the Hebrew Bible. Don't miss that. Because I think other people got Bibles, don't they? So the Septuagint's a Hebrew Bible. So he's the King James of that. So if the Septuagint is a Hebrew Bible, I know it confuses you because Hebrew is Greek, but Hebrew or Greek Bible, if Hebrew or Greek Bible is for Hebrews and Jews, and King James is putting his name on that, who's he a descendant of? What's he saying? He's saying that he's a Jew, so he's the King of Kings of Jews. Ain't that what Jesus is? I could have sworn that's what Jesus was. Jesus was King of Jews. That is a crazy story right there, boy. Why are Jews important? They're Chaldeans. What does that mean? They're star people. Okay. What does that mean? They're my Father thrown in heaven. Jesus' daddy is definitely not human, is what they're saying now. We can fill in the blanks today with our real life and kind of see where they were going with that in real life and not in the fantasy of the life. But in real life, whoever this character is really is telling you, and everyone around his kingdom and empire who created it based on this fact, it's not a thought after, it's not a belief after, it's not a book after. They're already living the reality that some people down here have parents who are from heaven. That's the premise of every other story that you read in there. That's the premise. That is not fiction. That's not what they came up with. That's where they're coming from. Before they have a Bible, they're already coexisting with multiple species or sublayers of people, even behind the damn sandcastle itself. In a world full of black people, can you imagine how hard that would be? So Jesus, daddy, is in heaven. My Father throughout heaven. He was dead ass serious. He wasn't playing with you. You know who else dads are in heaven? Royals. That's how that works. That's how that works. Because you're the Holy Roman Empire. You're royalty. You're imperial majestic, in fact. The imperial is going to tell you everything you need to know. Instead of doing IMP, like imps, like they are, do EMP. Imperial majestic. That already tells you they're from heaven. That's it. Now, there's much debate on what heaven is. I think people are saying they want to die so someone can save them and take their body to space. Because heaven is above, right? Okay. So his Father is from above. Do we downstairs right now today know what's above? We don't. We have no fucking clue for real. We got with NASA another Hebrew word, which is weird. These white people love our language. NASA for deceive, snakebite, if you've seen the Apollo patch. Dual tongue, Hegelian dialected, all these cool little things these fucking nerds learned on a boat on the way to college campus, I guess. None of that makes sense. They're not from the background to understand it, so they applied their own fantasy and their own superstition to the same word model. But that's not what we're talking about. That we got to get above that. So they never were right, so they can never be right about this. That's the fucking problem. Is you don't need a royal or a fucking noble to come down here. Shit. Don't forget noble and in parentheses gases. Hello. Which driving the spaceship. Thank you. Noble gases. Royal bloods. B. Split it up. 13. Come on now. It's right there in front of you. Don't you worry about it. It's always 13 bloodlines. I know that's right. It's part of the science. I'm the 13th of King John, by the way. Okay. Must mean time is up for somebody. All right, so we got that. So we got Jesus, daddy, heaven, above. Royals, imperial, majestic, bloods, noble, guesses, blah, blah, blah. So we're talking about a collaboration, if you will, between above and below. As above, so below. As thou kingdoms, as in heaven, on earth, as it is in heaven. I think we did it by the Bible, though. Don't miss that. Remember, the Bible puts you back in time. So you're reading things before they happen. We're after everything happened already in the Bible. So my Father, thou in heaven, holy be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. So there's already a heavenly empire downstairs. Just don't miss that part right there. I wonder what it would be called. I think the word holy would be in it. And the whole book is about an army. Oh my God. What's the name of that army? Israel. So who is Israel? Jacob. Who is Jacob? Abraham's grandson. Who's Abraham's grandson? The first general of heaven's army. Okay. Just making sure we're following the same story here. Abraham the OG, wasn't he? He was shutting shit down in Egypt. He was letting his wife or his sister or whatever. That sounds like Adam and Eve, don't it? That's crazy. That's crazy. He said, that's my sister. Same thing Adam would say, right? That's the same thing Adam would say, right? And motherfuckers who never lived in a Chaldean or know that Egypt is in America are gonna hypothecate and pretend like what it was like if he was married and the thing in the Jews rules. They're not Jews yet. So why the fuck would Abraham, a Chaldean out of Egypt, be following the traditions or cultures of any motherfucker standing alive right now? Are we retarded? No. He was being literal, like we usually are. That's my sister. We're the same genetically. But they asked him the wrong question. They didn't ask him, where the fuck you come from? You know why someone in Egypt of the land of America wouldn't have to ask that question? Because they probably would have saw the fucking spaceships. Abraham. So that means they're already fucking interdimensionals already. We know that, right? Because Enoch came before Abraham. So we already have mixed bloodlines down here. As soon as they start writing the Bible, don't miss that. The Bible is being written after it establishes that there's mixed bloodlines down here from different planets. Don't miss that. Please don't miss that. Please don't miss that. This world ain't new to us. Sci-fi world ain't new to us. They stole it from us. But if we come from sci-fi world, then who stole it from us? Some sci-fi world ass people. They just suck. So Israel is Jacob. Yaqub, by the way. I don't know if you heard about a thing about the Muslims or something. They're confused in the Quran or something. The Quran puts the Y instead of J. Isn't that interesting? It's almost like they're Hebrews. Alrighty, Sabbatean Sabbath. People who honor Sabbath on a Saturday, right? On that day, God rested. We're all in that story. Tell them stop fucking playing with me, part 5. So maybe it's a boy and a girl, since law of gender is for everything, as above, so below. So same story. We'd have a mother, but if you talk about our fucking mother, we would have to end you. So maybe we just didn't include her. But it would be us that make that decision, not them. So don't miss that. Okay. Has nothing to do with patriarchy. This is not a form of a government, nigga. This is the army of heaven. What the fuck is going on, boy? Ain't nobody here for no fucking feelings. That book ain't got nothing to do with nobody's fucking feelings. It's a military campaign. Then go ahead and rewatch Avatar real quick. And then put us in those airships. And us in the blue bodies. And us mixed with the blue bodies. Yeah. Same story. We are the military of heaven. The children of archangels. Ours is Michael and Venus. Gabriel. Allah. There's other angels though. And there was other angels that came down here and had kids first. But they're not the emperor, king, or royal of nothing. As above, so below. Hence, that book didn't start getting written. It's not following the bloodline of them. It went through a beeline from Lamech to Enoch, and then it followed some other tribes of people and different mixes and different slaves that came in and intermixed and created these different breeds of sandcastles. But the thing driving this operation, Hebrews 13, is a hidden soul group or a hidden spirit or a hidden light that's coming from heaven into these bodies that's doing a secret military operation, if you will, that deals with genetics. I guess creating avatars in which you can just beam down instead of just sending one from the spaceship and dropping it off. Imagine they pull that off and then he gets soul tied to his body and they start having kids. And instead of a brand new kid from the world being born soul-wise, there'll be more people from the airplanes being born downstairs. This way, upstairs doesn't have to worry about making bodies in transport and delivery. It'll self-replicate itself. So when you need to come downstairs on several of your planets, because this is one of 4 moons that we have. He's an emperor. And that's what I'm saying, you gotta put some respect on it. My father has many worlds and many kingdoms and many mansions. Yeah, they're talking about different moons and different planets. Quite literally, when you add what we think space is to a story where they're not talking in this language. Yes, They're talking about the same thing though. Yes, that's the thing. They were not hallucinating. They mapped stars first, nigga. They know they're talking about what's in the celestial bodies, hence the Sabbath part of everything. They follow the moon rituals. They know people are coming from what they're looking at, or that's representative of such, since that's created. Psalms 19:1. And they know what is created after. Don't miss that. And they know they're not native to this landmass. Trust me that. The promised land could be a whole different fucking planet, and Noah's Ark can be a fucking spaceship, since we were talking about people who come from heaven. Don't miss that. It's common fucking sense, because we know this already, but the way they bifurcated the understanding and created this fantasy version of life, and then you apply it and you kind of got to look at where you are today and go into the fantasy. No. Go into it how it is right in fucking front of you. I'm documenting every type of fucking UFO I come across right in front of you in my YouTube shorts. I'm not making up nothing. Those are not what you think they are. Those are people. But people don't come from here. People don't come from this moon. This is not a moon. This is a colonized moon. If you start to understand everything. So if you understand what an emperor or a king of kings is, and you understand laws, as above, so below. So would Jesus not also be the king of kings when he gets to heaven? He can still have a father in heaven though. You know how like it is, like your dad can be running everything and then he want to retire or do something or go somewhere else and mind his fucking business? Or if you're a father yourself and you unlock everything for your son before you give it to him, you know how like a book that emphasizes genetics and generations might have a situation that'll occur where management would change, but the only thing that changes is the generation of management and not who the manager is? That's crazy, right? That's like the whole go forth and multiply seems to be the first commandment ever, besides don't eat that damn fuck. You did it anyway. I knew you were going to do that. So now that you've done it and you committed yourself into this contract out there, I'm going to put you out there and you do what you do best, Abraham and Sarah. They reproduce really fast. They themselves together couldn't have a child. Genetics, my sister. Didn't say they weren't trying. So she said, take Hagar, this Egyptian, meaning of the land. They just came from upstairs, by the way, somewhere else. Not heaven itself. Another garden, another planet. Venus is a garden, by the way. They could came from Venus. So they come over here, they go outside to whoever these land creatures are, humanoids. Remember, two different things going on. It's kind of confusing. The confusion is every soul is not from the kingdom of heaven or its army. That's it. What that means is if there's something above that's also not heavenly, there's room and opportunity for the evil spirits that come from there to have their own territories in space, since we're using the same language to describe the same concept. So it's quite possible that the version of us that we all live in was created by the people in all these books and these religions. Yes, that means it's also possible for something else to come in and try to hijack it. Yes, because this is the technology they created. Don't miss that. Their ships are synthetic organics. We are synthetic organics. We literally have a silicone chip in our brain. Don't you miss that. And it's nanotech. It's in your blood. Don't miss that. You generate your own power source. You have electricity. You have everything that you need. Don't miss that. Don't let these faggots call something biology and you think that that's the first thing here. Don't miss that. So if you convert this whole thing to space, what they're saying is the humanoid class of people that created the planet itself to be sustainable for other humanoid people, the people in charge of that, they are the Holy of Holies. They are the Empire of Heaven. As those people understood what their role is where they are today. We're not from here. The people who built this are those people. Those people put us in charge of these things. There's other things here. They're not worrying about that. They're giving it to us. We gotta earn it for the sake of these. And amongst us, we don't know. They're already down here too. Watchers. Right? Plenty of angels down here. just because they're an angel and a human does not mean that it's theirs, though. Nah, and honestly, if you think about it, that's not what their interest is anyway for being down here. They're not interested to get anything. They're not human. We're not down here to get something. It's ours already. It's exactly what people think life is already, which is the funniest thing about it. We're just saying, everyone's saying the same thing, but without the hierarchy. Yeah, whatever. If you have a soul, everyone don't assume that. Everyone don't even voice that way. Everyone don't have that conversation. But if you have a soul, there's quite likely quantum entangled electricity and everything in between it. It's quite possible that your existence or essence, whatever form it is originally, is somewhere else. Yes, obviously. Previously on X-Men, how did we figure this out? So killing the body, the host of hosts, the Lord of hosts, don't miss that Hebrews 13, the Lord of hosts. So the host body that can house a soul, obviously, our technology, right? Our technology isn't the creature. Our technology is a creature that holds a soul. Let's run that shit back. Our creation isn't the whale, it isn't the deer, it isn't the tree. I'm pretty sure that's some copy and paste shit. You ever played those games before? The creation that the Bible is following, though, the creation of the descendants of Adam and Eve and Abraham and Sarah, that is the first time in the story awareness of people writing this type of scientific idea, is that these are the bloodline of the people who could assign souls from heaven into sandcastles. You gotta follow that. You gotta understand what they're talking about. Why that bloodline? Why they did not want to corrupt it. What they were talking about as scientists. These vessels are ours for manifestation. Oh my God! Yes. Who's talking? People in heaven, right? Mm-hmm. So if people in heaven are having a scientific heavenly conversation, then who's that Bible for? Who are the people of heaven? Angels. Okay. So the Holy Bible is an angel book. All right then. All right. Let's stop the tape real quick, because I'm giving you too much angel sauce, and that's what I'm saying. Don't mind their fucking business. How do you convert yourself to an angel, bro? How do you believe and become an angel? What is that? What is this madness? It's a book literally titled Holy. So if your ass ain't angelic, it ain't yours, right? Like straight off the top. If you have a category in a bookstore, not whether or not morally or freedom-wise you can read it, but if you pick out from the holy section, you're not dealing with religious faggots and pedophiles. You're dealing with imperial majestics who come from heaven. And the only way you can come from heaven is if you're angel blood. Okay, so holy angel blood. So this is the angel blood apocrypha of texts about angel-blooded people, like Jesus, right? The whole linchpin of their belief system, is it not Jesus? And is Jesus not a son of God? Does that not qualify him walking around with humans, Jews in Israel, in captivity by Salmanassar? Does that not qualify him for what the fuck I just described to you? Since no one can see it, since no one could believe it, yet he was. That's the whole linchpin of every belief after it. That they slept on some nigga, Hebrews 13, and then found out somehow to go backwards and honor that forever, everywhere at once for some fucking reason, right? Some fucking reason. Why? We can get to the history of how that would happen. But for some fucking reason, like, nah, he was one of them ones. Yeah, I know. Yeah, let's not forget that again. Let's put his name on the Bible next time. Yeah, I know. Do it. Go ahead. What name they put on that Bible? The category of angel books, angel blood books. Who's angel blood on that? On King James? On King James, right? King James got his name on that Bible. Any other king or emperor you know got their name on it? Jesus only got his name on the Bible. That's crazy, right? There's no J in Hebrew still, so you know his name ain't James for real, but you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? You gotta change that J to a Y. What you get? You get Yama, you get Kama, you get some Dragon Ball Z shit, don't you? You get some Afro-Asiatic shit real fast, don't you? You turn that J to J, you turn that Yama, you know, like how Moorish Latin, they say double L is J or Y. You starting to see where that shit comes from? You starting to see how they're playing the game in front of my fucking face? That's the only reason why I fucking took Spanish, so I knew that fucking rule. Of course it's Yama, because it's Y for Yamaha. That sounds very Japanese, don't it? That's crazy. There's no Japan back then, but I see why you would say some crazy shit like that. Like some samurais, right? With more right in the middle of them, right? Yeah, like the last samurai, a black one, but he's from Africa. No, nigga. Because before you get an African samurai slave and all that, you gotta tell me that a samurai in the show, that's the same thing as a chief and someone who's under a pharaoh. Don't play with me. Who's running the whole fucking island, bitch? Don't fucking play with me. Why he running the island? Shit, he don't have a mainline base either? How the fuck he get isolated on an island if he a king of kings over there anywhere? He isn't. Oh, I know only one Afro-Asiatic in human fucking history. This is the best part about this story. This is where you get the word Semitic from, anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic would say you're anti-what? Anti-Afro-Asiatic. Oh my God, these motherfuckers, ugly motherfuckers look like Afro-Asiatics to you. I don't fucking think so, but I do. So as an Afro-Asiatic, my damn self, on King James's grandson self, don't miss that part, what I'm saying about myself, that if King Yamaha, Khan Yamaha, King of Kings, Khans, yeah, Archons, you've heard this word before. Yeah, they spell it like they spell it because they're stupid. But no, we're Archons. We're Archons, Archkhans, Khans, kings, Arch kings, kings of the Ark. Yeah, kings of the Ark. Psalms 19:1, this is an Ark. This is the Ark ship. One of many. It's an artificial environment. Traveling through space, isn't it? We going somewhere, obviously. But the ship itself is technology, and they find it all around it. They can't dig deeper than 7 miles. It's an artificial layer there. They've never seen the core before. Know that. So much so they said that the core seemed to have stopped, and it hasn't fucked up their science yet. That's weird. It's fucking weird. I guess if you make up every fucking thing in 50 years, you run out of fucking common sense. They didn't know we had AI and computers to check it, I guess. Stupid fuckers. But this is an artificial environment, and that's what they mean by the Matrix. This is real. It's created artificially. It's augmented reality, not artificial reality. It's a reality. It's real. It absolutely can't be destroyed. It's that real. But it's artificially constructed. AI, all that shit that they're trying to do, they're trying to recreate what this is. They're trying to Russian egg where we are already. This is already a Russian egg. This is a craft itself. It's terraformed. And it relocates species here. Noah's Ark. The Bible talks about that in Genesis. It talks about giants, magic, technology, genetics, and relocation. Don't it? Like, first story out, really. They cook up Abraham and Sarah real quick for you and say, pause, hold that. And they're like, you gotta read Enoch later, but nah, we telling a different story in this part because we want to tell you about this genetics in Genesis so you understand how it went from a different planet and how it got to your ass, the reader. Don't miss that, man. You'll miss it if you don't know, if you don't believe in other planets and beings and humanoids. I get it. That's the point of why they don't talk about it and why everything I'm saying is classified. Guess what clearance you need? Zebra, Majestic 12. But I'm a Majestic, so I don't need their clearances. How would I get their clearance? The fuck, they're studying my ancestors. The fuck wrong with these people? So, Majestic, Imperial Majestic Descendant, so, which is an Imperial Majestic Ascendant, right? North Node. So, as I'm ascending the ladder, Kundalini, right? Pineal gland activation, right? On some Hindu shit, like my grandfather. So, as you understand, for us, as we tell you this and reconvert, we're reclaiming, we're rehypothecating our shit. Reconquista is what I'm doing. I'm not whitewashing or blackwashing my own shit. That doesn't make sense. But I am reconquisting the narrative of it because it doesn't make sense without math. So mathematically, heaven on earth as it is in heaven has happened already. And the people who are writing this book, dealing with the genetic of the very specific Semitic bloodlines and the mixes thereof, to qualify those vessels, new wineskins, new wine bottles, in old blood, right? You familiar with that? They read their Bible in church, don't they? What does that mean? Why would it be talking about blood and wine and vessels all the time? Not for your mock ritual abuse of eating a white boy on a cracker and drinking grape juice on communion, bitch. That sounds like cannibalism. Ah, eyes open. I know, it just hit somebody. Yeah, witches and weirdos, pagans, something like that. I don't know, miss me with the bullshit. None of those niggas are angels. The fuck are they doing with the Holy Bible? A bunch of immigrants who don't know nothing, speaking my father's language, with a book about angels, coming to a land full of them. They're military. I told you already. This is a war against heaven's army. It's a holy war. It's a war against angels. If they call it a holy war, it's a war against angels. So they're doing this holy war against light-skinned people, but only my niggas are dying. Don't miss it. They control the media and the lies and the narratives. That is not what they're doing, bro. They try to get us to take the shots while acting like Ukraine and Russia and Israel can't just stop tomorrow. They can. But Russia's backing out of the plan. That's why he's showing you the images of the angels, the Holy Roman Empire. They're Jews in Israel, though. I know it's confusing. You don't know nothing about Judeans and Israelites being in Rome, because Rome doesn't fucking exist. It's a placeholder to hide the fact of who we are. Because since 1611, the Holy Roman Empire is King James. Already. And he's before that, by the way. This is his son doing this. King James is already gone. It's his Bible, though. We didn't get it until 1611. It's a family Bible. So why would anyone else get it? Exactly. But his son, John Smith the Explorer, my grandfather, he brought it to the Virgin Mary land colonies in Jamestown, named after his father. The emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor. So my grandfather's father is the Holy Roman Empire. Absolutely. They're like this. So all the movies and all the other dumb shit is a lie or entertainment. Cool story. They're references. They sampled the lore. They're heartwarming, though, if that ever fucking happened in human history. But it didn't, of course. They made it in Hollywood. Don't get lost. The holly tree for magic, right? Deception. So they spent a good 120 years deceiving us. Fuck everybody else, bro. Our people love that shit for some dumb ass reason. They love that shit more than they love themselves, if you notice something. So that's what the problem is. You cannot love something you don't know. There's no belief for this. Where does your fucking grandmother stay? There's not a whole bunch of fucking time and people to move her around any fucking way. All right, then. So, yeah, under the empire of King James and his kids. That's what it said. This is what they're telling you. The reason why that Bible is in America is because this is the empire. The empire is not the map. The empire is not the language. The empire is not the effects. The cause of the empire is King James. He's the king of kings. He's the king of everything. And there's several of them, you know, up and down, right? This is traditional. This has happened forever for what we're talking about. Before you start calling them Khans, you would call them pharaohs. That means something else was introduced and mixed again. And then now we're something else. So that means obviously something else introduced and we mixed again. But the bloodline of angels is the same. That is the Mandel. That is the dominant gene. What else can mix with the thing we created? Like, doesn't make sense for us. For everything else is a different story, perhaps. And maybe there's other writers too. Maybe there's some who are allowed to be here too. And maybe there's some that snuck here. And then you just hypothecate that to piracy. And then you'll read about the seraphim in their wooden boats. I know, it's crazy. That's crazy. It's like it's in the Bible already. It's just that they changed the word model to mean something imaginary. I know that's right, because it ain't fucking theirs. So I'll show you. Same story. Holy is referring. Let me wipe this damn lens off. Which one's black? Holy from heaven, angels, the whole Old Testament, sons of God. You know, the three that visited Abraham later. Yeah. The three sons of God came down. Well, Jesus was the only begotten son. What does begotten mean? You gotta figure out what fucking begotten means. And then you'll understand why they're sons. Okay. So you got King of Kings, which is the Pharaoh, and then Caesar's later. You got Jesus, whose daddy is throughout in heaven. All right, well, that'll qualify you for a son of God. This is literal then. They didn't believe Jesus was a son of God. The people writing know he is. Because his father's from heaven. Sky people, UFO, something up there. The heavens, the firmament is created to create the waters from above, and we'll call these the heavens and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, everything above the firmament, bro. Guess what? We're under it, so we don't know what's above it. We're looking at a reflection of something. Above. And it could be a projection of what's on the other side, but that is not the other side. That is artificial. Okay, so you have the royals, the bloodline, from the imperial level. That is the dimension that's outside of the firmament. So outside of this creation of this garden, out of this Eden, there's other humanoids, to keep it simple, They are the imperials. So when you have a royal, when you have a holy emperor or holy imperial, what you're saying is your son of God from above is downstairs in these gases, these souls, your breath, your spirit, noble spirits, royal spirits. These are spirits from above, heaven. Whereas the evil spirits and other things after Enoch are the ones that stay below. So if they're created below, they stay below. But if they're created above and came below, they can go back and forth. Hence the redemption of the bloodline of angels by their brother Michael. Thank you. Thus, majestic bloods, B, 13. Tribes of Israel, Jacob. That's important because of who his daddy is. The bloodline of Jesus in the sandcastle on the mommy side is Abraham's people. Ruth the Moabite and all that. That's the difference. His mother, his natural mother, is still from the bloodline of everyone else that's a king already. He's royal on both sides, but he's extra royal because the angel that's his daddy is the emperor of heaven's army, and he's downstairs having him. That vessel, but inside that vessel is a son of God. They're from above. Their origin is older than this planet. They come down here as these vessels and then do things. I don't know any more than that. They didn't write no more than that because the people writing about that are down here somewhere. So anyway, so you got the Royals, Emperors, you got the collab. So you just look at the collab between Venus, Mercury, and Europa. Everything that's outside of this is considered heaven. You have to fly or do something cool to get there. You're downstairs, obviously. We have Abraham, OG. That's Otto the First, by the way, for Europa. And then you got Israel, who is Jacob. And these are Jacobs, what they call Yakub because of Arabic or something. Same fucking word. All right, but that's an Israelite. Okay, so not a Muslim and none of that other goofy shit people be talking about. You got military of heaven's army under Archangel Michael and Gabriel. That's the female though, so you only hear about him. So if you look up Archangel Michael, who is he? If he's not the emperor of heaven's army. Alrighty then. He's the one that comes down and saves people, isn't he? Angel-wise, I'm talking about son of God-wise. If you reclassify the sandcastles to sons of God and you do the sons of God story, do the son of God, Archangel Michael. What is his job? To come downstairs, right? He the only one that come downstairs too. He's the only archon. He's the only archangel that comes downstairs to do what he does. There's other watchers and angels here. Not all of them are in the army of heaven, though. Like, don't get that twisted. They could be other characters from upstairs, but that does not mean they mean anything to the sons of God, because the sons of God is a declaration for the royals in the army of heaven. It's very specific. It's heaven, then it's military, then its military commander is then the emperor, king of kings. As above, so below. So he's the man downstairs because his soul, the sun itself, is the man upstairs. There might be several men upstairs, but for this story right here, this Bible, this book, this territory, Europa, this moon, this planet, the people here, my ancestors, what we are saying is, we are the people of this demonstration, and this demonstration comes from these guys that come from this place that is codename heaven. That's who created the sandcastle. That's who is also implanting the intelligence or the light in the vessels, especially these classifications of bloodlines, since it's him plus 12 others. 13 bloodlines of angels from heaven. Mixed the sandcastle part of it so that they could reincarnate or send others into these positions. As we understand it, the emperor has no clothes. Why would he need them? He's from above. He don't need one of these suits. So if he comes down to be in one of these suits, what the fuck's the problem with that? It's his whole fucking operation anyway. Of course he can come down here. Of course he would, and his son would, and his brother would, and his uncle would, and their sons, and whatever that time scale is, or however many generations that exist above here, whatever that is, that I can't fucking fathom it just yet, because they're lying about this. But if I can extract and triangulate, I can imagine as above, so below. Like, all right, they upstairs, they have kids. And that upstairs has the technology to make all of this. So however they experiencing their reality, when they come down here and they pick one of these bodies, they're still the same thing. Because this is their fucking language. That's the illest shit about this. The holy, all these, this language is from upstairs. The sons of God taught this. So if the sons of God gave you math, language, literature, magic, technology, blah, 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 then language itself is from heaven above. So if we have it downstairs and its origin is telling you it's from something celestial, the damn vocabulary for the Hebrews is the constellations, goddammit. It's astrotheosophy, nigga. It's based on what they see on the damn firmament that they say was created by a third party that comes from above upstairs. That's all we know. We see this shit. We see the vehicles, bro. We see the cherubim, bro. We know they're here. They have a group called Majestic 12, nigga. They just missing one. I guess they're missing the fucking King of Kings in their bullshit. But they named everything after us. Look it up, Majestic 12, CIA and all that shit. Real life, nigga. They ain't got no fucking Imperial, Majestic, and none of their shit today. But the Constitution belongs to the Imperial Majestic. So how come they don't fucking know where the fuck their manager is? Read it. George Washington letter to Sidi Muhammad on God. How did they address him? As a goddamn angel. So the United States Service Corporation of 1775 was getting its permission to be fucking here in Mama Angel Land, England, Mama England, Inca Land, Angel Land. You can't get no permission from nothing from nobody unless they're a fucking angel to be here. It's an angel land. Get it? New angel land colonies. The Eagles have landed. Downstairs. Him downstairs. We're downstairs, nigga. That's the whole thing is about. It's very specific. On earth as it is in heaven. Which one's first? So it's old blood in new wineskins. AKA, we're from another planet. Cool. This is ours. That's why this is not unique. Anybody else who here ain't from us is from another planet too, obviously. That's the bullshit they're hiding, probably. They don't know how to get the fuck back home. E.T. can't phone home. Yeah, ETE done fucked around and landed on a territory of the military of heaven, not heaven itself. So if you have a military that colonizes the world now, 700 bases, how the fuck you think we're doing? I'm just the bloodline of Archangel Michael. This shit is his. Jupiter 2, by the way. Jupiter 1 is Zeus. Jupiter 2 is Michael. Hence, it's a moon. It's an expansion. It's generational. Yeah. The sons of God. Linear. Hi, how you doing? Those are my grandfathers. I'm the greatest grandson of God. Linearly. Since we're alive right now. And those are my ancestors. So whatever the fuck they think that means. Hi. But I can tell you what it means. We're from space. It's not that deep. It's equally fucked up. This is our planet. This is our technology. This is our language. This is ours. And we are stranded on a moon, obviously, in captivity by a hostile alien force. Now put yourself back in StarCraft. It's a top-down view. You're looking at your command center. You're looking at the enemy. You're looking at yourself. Now imagine if StarCraft had enough CPU power. You said, Let me go in there as a Marine myself. These motherfuckers keep missing the hydras. That's what we did differently. Why would we come down here and die down here when we can just manifest into one of these bodies and see for ourselves how severe the threat is before we send down some shit to end all of it for everybody? My last short, it's a mothership, shorty. They ain't coming here, nigga. They can miss me with that Atlas 13 bullshit, nigga. We down here. Atlas is down here, nigga. Atlas 4th generation. City Muhammad 4th generation. Mount Zion 4th generation. We been down there. We're not fucking people. But no one else should be here either then. That's my fucking problem. Everybody down here should know that. That's why we're down here. There's a kingdom of heaven. Get it? The souls come from heaven with us. A lot of people trying to go back to heaven and they just left there. Goofy as fuck, dumb as fuck. I'm only talking to angels. It don't make sense officially. They try to new age the shit and apply it to everything, and I'm still saying the same thing they're saying. That you live forever, you're eternal. I know. If you're one of us. Because this is not what we are. So if you die down here, you still live. It's literal. This is not your first vessel. This is not your primary character. That's why your reality and consciousness feels like that. You have you, and then you have the animal. It's your animal. So it's a military manual for angels who manifest in these bodies with all the things you shouldn't eat, all the things you shouldn't do, and all the way you should construct yourself so that you live a long time. They want to enhance the quality of your what? Experience. Ooh, so hard to do right and wrong. You want to stay down here or what, bitch? You ready to go back to work? Or do you want to take a day off? All right, so while you're down here, follow these rules and you'll be cool. Yeah, there's some bugged out shit down there, but trust me, you ain't got to worry about it if you remember who the fuck you are. All this shit only matter down here. When we die and go somewhere else, none of this will fucking matter for real. That's why detachment's required. This ain't your environment. I don't know who these other motherfuckers are. Till this day, they ain't right about it. I know there's seraphim and his and him and isn't hims. There's all kind of other things behind these vessels. But they normally don't have our vessel. That doesn't stop evil spirits from having our vessels, because that was our first problem. Noah's Ark. But those are our vessels. So it was nobody. Everybody was the same genetics. That book is about the genetics of this vessel. This ain't the only vessel. So their story would go different. I'm not talking about they out here. I'm talking about they on other planets. They would have the same heaven, though. They would have the same emperor. And that's how Michael fucks around and has at least 4 Galilean moons. From Jupiter. Zeus. We start saying the same thing again. Jesus, Jesus. Same story. Yeah, Jupiter too, though. In their story, his father's Kronos. Interesting. Father time. Saturn. Crazy. Bigger than Jupiter, allegedly. Wow. Older. Saturn. Satan. That's crazier. Saturn is Satan. Don't get it twisted. All right, Sabbath. On Saturn Day. You get everything? Did I miss something? The father of Jupiter is Saturn. The father of Zeus is Satan. Who made him a bad guy? Jehovah a bad guy because he do as I say, nigga. I'll fuck you up. That's a bad guy? He's the fucking leader of heaven. What option? Why are we talking about democracy? In the idea of what that's saying to you. Wait. My grandfather's the bad guy? How? We're Sabbath. We're Sabbateans. We put that shit on a Saturn day. So when these faggots come around talking about we worship the devil, they're talking about their devil. They're saying we are devil worshippers because it's their devil. What the fuck does that mean to us? Not a damn thing. How the fuck you gonna call my mother and my father your devils? You're on their fucking marble, bitch. Why is your dumb ass here? Take your ass back to your God or whatever the fuck you got. You see what I'm saying? This is a multi-dimensional problem. It's not about them finding a land or country they come from on this planet. They don't. That's the problem, guys. That's why they never dig up themselves. It's because they're not here. They're not here in no previous timeline, but they're here now in front of us, yes. So that means they recently got here in front of us, yes. Within the last 400 years, absolutely. We got here from another planet. Now do the fucking math. Europa was invaded. Obviously, Nuremberg space battle. They got a painting of it. They didn't win because they ass still here. They're landlocked. And this is an artificial environment. You know, Rick and Morty, anytime something went wrong, Rick hit the button and the house get locked down. And what them white folks said that be chilling. This plane's on quarantine from reptilians. Oh my God. Don't tell me it's on quarantine because Sarah from here. But this the illest thing about that story. That'd be threatening if you were the United States. Who are they locked down here with? They don't know that part of the story. That's why this shit don't make sense to me. If that story is correct, and I'm following this logic as best as I can with algebra, this invading force that's stuck here and took vessels and hybridized them so that they can drive them. Not everyone that's hybridized has that driver, by the way. But the ones that do, the ones that know, they're locked down here with Heaven's army. Archangel Michael kids down here. And all his niggas. And all his brothers' kids. They're fighters. They're cons. In heaven first. This is second or third or fifth. I don't know what dimension it is to what we're talking about. We're talking about outside of the ceiling. They're the army of heaven in the sky. They're the people who could colonize planets and moons. Like that type of military. The shit they're dreaming about doing. We come from the people who do that already. Not used to do that. This is still their fucking moon. Which is why you see all these goddamn spaceships and they don't want to talk about it. You see them. I see them. I make videos. You can watch the video. They're here. A lot of heavenly craft are here. I wish they built that shit down the street. They would not have a power grid issue. That's even if they want to pretend that's their shit, that's stupid as fuck. You investing in all this shit, you about to lose everything. How you gonna lose everything and have some shit like that? Where the fuck they think they going? I tell you one thing, the shit that I just saw a couple nights ago, I saw that shit up close. I didn't see that shit in Atlas going to the sun and moon under the firmament, by the way. So that means Atlas is inside the firmament if it's next to the sun. Oh my God. Yeah, Houston, we got a problem. I mean, Atlas is here. They called it that. Why they call it Atlas 31 backwards? Hebrews read the other way. Atlas 13. Now there's a story of Atlas. Atlantis. Where'd they get the name from? The god, Atlas. Why he down here? Why would Atlas be on a planet? Because he's the one that maintains it, right? The so-called rebellion of heaven comes from that story, where you get Atlas from. And as a punishment, he was given earth. His punishment was to move. He's a Hebrew. His punishment was, all right, you don't like the house rules, and here's your own house, bitch. Read it. It'll tell you. AI will tell you. Atlas' punishment for rebelling in space was to get a planet. It's his planet. Whatever that code name means. So it's like Atlas would technically be the emperor. So they're saying Emperor 13 is there. I'm John Smith 13, and John was the emperor of America. At the very least. I don't know what the fuck was going on out over there once we left. They left for a good reason. They're sandcastles. Everybody in them sandcastles ain't from heaven, though. They still got a story to tell. They still gotta live and do whatever the fuck they do. Maybe they want to go to heaven, too. They went to a heaven military school. Shit. Sound like they trying to be recruited. Into heaven's army. Not to heaven. What are they talking about? Christianity is a military against heaven's army. We are products of heaven's army. Classified, right? Genetics, technology. mRNA is their attempt, right? Of modifying our shit again. That's copyright infringement. Last time I checked. Do not cast any graven images. Do not corrupt your image. That's right. Your ISO, your source code. What is that for us? Blood. What have they been injecting? Blood. Who have they been using? Ours. They're using our blood to make your vaccines. Imagine that shit. And then when they give it to us, it's like incest times 1,000. It kills the host, just like we can't carry certain babies. Am I Jews? I'm Judean. You know what a Judean is? One of the tribes of Israel. You know who's the Judean in the Bible? Jesus. Aaron. Us. The firstborns. They're going after Judeans, man. Hate to see it. Hi, how you doing? I am King James' grandson. I don't have top 3 Taylor Swift songs. I listen to real music. Judah created music. We have an ear for these things. I wonder why. I wonder why we love music and song and dance. A whole book of psalms dedicated to such things. How convenient is that? That the people in the book are the people who always singing songs about the book. Because out of all the things you can sing about, your best musicians lost their damn mind in church. Yep. Imagine if they knew the fucking truth. Who's in charge of praise and worship in heaven, by the way? Who else left heaven? This story's familiar. So Atlas rebelled against Jupiter. But Atlas is from where Jupiter's from, so it's one of his sons, obviously. Titans. Battle of the Titans, the sons of God. Alright, so the sons of God had a battle and each one got their own planet and rock. And that's why you got the Greek-Roman astrotheosophy down popping. Okay, so God had a few sons, obviously. What about his daughters? He had any begotten daughters? Anyone ask that question? I don't think they asked that question. Did God have any begotten daughters besides Michael? I don't know. Maybe. And they're like, who was in charge of praise and worship in heaven? I think they said it was Lucifer. Lucifer was. They call Lucifer the devil. Lucifer is not the devil. That's weird. That's not what it says. Show me where it says that. No, Lucifer is Lucifer. Lucifer is an archangel. Yeah, Lucifer is an archangel. Lucifer's like right there next to God and stuff, right? Yeah. Like Lucifer outranks like heaven. Lucifer's the second was, I don't know how the story goes today, but the way they told it back then. Lucifer was second ranked in heaven. You know what's so interesting about Lucifer being second ranked in heaven? That means Lucifer is second ranked everywhere else in the territories. Only second to God. Can you imagine how high up the hierarchy you got to be as that archangel? Now the story is this archangel didn't want to bow down to something or disobeyed a heavenly command. and as a result, was kicked out of heaven. And through another scripture, the writers deduce a third of the stars' heaven came down with him or her. I don't want to spoil it for you, since Louisiana, Lucifer, Lusitania is always feminine, but you act like there's only dudes fucking. All right. So Lucifer comes down, and a third of the angels of heaven come down. Oh, into sandcastles. Oh, they manifest from above, from upstairs, and they manifest downstairs. Yes, they leave heaven above the firmament, and now they're down here. They decided to come downstairs. Lucifer decided to come downstairs. That's interesting. Huh, Lucifer decided to come downstairs. Why would the person right next to God say, you know what? I don't want to be close to God right now. I want to go do my own thing for a little while. It's freedom. Yeah, because Lucifer is Venus. Must be a daughter of God. They always the first ones to leave the house in my culture. They're the ones closest to dad, too. Firstborn girls? That's crazy. Firstborn girl that doesn't want to bow down to her little brother. Can you fucking imagine some shit like that? That sounds familiar. He the head of the household. I'm older than him. And he's stupid. Nah, you gotta listen to him. I don't want to listen to him. If I gotta listen to him, I'm leaving. Maybe it's a prodigal daughter. Maybe we consider that. I don't think we've considered that. Maybe Lucifer was able to come back. I mean, her brother Michael came down and brought something like that. Something like that. It's more like that than it isn't, because Michael's like, fuck it, I'll go get her. She don't listen. You know she hard-headed. And out of Lucifer, you get Venetians. And out of Venetians, you get Medusa, another black girl with dreads in her head. And she's so beautiful, but she got an ice cold stare. Yeah, she'll fuck you up. You didn't meet one of my sisters before. If anyone shared that trait, I know it's one of them. Hold on. Then we got goddamn. You got Lucifer as a degree. You got Gabriel as Venetian for sure, is green. You got Libra, Liberty. You seen the copper colored statue they tried to hypothecate? It's supposed to be copper colored, inversion of green. You know how it is when it rusts. Pennies turn green. The green turns copper. Some oxidation or some shit like that. Like your blood, by the way. Don't miss that. Because we get this from our blood, by the way. So, but our blood comes from another place, which is why we get the skin. We get the skin because of our blood. The empty vessel design could probably be any color it wants, depending on what its blood source is. The source of life is blood. All that other shit is quantum. The heart, the brain, all that shit. The non-local storage. You being able to walk out your body and still see yourself. That's probably why. Your technology. Your biotech. They want to do that. They're telling you they want to do cyberpunk. Nigga, we're space punk. They want to do cyberpunk. No, we're dimension punk. They're a few degrees off this one, shorty. They way behind. Listen, they a whole Bible timeline worth of time behind of wherever they were. And they were advanced, by the way, if they came off a spaceship. Yeah. They're battling giants, bro. That is not no Bronze Age flex. That is impossible victory. But they won. They destroyed whole cities from the sky. I don't know what canon that is. Aye, but that is not what you put on the pirate ship. That is not how you do that. You do not call fire from us. You do not turn pillars of salt. But none of the tools they lying about they had. So who got pillar of salt tools? That Ark of Covenant, you touch that shit wrong and your ass is dead. Not stabbed, not bled to death, not a tragic ending in the disease. No, as soon as you touch that shit, you out of here. Yeah, that's technology, boy. That's some electromagnetic boogie convulsion. That's something. It did something to that nigga's heart. He just dropped dead after touching it the wrong way. Shit. They didn't like God jump out of heaven, bring a hammer, hit a nigga in the head, and then jump back into heaven, and no one saw him. Nah, that ain't what that. That's alliteration. What they're trying to say is, without trying to say it, I guess, without this language model, because it wasn't written in this language to begin with, but for lack of translations of what exactly it is, what they summarized was, this shit was pretty fucking serious. This Ark of the Covenant business is really fucking serious. The Ark of the Covenant was a gift to the bloodline of Abraham, right? It was a promise. The benefit for the tribes of Israel, Abraham's grandkids, was to inherit this technology. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. That's a will. That's not regular contract work. That's not contract like, oh shit, if you do what I tell you to do, I'll let you back into heaven. That's not what they were talking about. No. They had to go around this bitch and clear it out. Make it rain, clear it out. They had to clear it out. And they just couldn't clear it out as littler niggas compared to the niggas that was here already. They had to clear it out with some pretty cool technology. And he said, if you do the fuck I tell you to do, you can keep this technology. The minute you stop listening and you start fucking up and going reprobate, they gonna steal you in the technology anyway. So have fun, bitch. That's more like a military command. If you understand it's a military book. It's the bloodline of an army. It's the bloodline of an army. Now, when you convert this to real life filter, I only know one person in modern history that will fit all of those degrees at once. Only one real person. Only one real person that'll show up in multiple histories, in different languages, in different cultures, kind of remember it. There's only one person just like that. And maybe the kids today forgot exactly who he is, but they've heard of him. What's his name? Who was the emperor of the world most recently in their linear timeline? That was everywhere around this bitch. Who got kids all over this bitch. Per capita. Got the most kids per capita. You wanna guess who that is? I'll give you a hint. One of his sons came to America and is my grandfather. He has some other sons. Oh, his other son came here too, Carlos V. My bad. That's my grandfather too. Otto V. Yeah. Yep, he was here too. They caught him in 4K. MS Paint. Yep. All of Genghis Khan's sons came here. Yep. So King James is Genghis Khan. He was an emperor with the strongest military. Yep. Low key still does, by the way. Yep. Low key still the most powerful military. If you consider the bodies themselves military issue. Prime for whatever this sun is doing, I'll tell you that. Prime to survive another flood if it needed to. Yep. Yep. We're talking about quality, not quantities. We're talking about the Ark of the Covenant, a Holy Grail, a certain bloodline. Yep. They weren't talking about weapons and suits, although they have them. Genghis Khan is that time period. And that's the history they removed, which is why no one remembers these things. By removing that, it removed the real life history from the story and the people and everyone else, all at once. By denying Genghis and Tartaria from recent history, it means there's a recent edit, by the way, by the so-called Jewish people who are recent fucking people, 1880s. Took them 60 years to get someplace to fucking go. They've never been in power anywhere in this fucking world prior. Because it's us, right? All right, so don't get confused. Yup. Khan, king, emperor, king of kings. Azareth, by the way. They done fucked around and landlocked themselves with Genghis Khan's army in real life, in the 3D, as above, so below. They fucked around and locked themselves into Europa. One of Lucifer's marbles. Crazy. Europa's Venetian. So you say like Lucifer's like her grandmother or some shit like that. That's crazy. You would do that to Lucifer's kids? That's crazy. You would do that to Michael's kids? That's crazy. You do that to Saturnites and everyone in between us? That's crazy. Everybody daddy ain't that, but they probably got some family in heaven. That's just as crazy. I'd be scared. It could have been any angel's kid for real. It could be any alien kid. It could be anybody's alien kid. Any alien with a starship that can get in and out of this bitch. Any of them. But you fucked around and betrayed the ones at the top of that pyramid upstairs. That's crazy. This ain't like the Mandalorian or Baby Yoda. Nah. That's like kidnapping Yoda and Luke Skywalker while Darth Vader outside looking for him. Like, nah, you took my homies. Hold on. Third party, I'm talking about. Third party. They had their own international beef. You know what I'm talking about? Like Anakin had some beef with Luke and his twin sister. That's a weird story. You know, Abraham and Sarah all over again if you keep missing this pattern. They love Star Wars, though. and missed it right in front of their goofy ass. A fucking army of clones from the DNA of a Mandalorian. Ain't that a bitch? A nigga with melanin with special gifts similar to Jedis. What the fuck? Jedis, angels. Yep, same story. Angel bloodline. They said they came from a different galaxy, didn't they? I know they did. I saw the movie too. But they made Luke Skywalker a white boy, but his daddy a black man. Don't miss that. They even voiced it by a black man, so let you know it's real. And the guy that's making that movie got a black wife. Don't miss it. But I guess the world wasn't ready for it. We'll put him in a black costume though. Doth. Isn't that Hebrew Kabbalah, by the way? So you know it's a biblical story. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. They named it after a pillar of the Kabbalah, did they not? Did they not name it after the Tree of Life? Darth Vader? Yes, they did. Don't lie to me. Luke Skywalker like saying Jesus. Water Walker, right? Skywalker. Water Walker. Skywalker. They borrowing, they taking artistic liberty with the remix of the Bible. I know they is. And he had a twin sister. That's crazy. I wonder if Jesus had sisters. They don't talk about the mothers or sisters too much. They should watch their mouth. Yeah. I know that's right. Because you would have an emperor and an empress usually. Law of gender. You gotta have both. You gotta have both. That's you know what I'm saying? A whole story about genetics. There's gotta be at least two. I know that's right. Yep, same story. There's a whole host of female angels. There's a lot of drawings of them too. We just don't know their names. I think the Shriners put it on their little fezzes. And then they end up becoming Arabic names, which is the most interesting thing about it, Khadijah. So we can almost say the Quran is where you find the girls. And the Bible is where you find the boys. Damn, crazy story. That's a crazy fucking story right there. All the things about devils and jinns and spirits in the Quran, but a whole bunch of Christians know it for some reason. Weren't they countries colonized by the recent invasion of Muslims in the 1800s? I think it was. Yeah, it was. That's probably why they know that. Thomas Jefferson had a Quran. The KKK got a Quran. I mean, shit. Read it. The Holy Quran. That's their first book. White supremacists on Muhammad. That's weird, boy. I thought they were Christians. Why would they be referring to a book they said didn't exist in America then? Damn. They just channeled that? They just came up with that by themselves. As soon as they got here, they was like, yo, let's call this shit the Quran. What is that referring to? Who are you attacking, KKK? Oh, you're attacking Mohammedans like your treaty said you were. Treaty of Tripoli. Treaty of Peace of Friendship. United States Constitution. All of that's Mohammedan. What is a Mohammedan? A descendant of Muhammad. Duh, it's in the name. It's not a belief system. It's a bloodline of people. And most of the people in the damn Quran are who? Israelites. Well, what do you have? What do you think Muhammad is? What do you, if the prophecy genetic code is from angels and is passed through Judah, what do you think Muhammad is? Who is Muhammad the Conqueror? Oh my God. There's only one conqueror I know that had to be Genghis Khan again. Sure as God made green apples. Same time period. It's the same time the world has an emperor. There's a whole bunch of emperors with different names. Now you only get one at a time though. That's not how that works. It's not a vote. It's not a democracy. You can't just like, he's the emperor and he's the emperor, he's the emperor, and they all have the same territories and they all in the same time period, but they all speak different languages. Man, motherfuckers are schizophrenic about history. What the fuck are you talking about? No. Different people may have called him a different thing per their fucking language because they're calling him titles and not his name. His father would have that title. His son would have that title. His grandson would have that title. His greatest grandson would have this title. Hence, why there'd be several of them in history. They're the same fucking family, though. And that's why we don't have them anymore. Because these people are not family, yo. There's no birthright inheritance to an emperor position because it's not one you vote for. It's angelic. And they self-admittedly do not have angel blood. Or they would be kidnapping and trafficking themselves for angel blood. Thus, this is biology too. There's a difference in this too. Yeah, I know. I know. We weren't supposed to figure it out. Again. Because they're so smart, so clever, so everything. So manipulative, so stupid, so weak, so frail, so goofy, so bitch made. And we thought that was going to last forever. That's a cool story in the Bible. Where bitch made lasts forever. Doubt it. They can't dodge a bullet shit. I have. A few times. So, I think, yeah, we got an interesting problem here. USA sounds, England? I don't know what you're talking about. 3. Jayon says Cook, Gorilla Gospel 3, Mr. Now 3. They can't see inside the factory from the top down view. They can't. She wanted her own universe since she can create them. Archon of the Convenetians. Yes, Isis. This is the genes of Isis. On Allah. Yep. It's the female. Different characteristics than the male. Same story though. It takes 2 to tango, bro. Yeah, it's right in front of them. They don't know how to decode the Bible because their premise is a lie. But they want to decode it, so they know it's hiding something. That's a good start. I just told them already though. It's not really hiding anything. Because your paradigm is stupid. You fix the paradigm, then you reread it. And what it's getting at, because of who it's getting at, and who it came from, and who it's about, and who it's named after. It's named after the bloodline of angels, royals. It's a book for royals. It's a royal Bible. Holy. So not the royals that they make these days, the royals that come from heaven. That's why they be royalty. They're the literal progenitors of the planet. But they're not the only ones here. That's the problem. Obviously. But they're back. Thank God. And everything's changing. That's weird. They can't explain why they're changing these things. This one now says heaven means David again. So yep, what they probably mean is paradise, but that is an anagram of disappear. Peace to gosh, Rick Escobar. Some sci-fi slugs. Noel says I want to rewind. Jupiter 2 equals Jupiter Y then. Super dimension fortress macro style. They saw him leave to get milk, aka go back up to Milky Way galaxy. Ships everywhere the whole time this is happening. Hiding a UFO behind a wooden stick. Yeah? There's UFOs everywhere as this is unfolding. And they're huge, bro. Those are not your casual scouters. Those motherfuckers have powers. That motherfucker got room for bombs. More than China. Like, that shit was huge. That was a big fucking ship, bro. The other one was huge too, but not that big. Well, not that wide, I should say. So, I've seen 2 alien-sized craft in my lifetime in just the last decade alone, bro. So, I'm a believer. I'm a believer, man. They respond to my thoughts sometimes. I wonder why. They must be telepathic. Something about them gotta be human. So, yeah. We're in that timeline currently. So one could say we're probably back in a biblical timeline. Now, mind you, these sightings and things have been happening all the time. The whole time. It's just now suddenly they're at an all-time high in the congressional hearings about it and what they're saying. I don't know if you've been watching them, but they're still coming out about it. They're still talking about these things. They are, I don't want to say the word panicking, but the people investigating and trying to get the information out of classifications and skips, they are. Not the middleman, but the new middlemen, the people who are trying to figure it out, they're panicking. Because it keeps happening. The frequency of invasion. This planet's being invaded. On top of everything else, like, can you imagine this fucking Hollywood blockbuster? This planet is being quietly invaded by an outside force, and none of the internal forces are willing to publicly acknowledge this. Yep. Because those ships are here. They're not coming here. Those ships are here, bro. I just saw one 3 nights ago. That shit is not local. Nope. I can't even explain it to you. It manifested in front of their airbase. Nellis Air Force Base is right there. It cruised right above this sky, and nobody scrambled for it. All I saw was a UAP, a smaller one. No jets, no helicopters, no air traffic. Nobody went for it. Now they firing people. That shit showed up and they firing 100,000 people, boy. Somebody lying. Somebody shook. Somebody trying to figure out whatever interdimensional payment system XRP they got popping, because they need to borrow some money to pay. They got some visitors to entertain. You know, if Trump get a ballroom, what the Imperial Majestic supposed to get in this motherfucker? That nigga just a president. These motherfuckers got spaceships. That's a whole different class of characters, man. Rakim said tough. I know that's right. Just above the plane's max level, the main ship. Somebody running for their life. They gotta be. They're reorganizing the whole thing that's squatting on the territory that was that was under the fucking jurisdiction of the Imperial Majestic. Those are spaceships. They ain't gotta stay down here if they got a spaceship. I ain't got a spaceship. I'm gonna write to upper management about this as soon as possible. So far, they just smiling and taking pictures of me, and I don't find none of that shit funny. Niggas, send me some crypto. Please. I'm just a witness, I guess. They got me on my Daniel shit. Somebody running for their life on some Ahab and Micaiah and Daniel shit. Man. But yeah, that's where we at, man. Every day getting weirder for me, because as the political noise is turning down, in terms of their narrative is slowing down, the supernatural is gearing up. Like, I thought it was just a season, you know, the 6th parade moon or whatever the fuck was going on in January and September, but no, August. No. We still down here, bro. Like, we down. We comfortable. We want to cruise the skies for a little while. We want to beam down whoever they beam down and take over whatever body they take over. They can do that. They created the technology, by the way. You know how, like, a person's demonically possessed? What if someone's heavenly possessed? And can you imagine the law of gender here? Something special about a language based on algebra. All of it has to do that. 360 degrees, that's what I mean. There's more than one angle. Squad. So they out the game in 9 hours, or in a few hours, 9 more. Damn, they really didn't have till the end of September. Never mind, tomorrow's the end of September. Well, look at the Dewey miss one prediction. Ain't nothing to miss. We knew something was up. I'm just a delegate. I ain't got shit. What did he say? What did Kevin Hart say? My mama told me to tell you. Them homeboys just, look, I'm down here so I don't get fined. They put me through the bullshit too. I don't like it. When I go back upstairs, I'm stop boxing some niggas. I know that off rip. I can fight for it. As above, so below. So I'm gonna take care of it. I'm gonna take care of it. Ain't nothing funny about this shit. And that's what we mean. God is always in control. That must be literal. So you know what this means? Michael Jordan. This is a bet again. Just like Job. Somebody must have bet big on me upstairs that they can come down here and mess with the heads of Heaven's army and have us curse our own homies. No, I don't think so. think you can do that. Not me, at least. I'm representing for my district. I'm Katniss or somebody. Nah, you might get them other suckers up out of here. But I know God is real. You ain't playing with me. My mom died too early for me, baby. I know something. There's something after this shit. And if God on the other side of this shit, what the hell I look like? I'm getting out of here either way we do this story. So why would I compromise my integrity for temporary satisfaction in a temporary existence? That doesn't make no goddamn sense. That sound like the same thing that's the same 360 deal they approached Job with, ain't it? Look, you done gave them everything. Again, Europa. But I bet you they ruined it if you let me run the play like this. You're like, all right, you got a time limit to do this shit. Ain't everybody we know talking about was 400 years? What, the Mayan calendar? All right, we here. It's been 400 years. It's been 400 years. 1611, a little over 400 years ago. So it's been 400 years for a minute down here for us. So yeah, time's up. If you notice, everything else is going down the drain right in front of you. The infrastructure of the United States is what's suffering. If I didn't make that clear earlier in this video. Now I'm just kind of flirting with the idea of why that could be. Law of correspondence. Well, it's like the fuck around and find out graph. It's YMX plus beach type shit. If these things are true, could they account for what's happening politically and geopolitically? Would there be a correlation if there was such thing as a remnant of the tribes of Israel and their kingdoms, and they were still down here under captivity? Do we run the risk analysis on the fact that maybe if they had to be let my people go, if they had to be freed, if they had to be put into their appropriate persona again, would some type of interdimensional intervention be scheduled to happen around the time that happens? Maybe, right? Biblically, props. Biblically, strong possibility that would happen again, since prophecy is about the future. And that's a book full of prophecy. Weird story. But if that does happen, will there be signs? I don't know. Interdimensional visitors and Atlas 31 panicking all the fucking people who pretended to love NASA for a long time. Yeah. So we're having an interdimensional intervention of some kind suddenly, it can't be too soon. And then with the world governments and the powers there be, the New World Order, the little rumor you heard for a long time, they can't seem to get this project started. But those guys, if they were threatened by something from a third party or outside force, would they act strange? You know what I'm saying? They just be powerful, in charge, free as, Are they acting strange? I think they're acting strange. Everyone's acting strange. Weird bruises, not as enthusiastic, blatantly lying. Even when the lie don't even sound good or make sense, they go with it anyway. They got to know the quality assurance of bullshit. Yeah, they are acting weird, aren't they? They are acting weird. All right. People in power acting weird. Interdimensional interventions happening. What's the Bible talking about? And in those days, people have a reprobate mind. Oh my God, that's my favorite. That's my favorite. That's like the linchpin of all prophecies. Are we in a timeline of reprobate mind? I don't know. If there was such a thing, like if the Bible was real and written by real people and they were dead ass serious, but somehow we lost the translation of the alliteration. But at least with a reprobate mind, they give you a whole passage of examples of what that shit is. Men will be lovers of themselves. And then narcissism, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and all the codes of narcissism. Are we in a narcissistic collapse of a paradigm? Which chapter is that in the Bible? I don't know if that's in the Bible. I don't know. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it's in the Bible because people they don't believe in stuff like that. In King James English, they don't believe in stuff. So I understand the white man came and the Christians or something, man. They told you about the future somehow, but they couldn't figure out how to plant a fucking tobacco. Okay. All right. We're the tobacco kings, by the way. That's why I smoke. I'm from this motherfucker. Shit. The cause of cancer seems like white people lying about your diagnosis lately. Tobacco ain't do nothing bad to me, but make my teeth dirty, I guess. I'll take it. Because it's ours. How motherfucker, man? On Europa? In America? Ancient Mexico? Morocco? I can't have tobacco as a tobacco king grandson? Y'all niggas is tripping out here. Why the fuck would I want something else? This is the most natural thing, and with all the additives, but it's the most natural thing of my genetic existence, in fact. It's ours. It's literally ours. Like, we literally fine-tuned it with marijuana. Oh my God. The same, in the same fucking farm sometimes. Can you fucking imagine that? Your marijuana, your lettuce, and your tomato all on the same vine. You know you can do that shit? Grandma did. It was almost after like you had to be in the agriculture real heavy to do some jazzy shit like that to be a Native American Indian. Wait, what's the Old Testament about? A bunch of agriculturalists? A bunch of agriculturalists of Heaven's Army. That is crazy. You gotta come down here and work with your hands, bitch. You can't use your spaceships. What the Samaria? So yeah, so do we have a reprobate mind problem down here? Listen now, what do you think? 3 in the chat if you think all of a sudden, after the pandemic, you've noticed an uptick in a reprobate mind in all the places that talk English, at least. I can't speak for nobody else. I know I blame know everybody else. It's a Creek culture. Nah, that's cool. Sound like some human shit. I know what happened. I was here. I had to go to school and get beat up and do everything everybody else had to do. I know. I witnessed it. I watched it. I peeped game. You know, watchers peep game. I peeped game. I peeped game. Yeah, it's a thing. They're just a little willy-nilly everywhere in this motherfucker. And that's cool. I mean, it's allowed to some extent. But there's certain rules you're not allowed to break. And that's where they fucked up. They must have did something crazy. What would cause a divine intervention? Treason? Oh, no. Blasphemy is what does it. Oh, that's how you lose everything. Blasphemy is how you lose everything. The other sins, you'll start losing other things to give you a chance to turn around, redeem yourself. You know, it's a slow drip process, and hopefully it catches you before it's too late and you turn your dumb ass around. That's the sin part of the game. This is why you could be forgiven. I forgive you. Go forth, sin no more. Fix your thoughts, bitch. The sin game is an interesting game. There's deadly sins, the sins that lead to death, yes, but blasphemy is unforgivable. Anyone's wondering the difference. The reason why it cannot be forgiven is because it's against the emperor. Oh my God. What kind of man would I be? What kind of man would he be if he don't strike down blasphemy? You got no time for that. In a military operation? That's like your general or your commander telling you to do something like some push-ups and you're like, nah. If y'all don't get this motherfucker out of my face. And then you stand there talking about, this is my military now. Oh, this motherfucker lost his mind. And then he raised his hand on him. Zeus ain't got to do nothing after that. You think Peter was badass. Imagine everybody else you don't know about. As above and so below. And we talking about on the dark side too. Don't forget they're under heaven too. All that cool shit they think they doing. You're summoning spirits that still answer to heaven. That's unanimous. That's across the board, man. The demons know the Bible. Shut your ass up. They come from heaven, stupid. The Bible ain't about heaven. What the fuck they be talking about? Damn Bible's about Abraham's kids. They just be saying shit, boy. Reprobate mind. Out of all things I believe, that was the hardest one for me to believe for real. I think the brother Tragic kind of caused me to pay attention to that word and that curse. Because he was very convinced. He's from the islands. Aruba, I think. His family. And they're part of the bloodline too. But they're more Christianized. However, because of that, he has references to the Bible. And he converted it. He's a Sagittarius too, an older one. So he already converted it to Linux and 666 and all that stuff. So he could talk about it as a matrix too. But the thing that kept bothering him before a lot of this happened, like besides today's news, like of the day, he was already on it. He was like, He just kept quoting that scripture. And in those days, for those that hate me, 3-5 generations later, they be with a reprobate mind. I was like, I'm familiar with that scripture. I'm like, that happened already. It's in the book. Nah, that shit's about to happen again. Reprobate mind only affects people to the degree that you're seeing it because they have nothing but malice in their heart. They don't have no room for God or that spirit or that concept or that thought first, then spirit, how it plays out in the body. But there's nowhere in their heart or in their mind where they will repent or do right. And because of that, as we say, God does this thing. Well, if you like it, I love it. That's not a good thing to hear. If you like the thing that you're doing that got you fucked up in this game, then I love it, which means do more of it. So reprobate mind is when a person gets to a point in their neuroticism where every decision they make leads to a worse decision. And then from that, another one. And from that, another one. It's kind of like blindfolding someone and tell them to walk the plank. Now, way before they get to the end of the plank and end up in the ocean, they can fall off side to side, wind gust, wave, whatever. But even if they keep going further down the plank, eventually they'll fall off. That's reprobate mind. Keep that in mind. It's a curse. It's a mind curse. So when I make the idea of, yo, Mr. Now, check out this video with this Canada thing. Fuck the fact that niggas is running out of money. We knew that. But how come they're talking to each other like they didn't see this coming? Like, why are they adjusting any of the budgets in October? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? This is not the season for budget analysis. Y'all haven't noticed that Trump been going hard all summer trying to save money? We don't like the results. Don't get it twisted. So let's code switch back to humanity and civilization. No, none of that shit is positive in how it feels and its impacts. Of course. But you have to understand, in their system, they have to do it. But it's interesting that they have to do it now. Suddenly is what I'm getting at. And in doing that suddenly, they're doing it rapidly. So there's a frequency. So that means they're running out of time. You understand? If a person is doing it out of season and they're doing it all the time, and then it's, to us, the people who are affected by it, the weight-bearing load of the equation, we feel it the most. So we're louder, we're squishy, and everyone's, something's got to happen, the rapture or something, someone's shooting something. They feel the pressure. They feel the cosmic pressure of this shit. Which is true. Everyone ought to feel something, I guess, because something is happening above and below at the same damn time. Inside of us too, the awakenings and the thought space, it's all dimensions at once, man. DMT zone too. Something is happening across all dimensions. That's the linchpin of why we even talk about this. Because if it's one or two things or a niche thing or a woo-woo thing, it's just people talking. Interest groups, hobbies. Nah, this is happening across every dimension. What's the only thing that influences a whole dimension? That sounds like God or something. I don't know. They don't believe in God or nothing, so it's kind of weird. But I don't know. You gotta be pretty fucking high up the hierarchy of our awareness to be able to cause all the dimensions to change at once, including your weather, including your alignments, including the UAPs and things in the sky, including street politics, including everything inside people's minds. It's all changing at the same damn time, and it ain't got shit to do with Donald Trump. It's crazy. That's crazy. All at once. Off a pandemic? What pandemic? People weren't dying of COVID like that. People were dying in the hospital. Now, everyone I knew with COVID who stayed home, they still alive. So there ain't no pandemic if you're living, bitch. Pandemic is when them motherfuckers are dying, dropping dead at the work in the streets and stuff. They didn't start doing that until they got the shot. So the pandemic ain't do it, is what I'm saying. The Stockholm syndrome and the mind control that came with it and the signaling and the virtues and all that bullshit. And now man, let's speak about that. Hold on, before I skip his goofy ass. There's some dude, another one. They just keep finding them. And it's not funny, but it's ironic, I should say. There's some bald-headed guy with glasses
who was very adamant about getting the vaccine when it started. And he go on news, but he was the type of asshole that be like, well, if you don't get it, you deserve this and that and the third. Like, he was very rude for no reason. Nigga gobbling all kind of big pharma dick for no reason. No fucking backup, no data, no proof. Sidebar, efficacy. This is where they really cooked everybody. I'm glad for math. I was talking about this, and then they, how the AI gods answer us. The AI god put a story out, and I'm gonna get back to him, then I'm gonna get back to the other shit. The reason why so many people who find themselves to be educated or scientific would have jumped on the vaccine early like that is because the report was that there was a 97% efficacy rating, right? So that means to them, and this is why Edamon is important and why awareness and depth is important and not just surface level facts, stats, or numbers. It's very misleading. But in a marketing paradigm, what do you expect? So in the marketing paradigm, this Pfizer vaccine is 97% efficacy rating. That sounds like a good thing, don't it? It sounds like it got a 97% chance of being efficient in preventing a death caused by COVID and transmission to other people. 97%, right? So if you get one of those, you have a 97% chance, right? That's what efficacy is, right? That's what they told you, right? That it was at least a 90% chance that the damn thing works, correct? You familiar with this? You're familiar with hearing about the efficacy rating and how good the vaccine was at working? Are y'all familiar with this story? Because why the fuck else would you get it if you didn't hear that it worked, right? Have y'all heard that percent before? That it was almost 100%. Like, it was really high. It was really good. All right. Let's talk about it. So because that was the headline, many wiser people, if you will, people are bugging. This shit's 97% effective, nigga. I'd rather have this than get the goddamn COVID, nigga. Like, at the end of the day, why wouldn't I? I get it now. Here's what the fucking problem is for math. That rating is relative. That is not the absolute rating. That is the differential for the threshold. Negative 0.8. Its rating is 0.4. That is the 97%. I'll say it one more time. The absolute value of what we thought was absolute is 0.04 or 0.4, less than 1%. But to their target, it's 97% better relative. They're playing with integers. What I'm saying to you is that injectable, they redefined the language. It's not a vaccine no more. Don't miss it. That injectable had a 0% fucking chance at stopping COVID from doing anything. Yep. And COVID is lab made. Finally, they're talking about it. So it's a bioweapon. But there's two bioweapons. The one that the media and pharma pushed, and then COVID itself. They can be from two different sources now. But the problem we have is the second one, the response. The response that was ready before Johnson & Johnson could fix their fucking baby powder. 97% efficacy in relative rating of numbers, statistics. Not in its absolute rating of coverage or protection of what it is. To that, it's less than 1%. Ain't that evil? Like, motherfuckers ain't mad enough for me. Whether or not something happened to you or someone you love, they hyped you up and mandated and threatened your jobs, your happiness, and your fucking livelihood so you could fuck around with something that ain't even 1% going to work. They just now talking about this shit. They just now realize, like, oh shit, let's relook at the data about these things, because you know they go into litigation. This is the only reason why these stats is coming out, because motherfuckers trying to figure out a way in to sue their ass. So it's not like they're saving a fucking day. The damage is already done, right? Where they say like damn near 90% of America got them, and like 60% of that is boosted. So like boosted on some shit that don't do nothing. How the fuck that something got a no chance of helping you, boosting it, gonna help you, bitch? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like these niggas, boy. These marketers, these news people, these motherfuckers, boy. So this guy would be a guy that read a stat like that and thought things were this and thought things were that. This motherfucker is on a podcast clip talking about, yeah, I'm at this stage of my cancer where there's like no treatment. There's nothing they can do. The same nigga shaming people and disrespecting people, intelligence, because the threat of a common cold solution. Fucking around got a turbo cancer because he was extra boosted. All of them. That's the third story I saw like that. Where a mean white person that was really smart telling you stupid, dying of fucking turbo cancer with no treatment. Why do you think your insurance and all that shit going away? They know how many people about to have cancer. They cannot afford it. They're looking at the future predictions of numbers. Just like COVID's a nocebo, you have these stories going through the subconscious of so many people, there's nothing wrong with them. But the thought's gonna enter their brain. I'm boosted. They're gonna see the stories if they get curious or if they get worried. And they're gonna take in the subconscious mirror neurons of all the other people like them, like him. That causes a nocebo. And then they start getting sick. Power suggestion. They cannot afford that. Do you know how much cancer has increased since the vaccine? Thousands of percent. That's more than double. That's at least times 10. Let's do this loop one more time, in case you're just chiming in. Tariffs on pharmaceuticals. Funding being cut for Medicare and Medicaid and any tertiary program in that umbrella of federal subsidized funding. Foreign nations who could probably have the better versions of all these things, like actually help and cure these people, are not going to ship it here. Something, $800, you know what I'm talking about? And all the ways that we can get the health that we need to recover and preserve the people that we have currently. That trade route or that exchange market is under heavy fire. AKA, it's very expensive. Either way we cut this slice going forward. They doing that ahead of the fact that they know statistically there's going to be an outbreak of cancers and other types of diseases. While Big Pharma, who would be in charge of funding the research to fix that, is losing money from lawsuits and preparing for litigations, the loophole ones, while your doctors and nurses and hospice care people are starting to go in a new direction. Half of them. So you have none of the funding, none of the programming, and less of the people, while having a boom in sickness. Did I land that correctly? Mr. Now, is that the math for that? That while everything is going down, they're predicting and staging for the expectation that there'll be a boom in where these services and these funds would have been allocated. So if they're cutting it down, that means they're not allocating for it. Wow. That sounds like a big fuck you, doesn't it? From the same people that mandated the shit. Motherfuckers went crazier over fucking taxes for tea. Y'all heard what the fuck I just said to you? The people who fucking mandated it are cutting back the fucking funding for the effect of what they mandated.
Irregardless if it was intentional, if they knew better, if it was a lie within the company and everyone wasn't in on it. None of that shit mattered. As soon as they said they mandated that shit and told you to stay inside in your job and this and that and your livelihood and you trying to bounce back now, but now grandma and them, auntie and them, anyone over 60 for real, and a ton of millennials for other reasons +3. Like, everybody needs something right now, and they saying, no, we're going to shut it down before you realize you need it. Don't that sound evil? I want to use another word. Ain't that the most impossible shit you've ever heard? I'm talking about the timing, the paradigm, and the fact that this is the result or the reality of the matter, in fact. Like, isn't this a contradiction to, like, the first half of our lives, at least? Like, in what universe would you expect this to be the reality, I mean, from where we headed from, like, from where we started? Not what we reflect and introspect on afterward, but, like, as you were living your life, did you ever imagine, like, whoa, we would be so fucking cooked that while everyone's health is threatened, the care that we invested our tax dollars, effort, belief, education, time, and everything into is pulling back at scale and will not be able to provide coverage for all these people. And the ramifications of what is of that is what class? A mass die-off, correct? They're budgeting for a die-off, bro? And they don't want to talk about that. What are we talking about now? What's in the news? Because if that ain't in the news, I don't know what the fuck is. That sound crazy, bro. And that's all they're slow dripping. You need to, like, use the math and just get to the end of what they're saying. But each individual group is saying the same thing. The advocates, the idols for this thing are getting turbo cancers. These old white guys. On payroll, by the way. They got paid to do this. They got the biggest channels. Remember, Mark Zuckerberg and suckers and all of them blocked the rest of us out so that they could talk and live and get checks and payments. Yeah, crazy story. So they boosted them, all dimensions, and now they're dying. One by one. Some of these people have the biggest followers in terms of narrative of everything else they talked about, not just this. Don't miss it. So they're losing anchormen. They're tied up in wars and budgets and banking shit. And all of that is just a side effect of this. Too many people are sick, and too many people are dying too fast. Yeah. And that's not the language they're using. Motherfuckers was waiting for rent and groceries to go back. I know. But how can they? How can they go back? Supply and demand. They have too much supply now. And they're for profit. So they have to sell their supply first. Who do they want to sell it to? If everyone's dying. Yeah. In chess, they call that a stalemate. The United States Service Corporation is dying. It's not just broke. It's dying because it's broke. In real life, the United States is dying. On top of everything. That's wrong. It's wrong because we're dying off. 3, uptake. That's the punishment. Wishing all is well, peace and blessing. Shout out to Blast Man Soul. Gorilla Gospel 3. Mr. Now says, no room for redemption, aka Red Empire. Turn their internal fire off. Harut says, no wonder they laugh or I say I don't need God. That's a crazy thing to say. Harut says, accidentally vocabulary reached parliament level. It did. Yeah, the parliaments are talking like casuals who don't know what's going on. Reprobate mind. Military getting called and on standby everywhere, it seems to. They are. Even over there with you with the Ukraine and shit. Like, not Ukraine, Denmark. Well, it's because of Ukraine. But yeah, over there in Denmark too. The Zoink Scoob based government is crazy. Gorilla Gospel says, I see it instantly stirring contention. Rakim Escobar says, yup. 3. Eamon Ross says, not the Zoink Scoob. I'm rolling. Jinkies ass government talking about money. I'm about to show you in a minute. Oh, if the damn browser let me. 3 is all they talked about. Gorilla Gospel 3. 3, the shots of bioweapon. On the ones that it worked on, eliminated 97% of it, but it only worked on 0.4% of the people. Yep. Yep, they divesting from the solution. Thank you. That's the word. They're divesting from being able to even address the issue that they mandated. Don't let them get away with that, yo. Please, don't let them get away with that. Don't you go sucker in voting for some Cabbage Patch discounts. Nah, we, the people, have to hold the thought, the spirit, and the avatars accountable for their fuck shit. They can't bounce back and take over again. They can't. Jesus take the wheel is not good enough for this story. They can't ever get in the fucking car again. This shit retarded, fam. That's what I'm saying. I couldn't believe the reprobate mind thing for real. Because I had no way of understanding what that would look like. Now I do, kind of. And it's a miracle that it didn't hit my dumb ass. I don't know. Well, I know God is how, or that element or dimension is how, but I'm talking about the path itself. Why the fuck would I have avoided all that for no fucking reason, to no benefit of my own? Yet here I am. I don't like it though. I don't like being right about these things. I don't like 3 a.m. Man, you don't talk like would I end up channeling, I guess. I don't like it. I don't like that on channel 3, it's not Sonic and Hedgehog. It's this shit. It's clocking the people who are running or pulling strings or being pulled by strings. And then instead of figuring them out and getting to the bottom of the bigger thing or play at hand, as soon as you get close enough to pushing the button for the door to open, like, oh yeah, by the way, we fucked up. We're some fucked up individuals doing fucked up shit to these people, but in our fucking up the shit for these people, we done fucked up ourselves, is what I'm saying. That wasn't part of their plan. If Trump was behind it, he would not be sick. No, this is above their pay grade or horizontal altogether. Shit, some could say that it might not even be local, man. You know how these stories go. They be trying to take accountability for God's work sometimes, to their detriment. Sudden things, Mandela effect things. They might cover story it. You know, that's what their agencies do, by the way. Spin doctors. You saw Olivia Pope, same story. She wasn't the only one that does that. Fixers, yeah. So their fixers inherited a lot of mandates, man. We cannot go forward and say that the United States government did not mandate this. It did. The United States mandated the poisoning of the majority of its population, at least by a foreign agent that's technological in nature, that has no track record of doing anything that had anything to do with COVID. So not only did it not protect us from having a bioweapon such as COVID spread across the place, not only did they not protect us from COVID, but then they didn't protect us from this foreign agent injectable that didn't do shit for it, but then it took advantage of some other idea, DARPA probably, and then it made matters worse on top of that, including long COVID and COVID itself. Remember, the mRNA, when it goes sour, when it turns left on people, it's a multiplier of bad. It's not like anything that we've dealt with in recent time, at least. The problem with the spike protein from COVID is that it's already attacking your immune system. The problem with the booster version of nanocode is that it takes your own body to reassemble itself, and then it forms its own network inside of you, which is why people have so many blood clots when they're dead. It's it trying to, it's mining you. It's colonizing your blood. There we go. The colonizer created a colonizing ass math with graphene oxide and whatever else is in the RNA. They created a colonizer thing that will use the power of your cells and the ingredients of your body, and that's how it hides itself. That's why they have to use aluminum to bypass those things and sneak in. But because this is intelligent, it's not like none of their vaccines are real. I can't even say it's like something else. It's not like giving snake venom to a person bit by a snake, I should say, where the cells will attack, blah, blah, blah. No. This is technological. mRNA is tech. It shows up under microscopes as squares and circles. It's not organic. They didn't tell you that, though. They told you it was mRNA and expected everyone had went to Harvard. No, mRNA is tech. The graphene oxide is tech. And it's small. It's nano. But then it gets big inside your body because it has the instructions to inform your cells once it bypasses the membranes to rebuild itself. It constructs its own network, like a mushroom. That's why people are dying. It's failing construction. So when the body does attack it, the body ends up overcompensating, and then the body ends up attacking itself because it is itself. It doesn't know the difference. Like cancer. And that's why it's responsible for turbo cancers, because the body is trying to isolate it. Tumor is just isolation of bad cells. So the tumor is trying to isolate it to prevent it from spreading to other organs and passageways, and we don't treat that properly. And then once that happens, cancer starts. However, in turbo cancer, it's hitting all your organs and all your lymphatic systems at once. So it's doing that everywhere at once. You don't have a time to grow tumors. You'll just die. Your body will just shut down. Your immune system just shuts down. It's compromised. It knows it's a dummy mission. So it's like your body self-aborts. It turns your immune system off. Yep. They die suddenly. Yep. It unplugs you from the matrix. Before it's finished. Before it even gets a chance to, your body shuts down. It's an allergic reaction, basically. Your body can deal with cancer. It can get rid of cancer too. You just have to supplement it correctly. They don't care about that. Their cancer research for years and collected billions of dollars will tell you, we don't know what the cause of cancer is, so thus we'll never cure it. You can't cure it without isolating the source. So they collected billions of dollars for no fucking reason. We know. They have therapies and treatments for you to coexist with it. They can't isolate it and remove it. Because it's a fucking parasite. Are they stupid? Maybe they know that at the top of the pyramids. Keep the hustle going. We know that's all they fucking do. Now they done give it to themselves. And because they kept the hustle going, they never had a viable legal cure for the main groups of people who are the fucking middlemen between the dumb shit, who think they know what's going on. Now they have the turbo cancers, and they believed in fucking would have raised money and marched and walked for aunties and pink ribbons and shit. Now they ass is catching it, and since they ass know there ain't no cure for it, nocebo happens, self-fulfilling prophecy happens. Then their subconscious mind and their worry and their reprobate state makes it happen even faster. That's what the problem is. This is a catastrophe only because everyone was ignorant about what it is to begin with. So it's not about like, oh, we need the facts and the science. No, it's too late for that. The belief is killing people. Y'all don't understand that part of the game, boy. This is a multi-pronged attack on theyself. It'd be one thing if it was like, oops, my bad, technological flaw, bad actor, bad doctor, whatever. Yes, that's still equally fucked up. But you have to now understand that people have at least a 6-year program in their brain that this was helpful, that this was beneficial. And now they have cancer, something they know there is no cure for. And then they're hearing rumors and chatters and people confronting them because they're so disrespectful. Like, hey, did you see that article, jackass? And trust me, they see it even if they don't respond. Now the subconscious mind takes that as what? Oh shit, I'm cooked. Yes. Then the worry, the finances, taking care of their families just in case. Every other day someone else dies suddenly and you're like, you saw the stupid ass comments on Instagram when it happened years ago and you started arguing with people that shut the fuck up. You ain't no scientist, some COVID, right? Those people, like think about how many of those people there are who got triggered by that shit and says, I'm gonna prove it to you, I'm gonna get 2 more boosters, just like the bitches taking Tylenol, right? Come on now, talk to me. Talk to me. We know their program already. I can times that times 13,000. I know they're out there. That's what consensus algorithm is. That's why Mark Zuckerberg is fucking complicit in this Nuremberg trial. Because he knew better. And still policed it. Yeah, ain't nobody walking away from this spaceship like that. They all guilty, boy. They all guilty, boy. This that one thing, like, you know how, like, you just need one thing to go wrong, or, you know, like, you need that one dream play to come off on Madden or an NBA or something. Like, you need that one. You just need that one thing, but it's a sequence of things, and if you can nail that, you win everything. That's what this is. Because they dragged everyone to hell with them, didn't they? That USAID or Democratic funding, and then the shit that Trump was part of when he first got in, when he had the training wheels on. Both sides, baby. Like, both sides. It ain't just anybody. It ain't who you voted for. It's the whole fucking... That's the problem. Like, I wish it was that. Nah, this ain't that. This is science that failed you. This is science, not political science. This is science. Like, what I'm saying is, we lived in a world where we believed that science and doctors and academics and these people we saw on TV were part of them, colleagues, equals, horizontals, and they failed too, boy. Don't miss that. They failed more than everybody else. They're the ones dying. Because they know. Nocebo, bro. The mind is a terrible thing, bro. The panic, the shame, the guilt, they might not show it. They might not be accountable. They could be narcissistic as fuck. But a narcissist is tormented by those thoughts more than anyone else. That's the point. That's why a lot of these narcissistic people are getting turbo cancers, boy. It's their thoughts. They're attacking themselves, as within, so without. So then so is the body, man. So when you see people freaking out and shit, you know that happens from the brain, right? So that means something in the brain is freaking out. If something in the brain's freaking out, something in the hormones are freaking out. If the hormones are freaking out, then the organs are freaking out. Come on, baby. All these parasites are from digestion issues. Come on now, baby. They ain't eating right. I know that's right. As within, so without. A man should not eat by bread alone. We saying the same thing all night, ain't we? That's quantum algebra. That's God math right there, boy. I thank God for it, man. Shout out to ancestors. They cook themselves, boy. What I'm saying is, they created the microwave, they created the rules for the microwave, and then they put their ass in the microwave and hit 30 seconds on that bitch. Nah, boy. This ain't right versus wrong, and I approve. This ain't a aha capture moment, nigga. That's what they wanted. That's why it's so much more fucked up, because a lot of these people is like, well, if that, because remember the idea was herd immunity from something with 0.4% efficacy somehow through a nocebo, I'm sure. But not enough for it to be herd immunity, but they were saying that other people who didn't get vaccination were putting their lives at risk because they're vaccinated, and the vaccination didn't do shit. But it's the vaccination that's hurting them. Now, they got to stand on that hill, man. You don't understand what I'm saying. I ain't talking about the government or man. I'm talking about how the mind is going to work for them. I'm talking about metaphysics. As within, so without. I'm talking about their within side. Their within took the side of the fact that they believed. There it is. Sin no more. Do you believe you could be healed? Well, if you could believe you could be healed, you could believe you could be sick, right, bitch? So what was Genghis really saying? You only sick and you only fucked up and you only looking for a doctor because you believe you need one. Now you understand everything part 3 and shit. So now imagine all these people who believe the doctors, believe the government, believe the mandates, believe their jobs, believe their colleagues. That's a compound belief system. It's powerful as fuck. It's very influential in mind control if you can get consensus. That's how you get it, by the way. You don't get it by telling everyone. You just get the key influencers at different dimensions, consensus, and then everyone else just follows. Lemmings, you know how the story goes. People got too much, they ain't got enough time to worry about it. They're just gonna go, they're gonna refer to authority because it's the lazy, easy answer, and usually you don't have to worry about nothing else anyway, right? You always do, but that's how it feels. Now imagine all the people who felt like that. Now this shit is happening. And the problem was, it's always been happening. It's just that everyone was blind or numb to it because people were dying and they were thinking, oh, it's their health, it's their comorbidities. They gave you a narrative to run with. Oh, she didn't really take care of herself. Bitch, she was 33. Your ass is 65. Make that make sense, way, Jesus. But they didn't have a scapegoat yet. They did not want to say it was COVID itself, which is even crazier. And they definitely didn't, like, who would think it was the vaccine that believed in the vaccine, right? Impossible. That's a conspiracy. But they know what a conspiracy is. The mind does too, then. That's what haunts them. What haunts these types of people that are getting sick and angry and frustrated is that they are saying the conspiracy theorists were right, but they're not saying no one's name. Meaning what they're actually saying is the conspiracy about this is right. That just authenticates the fucking prompt. Well, if the conspiracy theorist or theory was right about this, then I'm poisoned. Ding, 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 ding. The turbo part is the subconscious. I just want to let you know, man. Thoughts are powerful, man. The mRNA is responsive, man. It's technology. It's responding to your thoughts, right? And it's probably responding to shit that the scientists didn't know it would respond to either. That's probably why they're surprised. They probably intended some type of nudging inside of you, which is equally evil and shouldn't have never been approved. And it shouldn't have been billed as a COVID vaccine if it was some type of scientific experiment or gene therapy funded by DARPA, Bill Gates, and everybody else involved that we've seen on TV gloating while they're cashing fucking checks in the blood of our people. Again, nah, that's not cool enough. But the fact that they're incompetent in trying to do that, and then the unnecessary or the unintended consequences of doing something so risky and stupid is now fucking them over. Meaning those people who are in the know of what this was, even if it wasn't their idea, but they knew what it could be, they're now double guilty because they didn't stop it. They didn't stop it, and that's their job. They didn't stop it. All the people that sat there and watched and knew something was wrong and can deduce it, but wanted to keep their job, their reputation, or their mouth closed. Now they're going to get sick too. Not all of them, but you know how guilt is. Alcohol, drugs, disease. Every last single human condition is based off of the thought of being right or wrong. Come on now, this is easy. If healing is the opposite, then what is the opposite of healing? And what quality of thoughts are opposite of healing? Same story. I'm telling you, I'm giving you the keys to the alchemy of your damn subconscious in your body. It's not deep. What's difficult is the belief. Installing the belief, not the topography of how it works. That's easy. Installing the belief to do the opposite is the hard part. That's the work. Because the subconscious mind is a very tricky subsystem of our mind. You can say it as many times as you want. If it does not receive that message because you believe something else deeper, root neuron, that'll override. The subconscious mind doesn't do right and wrong. It just does whatever you believe, whatever you visualize the most, whatever you trust, whatever your external environment confirms to you, and you go, yep, your subconscious mind makes note of that. It's like a stack ranking. It's a stack ranking of your belief, not the belief itself. You have a compound belief, it's harder to move. And these people compounded believe, the government, their doctors, the news, the Democrats, the Republicans, whatever compound repeater they subscribe to, they have to now go through the pain that all of them failed them too, by the way. Don't miss that. The news failed you, the anchor failed you, the subject matter expert failed you, the influencer, the social media person, the government, the Fauci, like, yeah, I understand. Like, these are all the authorities. That's just what the United States problem is, in the West too. But us, because we're faster to get pissed off about stuff and talk about it, that's why all this shit is your headlines. It's them trying to counter the headline by easing it, by saying, hey, we got science on it. Science is, look, the scientists are talking. Listen, the scientists are noticing things. Come on now. Don't give up on the shit. Your insurance people are already freaking out because they're getting hunted. Now they're cutting back rates and their coverage. So outside of worrying about their livelihood in their head, now they have to worry about all the money they're about to lose. Simply from the people with lesser benefits who lost them cannot afford to supplement the other thing because now they got to pay for the other one, right? That summer trip or that Lake Tahoe and Christmas is going to look different this year. Off Ken Griffey. Just the price of imports. Just the new tariffs. You know what my favorite story about the tariff war is? What did they just say? What is this dumbass shit they just did? Which is crazy. How much they charging for what? Hold on. They did something else crazy. They just saying fuck you on top of fuck you. Hold on. $100,000 per visa employee for these corporations. And then the opposite. Oh my God, this is my favorite story so far. Watch this. Watch how evil this is. You remember how AI was coming about as a cover story for like the strikes in Hollywood, and Tyler Perry turned down $1 billion of credit to build a better studio in Atlanta, and then recently Disney Marvel branch moved to across seas, right? So if you just zoom out of that and just look at Disney, Marvel, Hollywood money in terms of talking, what they have been doing is, even on streaming, cutting back catalogs so they don't have to pay old royalties, like all kinds of weird shit, right? That don't make sense. Like they're cutting favorite shows before the corny shows no one watches, but it's because of catalog or something, yeah. So they're saving money this whole time, right? Got a burning ship, leaking water, so they're cutting back the fat. They're acquiring catalogs, selling catalogs, technifying shit. You know what I'm saying? They're diversifying their investments on shaky ground to begin with. Don't lose that. But today, on this day that we stream, you know what your boy Trump did? Y'all ain't gonna believe this shit. This shit crazy. Let's take Marvel. Marvel recently announced for months now that they're gonna, this is evil on their part too. Marvel wanted to leave the United States to shoot its films for healthcare cost reasons. The biggest one was healthcare. In the United States, if you have a corporation of that type of classification, you have to offer healthcare benefits to your employees and staff. And because the price of that has gone up historically since they started there, they're like, we'll go somewhere else and we'll get a break because other countries have different social programs or other ways of handling that, or don't require it for the corporation to do its product, right? However you want to land that trick, it's them trying to not take care of the people that they're hiring and overworking, by the way. They don't want to pay for their healthcare, but they don't want to pay them more money either. So on top of saving on healthcare, they want to hire people over there to do the same quality of work and still pay them less. Don't miss that shit. This is greed all over it. But it's greed in response to them losing money in general because they keep making the same fucking movies. So bet Marvel leads the charge. Marvel's the big boss in Hollywood, man. They're like, yo, we'll set up shop over there, man, and we'll just keep our headquarters or whatever over here in the United States, and whoop-de-whoop. And, you know, we have a few people over there that touch the film mastering, you know, that type of shit. We have a couple guys over there, but we're going to do the heavy lifting over here with these employees, with these workers, with these servers, with, you know, food trucks, all that. We're going to do it over there. We're accountable for less, but we can still keep the same profit because we have the same audience. Legacy. You know what Trump said? You would not imagine what Trump did. This shit hysterically terrible. This is reprobate to the illest levels. He said there's going to be 100% tariff on all Hollywood products made out of this country. You heard what the fuck I just said? 100% tariff means a cut in half of profits. So, I'm trying to imagine the price of the brick real quick. The brick in America is $1,000. Costs too much. They can go over to UK and get a brick probably for $800 or $500, fluctuating. If they can get that brick and sell it back, that gap of 200 or 300, and you multiply it times profits, it's pretty big for them. It's better than the full brick being 1,000. Donald Trump just said the brick is 2,000 though. So even if you could get it for 5, when you sell it back to America, you're only gonna make 5. So you're not gonna make a profit. Oh my God. They're not gonna make a profit. They're leaving because they're losing profits. And if the system stayed the same and they lopsided the scale of cost for work or labor, they're saving on labor basically. Now the product itself just doubled in obligation to tariff. Oh my God. So whatever that export was, if it existed, wasn't enough to make them not do something different. Maybe this import never existed, and maybe they thought that things would stay the same for them. Meaning, since everything's digital, we can operate and do all the labor over there, and then, you know, transfer it over here and release it and do the things that we normally do through distribution. It's a 2-continent type of system. But now there's a tariff on it. 100%. 100 is double. So double for them is half for you. If you understand everything. Whatever the number is, doesn't matter. They did not account for it to be doubled in their decision making, is what I'm saying. So you understand what he just said to them? You're not getting away from us, bitch. You screwed up Georgia's economy with that shit. So they fucked up Georgia's economy no matter what. They fucked up the quality of our future releases no matter what. And now they ass ain't about to make enough money to make a cool, amazing new feature after the next lineup. Your streaming services are about to fucking die, ain't they? Oh yeah, by the way, that's just Marvel. Now you gotta think about every other publishing house under it on your streaming services. Same story. Everything on Hulu, everything on Netflix, everything on any American streaming service just got hit with a double tariff if the media is made outside of the United States. Don't miss that. That's why I'm be telling you about English and American companies. A lot of this shit that we consume is foreign, especially the people making it. It's just an American registered business and might have one or two what you think an American is around you, but no, most of these are foreign, which is why he so flagrantly does that. They just said we're not going to do business in America, but we're going to keep milking America for profits. Now you got to think that as a fucking drug, as a boss running a block, not as people and victims of poor entertainment. As a boss, what is he saying? Feel me? These are pirates. He's telling the pirates like, whoa, hold on. That's cool. I understand the healthcare thing and ideal and all, but you just collapsed Georgia's economy though. Like that was like the staple. Hollywood and shit was like the staple of white man propaganda too. Don't sleep on that. Like this is our stronghold. You understand how important Hollywood is to spellcasting. Like if they're all buddy with DC and Israel and the CIA on the low, and they are, hence, that's like losing your Thanos glove in a war with the Avengers. Like, nah, you can't just like, nah, I understand business. We trust me, we're a business, so we understand business, but I don't mind if you, employ others, I guess. That's awesome that you're helping the international people and not Georgia. But yeah, that's cool, you can do that. Apple does it, you can do it too. But Apple also has a different agreement with us. So yesterday's prices is not today's prices. So for you and your team and them, because I know y'all about to blow up over there, you're gonna take all the USD, instead of finishing the infrastructure projects there, you're gonna do new infrastructure and everything you need over there. You're gonna nice studios, fiber optics, yeah, you about to, shit, UK about to go crazy, right? With you. However, no matter what you do over there and how you set it up, that's real nice. We want to double everything you send back though. Just know that. Just know that. You're not foreign. We all foreign, but you're not foreign. But see, we're not putting a tariff on you, Marvel. You out here with us. We're just putting a tariff on the products made somewhere else. That's all. So this, you know how to fix that, right? Like you were just doing that last year. Like last year, you knew how to do it. So this is not, you know what I'm saying? This shouldn't be an inconvenience because you've been doing that. You've been had studios over there, and you've been paying some type of import fee on the other ones that you do abroad. You've been knew that, but now we're just saying we're doubling what's already there. And unfortunately, it seems everything you're about to do is over there. So everything you're about to do on Hulu and Netflix too, double the tariff to us. That's all we're saying. We don't care where you do it, man. You know what I'm saying? I know it's like the fucking Hebrews in the Bible, man. You get too big to be around your dad, right? All right, well, you go ahead and moor across the waters, and then prodigal sons and shit, bring some shit back. Shit. Do what you do over there, but bring 10% back. Malachi 3:8, just bring 10% back, all right? I know you want to come see your mama on her birthday, so that's when we do it. We'll rendezvous on mama's birthday. How about that? We'll talk about it then. You got a year. All right, shit. Feel me? We'll send Corsairs and Wraiths to check in on you. We'll know. I'm your father. I'm not sending you there by yourself. I ain't fucking stupid. So yeah, that kind of story you may have seen in the Bible before. So yeah, they're going through a biblical story with their children, man. Right now, that just happened, boy. All that talk about Peter Parker doing backflips in Somerset or some shit, like, and he done got in the hospital last week. I knew it was going bad. That's bad juju, by the way. For someone to get injured while filming at a time like this, and it wasn't, I don't think it was a serious, I hope it wasn't a serious injury, because it ain't got nothing to do with Tom Holland or nothing. But the sigil of Spider-Man getting injured during Spider-Man abroad, like, that's kind of like a spiritual dog whistle. Like, damn, you better fucking pay attention. Someone got injured doing a goddamn movie over there already. You know, the people who are in industry will find out if it was incompetence or a mistake or some mental type. You know, they'll know internally what it really was. But the fact that that occurred at all, the message beep just as a psychic, as a signal. Like, whoa, something's going on with Marvel, man. Yeah, someone just got injured. Their star just got injured. Weird accident. Nothing too major, but maybe we'll keep an eye on it. Same story's happening in all the dimensions. Shout for the Cashapp. I think that was the brother PT Cruising. Thank you. I'll buy me a Black and Mild in Arizona later. So on top of that, on top of the bad juju in the filming process that they're already occurring, now they have to figure out how to cut their profits by whatever percent that's going to be off rip. And that's with you already knowing, because they're changing locations and vibes and personnel. The movie's going to hit different. You're going to notice something different. And it might be like, yeah, you know, it's okay, but... And then that shit starts talking and people start canceling their subscriptions anyway. So they already had to wait for that type of year. That people want to tell them their little readjustment period is mids. But the shows must continue. So they already knew they were going to take a cut, because the shit going to be mids for a little while until they get their, you know, until they get the flow back. But they ain't like they can hire people from here over there like that, because, you know, the H-1B visa shit. Don't forget about that now. But, like, you can't even steal the people from here to do that. That's the craziest shit about it. So you got the tariff, all different kind of companies too, not just that tariff, but how other industries' tariffs are affecting them. They got the tariff increase on their shit that's over there coming here. And they're from here, by the way. That's what I'm saying. Like the back and forth people. Hebrews. They got a tariff on everything they do foreign and send them back home. They got the policy with the mail costs, anything above $800, they got to pay that too if they're sending physical materials back. And then they got some type of visa shit they're going to have to deal with, because they're international and they would attract international people working for technically an American registered company. You know, it's a bunch of loopholes and new legal teams, new fees to figure it out. Like we could work with this. There's technically only 3 of your staff. You know, they'll figure out the thresholds and shit. They'll get right. But then in all of that figuring out, and you have to dedicate this whole year to this project, by the way. This ain't something they got to do later, guys. Like, as soon as he does these new things, every fucking corporation at once has to go call their legal team or their fucking, what's that shit, privacy people, the people who do the documents. The next fucking hour, they on standby, because if this nigga sign another document, nigga, you know what I'm talking about? And I'm billing them per hour, you feel me? So I'm waiting for Trump to say something, because I know the devil will lie. I know I'm going to have to figure out how to move Sally, Jesse, and Raphael across the damn water, so we can make this shit seem legitimate for a little bit longer. Because, you know, they ain't going to check in for 2 years, but shit. If he say one more goddamn... Oh, he did it again. He taxed you. You know, in the Bible or in church, they sing, oh, blessed in the city, I'm blessed in the field, I'm blessed when I come and when I go. Like, that's on some Daniel shit, right? Or Elisha. But no. They're taxed in the city. They're taxed in the field. They're taxed if they come or if they go. Like, you don't understand, like, how multiplication works unless you play RPGs and just start doing damages. But what I'm telling you is, if Donald Trump was in Final Fantasy, this nigga like Sephiroth, like, whatever monster that can first prevent you from healing, oh my God, that's the most annoying thing that happened in a video game. The motherfucker ain't gotta be strong, but if he can just stop you from healing for any amount of time, if he hits you too many times too fast, you out of here, right? It prevent you from healing. So he casted prevent your ass from healing. Crazy. Then he casted taxes, and a lot of them get tax breaks, Marvel on them, of course. But it was conditional. You're not inside. You're not in Georgia. You're not doing the Georgia thing with us no more. It's not. It's not personal, baby. You just do no longer qualify for the conditions of that agreement. But no matter what you do, man, no hard, no foul. I'm going to tax you if you come or if you go. So like that's for everybody. But that's a big fuck you to Marvel. You don't understand. Like they picking the big dogs for a reason. Like they saying fuck you to the top of the pyramid. I'm just giving you a news report for everybody under the pyramid that follows the same rules, if not literally to the T, which means it's way more inconvenient for the smaller corporations. Don't miss that. Marvel has time and lawyers to figure and finagle and do something. Other people who are way under the Marvel ladder are getting the same headlines and have to make the same decisions, and then monopoly, bankrupt. They out of the game, baby. I need y'all to understand that. That's the most alarming part, because that's going to be the silent part. You're just going to hear unemployment went up. But what you're not going to hear is the context of why is it going up, but jobs aren't going up. It's because this employment is coming from the jobs shutting down. This unemployment is not like other timelines where like a corporation struggling and they're doing layoffs. Yeah, that happens damn near every year and it sucks. But we're used to it. We're conditioned to that. Some of the biggest companies will go through layoffs. Ever since Chevy Chase fucking Christmas movies. Let's not be cute and clamorous. This is not new to us. What's different though is that these layoffs is not temporary. Oh, the business is reorganizing, and the next earnings chapter, we'll slowly start to rehire in those hot spots. Especially all the people bitching around there, right? We got enough money to bring it back, and they're like, oh my God, it's at the new mall. Yes, it's back. You just don't notice it. It's ebb and flow. This is saying, no, Starbucks ain't fired 3,000 people and closed 900 stores because the new CEO, mind you, is always a new fucking CEO at these companies. Don't miss that either. Niggas is quitting before he even got to this point. This new CEO, he's like, hey, I'm out here, we're gonna stick to our fundamentals. You know what the fuck that means? How many companies have said that? We're gonna get back to our fundamentals. Like Red Lobster CEO, the Starbucks, like they always say this shit like it's a basketball game. Like if we can just work on our bounce pass and our layups, our conversions will increase. Shut the fuck up. No, nigga. He don't know what to say. He just got the job. What they trying to say is, we can't afford this much real estate. First of all, let's start at the top of the pyramid. When you're playing corporacy with Delaware and them niggas, it's for land allotment. It's like Chinese go. They're occupying their corporation, thus de facto it's theirs. That's the game they're playing. Through real estate, law, or whatever. Fuck. Who gives a fuck? These niggas, man. They justify their bullshit with justifiable bullshit. And it irritates me, specifically my bloodline. But I'm gonna let them have it, right? I can't do nothing. But I can. Hold on. So these motherfuckers are restructuring organizations, and the layoffs are not like performance-based. That's what's new. The layoffs are permanent. The fuck? They're not rehiring you. They're not eyeing you when shit bounce back. They're firing you because shit ain't bouncing back in the foreseeable future. That's different. That's different. They don't need time to get back to normal. They need time to do something different. Don't miss that. The old layoffs is the company lost a lot of money on a bad investment, but they got the power players to make some shit stick, and after a couple of years they bounced back. I could have sworn that was the story of Apple. That's not what we're talking about. They're not going to have an Apple turnaround. No, they might have an Apple turnover rate, because motherfucker, no, what they're saying is they can't even expand internationally to do some cool shit like that. Like get ships or something from another country and then, compete with whoever you're competing with, right? No, they can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Not in this story. We're after those stories, so we're playing Tetris and we get towards the top of the ceiling here, bitch. You gotta understand what game this is. So, Roman Coliseums and shit. Sega Genesis columns, same story. So, I think people don't realize how heavy. I don't think this RPG monster that we're calling Trump, or the board, the think tank behind Trump, all of it is not him. It's all of it. if they were Sephiroth or some type of shit in some impossible RPG, these niggas is just casting everything. And you know, like in some video games, you get splash damage, so you can do some magical, crazy attack on the monsters. But if your homies are nearby, they get hit a little bit too, so you gotta be careful with that shit. That nigga doing those now. That nigga, and by that nigga, I mean the whole think tank behind him. That nigga is throwing haymakers at the world, Craig. That nigga's throwing haymakers at his friends. That nigga is hitting himself, beating himself in the chest, just bleeding everywhere so it can buff up another attack, right? Sometimes you can sacrifice your health and dramatically increase an attack on something else. It'll get you out in a fucking pinch, right? You heal later. But he disabled healing in this motherfucker. Don't miss that. So like, if I go down, we all go down. Like, you don't understand the level of Fioraga. No, Audacity Aga that he's fucking casting. The level of Trump's Audacity Aga on this motherfucking paradigm of corporatocracy is alien to me. I played video games. I love the metaphor and parables, especially if you're familiar with the types. I like mastering that workflow right there. So I'm looking at this nigga think tank of Trump or whoever's in charge of DC at the moment, financially. No. So I'm gonna take it back as a dude. I want to code switch to The Wire real quick. These motherfuckers like Marlo for real. But so imagine it's a corporation with umbrella of corporations. So the biggest corporations like Apple's and Apple's actually foreign registered wise, but it has something. It has something local. Then you have Ford. Then you have Marvel, Disney. Then you have like whatever the tech companies are that's friendly to us, but operate because of child labor. But I didn't say that. So what he's doing, what he's casting on those actors, the top 1% earning of his whole corporation, by the way, that makes up for all of the GDP and revenue. Don't forget where the fuck we are, by the way. This is a for-profit government. Don't miss that. His profiteers are running away. Don't miss that. They trying to clear the block. They trying to set up. They're not going to war with the blocks no more. They're saying we going to Connecticut. And he's like, oh, bet. You got another plug in Canada or something? No. We're going to send people back to Maryland and Baltimore. Don't worry about that. Meanwhile, you know what it is. You know how close they are to Canada now. And Canada got a cheaper brick. So they will allow that any other day. Like fucking Phil Mop said, any other night, I get a call from you. What's going on? Like, we know eventually we'll have irreconcilable differences because we're both for-profit organizations. Don't miss that. So everything that business has to do, and this is the narcissistic Rule 48 laws power of business, if you can take advantage of it, you have to take advantage of it. So when they do get over there and they're presented by other funders and directors and foreigners and Dubaiers and Qatars and all these other groups that are over there now are immediately accessible to them without going through fucking TSA and setting off alarms and FBI and CIA shit. Now they can just walk up on them in a fucking diner and cut them a check for a fucking golden tiger, nigga. Like, you understand what they're saying? They're saying is you're leaving and you're getting closer to influence that's opulent compared to what we offer. So we know at some point you're going to detach and reorganize your registration of your corporation anyway. It's easy to do. It's just inconvenient to do. Rebranding and everything. But we know because you're getting away from us, we know you're going for a rebrand eventually. Amidst all the war and everything else going on, that's the perfect cover story for when it's all said and done. You switch sides on us. Let niggas ride on us. I thought it was cool. How you want me to die, homie? So because it's many men for real, that's what you're seeing. That's what the amazing untold story of this all. They don't give a fuck about saving money on goddamn $2,000 an employee on your goddamn Medicare benefits, nigga. That's what they say because it's true. That ain't why they doing it though. Nah, they're getting away from the United States, period, nigga. This is, you know what I'm saying? Marvel leaving the United States was a permanent decision. They shut down Georgia, nigga. We gotta run this shit back. This ain't like an artistic creation direction. Like, oh, be easier to get a permit out here and, yeah. No. they're going to do that by shooting a movie there. But they also moved everything that was infrastructure-wise around Marvel in its studios itself. And just no more leases, no more mortgages, no more land tax, no more obligations to the society, no more coffer funding for the governors and mayors, no more parties, no more drug underground consumption or masking and trafficking. You're completely out of that node. So now I got to replace that node somehow with something of equal or greater value at a time like now. Not going to fucking happen. So Marvel said, fuck you. So if Marvel said, fuck you by doing that, then it's leaving the United States altogether in its trajectory is what I'm saying. And most of the people who bought all the music masters, they're selling it to tech billionaires and mysterious bidders over there in the UK. That could be anybody. So everyone's already selling their catalog and their royalties across seas already. Don't miss that, man. Timberland and all of them, and Justin Bieber and all them people that sold their catalogs since Spicy Sundays and now, they're selling to foreign corporations. Don't miss that. They're selling them across seas. And that's probably why we're not witnessing it in our commercials and in our media, because they sold it to a foreign corporation first. Right? $40 million over there. Remember someone bought someone's catalog, Katy Perry, all kind of shit, right? Remember that? Those are all foreign investors. They're bringing that catalog across shores. They imported the catalog rights, meaning nothing in the United States can syndicate those songs or those hits or those classics without paying something foreign to play it. Don't miss that shit. It's no longer under the United States umbrella, and all of your record companies and all of your media companies start doing that. And I have a feeling that's why fucking Hulu and all of them are pulling those shows off, because those are probably shows that are part of catalog sell-offs, private equity, that word again, and that's showing up. And if it's foreign, then you know the prices and the scales get weird and taxation gets weirder. Thus, we can't afford to do this in this game that we used to play. However, we're the fucking ones selling the goddamn catalogs. They sold the catalog to the people that got to sell it back to them. Don't miss this shit. Please don't miss that. Why did the fly get inside? God damn it, bitch. They sold, the people who can sell a catalog are the same people who got to rent the catalog to keep the rest of the shit alive. Right? If you sell fucking Taylor Swift's catalog from her first album, and the reason why people subscribe to Apple or Tidal is because of it, then it must be included. But just that album and just that one album alone might be worth the highest payout to them, and then that'd be the number one that people listen to. They can't afford that. Do that for the cartoons that are disappearing. Do that for everything. Everything that used to be made in Mexico or Japan. You gotta do that for everything. That's what you're witnessing. They just don't have no one of the academia level that's in that part of business. They're not in entertainment. So they're not unless they're an entertainment lawyer, they can't talk about it. Or unless they've been fucked by the music industry or something similar and the people in it, then they wouldn't know about it. Hi, how you doing? So, I be knowing or something. It's like I've been part of it a little bit. Shit, this bitch called follow me. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the United States is losing its heavy hitters of influence. Before this, they already made moves to leave. You feel me? Like, after the pandemic, these hoes started choosing. And I think Trump was telling them, and whoever them niggas working for, you chose wrong, bitch. You don't need us eventually. Because all you got is that market. If you try to play with us, they're like, all right, well, they do it with video games, PlayStation exclusive. They might fuck around and do that. You know how Americans are, well, we can pirate and VPN. Nah, we talking about profits, bro. That ain't what they talking about. If you VPN from their country and watch it, it'll still show up in their currency. That's not good enough. Y'all not listening. I know. Because I already see the nerds when this headline comes out, if it comes out. I don't know how far they'll make it for it, honestly. But if Marvel be some goofy shit like this episode or this 6-episode season of Spider-Man, not a good nay in it version, and it's like, sorry, it's only for the subscribers of whatever EU or whatever the fuck. That's gonna piss off a lot of Americans, but then it's gonna hype up the show and people wanna find it on YouTube and do the goofy shit. That's not the fucking problem though. Once that show is registered as such, it don't matter who watching it. That's what the problem is. Motherfuckers be thinking the voter and whether the customer's always right. The customer's always right, but the customer doesn't fucking matter. That's why they're always right. That's the only reason why you always write something. You'll always write something that doesn't matter, because at the bottom line, we're in the business of getting the money out their wallet. It's not right moral, and you don't gotta argue with them and justify shit. Just shut the fuck up and take the dollar. They only here temporarily. If you understand business-minded people, so on a business-minded level of their fuck shit, they're running out of help. They're burning bridges. Trump burnt bridges with Tesla. And there's a whole bunch of other people in the government that hate Elon for some reason. I haven't figured it out yet. Like the people who are trying to deport him. There's something wrong with that. It's a whole different issue. It's not just Doge. Well, it could be a side effect of what Doge found. It could be a side effect of what he did. Yes, but it wasn't like because of Trump versus Elon. It's deeper than that. They're turning on him on that level. And I mentioned this already, but I'm not worried about him. He's probably not even local right now. He's probably not even here. So, but you gotta understand, that's a burned bridge. I want to get at the relations of it. If the Defense Department is burning bridges with Elon Musk, then nothing in Tesla stock or anything related will ever matter again in due time. Because there's no way for him to expand his empire anymore here. He got a burn notice. Now, he can still be successful in China and things like that. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt his ability to adjust, especially with a market with 2 billion or more people, for sure. That ain't what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is his intentions in the jobs and the money, the circulation that he was promising, and the fringe benefit of Dogecoins and all the other tertiary things connected to him. Your government said, nah, fuck that nigga. So much so, on next week's episode of the Epstein Files, they just so happened to release the part that Mr. Elon Musk is in, right? Like, isn't that crazy? They rolling that shit out like fucking comic books. Like next week on the Epstein Files, guess who's next? Like, and Elon was called next, right? Elon was called to attention. Why? Because Elon bought X and Twitter, man. X and Twitter is considered a media publication company. It's like replacing newspapers, magazines, and news stations. So the government treats it as such. That's why Amazon's so powerful. It's treated as such. It's a different rule for them, corporate rule, like how the corporations look at each other is what I'm describing to you. So they have a different rule set and different profits and different breaks because they're tooled in mind control. They're tools, they're weapons of mind control in terms of like, I'm not talking about like destroying a civilization. I'm talking about controlling it. The mind control is narrative. They're in control of mind control, like keeping you in a paradigm, predicting your behaviors within certain guidelines and thresholds and pressures. And thus you need to control the narrative so people don't start talking, thinking, or acting a different way. That's what that is. It's that type of mind control. It's more of a dampener than it is full control of your mind, if that makes sense. People still gonna do what the fuck they want to do. But usually with the mind control going on, it's within people second guess shit like, oh, I don't want to fucking go to jail today. Shit like that. That's still mind control. Because if there was no jails and no federal government and none of these people enforce it, maybe you would go to jail that day. But if there's no jails there, would you do what you really did? Did you do what you really want? You see what I'm saying? It augmented your mind, thus your behavior. So you're not really, you know what I'm saying? And listen, to greater benefit of a colony full of weirdos, trust me. I don't think we can live without some of it. But that ain't what I'm talking about. Twitter was the last one left. That's why it was never Twitter versus TikTok. They're not categorized the same. TikTok is just probably more influential. Thus it became dangerous, which is why they had to get it in their control, yes. For mind control purposes. That's it, not for business. Not because it was cutting into timeshares and ad revenue. It was all the same U.S. Treasury note. No. They needed to get a hold of TikTok's algorithm for mind control purpose, yes. They need narrative control because no one's getting narrative from news or TV no more. They're only getting it from Twitter, if it's political usually. Truth Social, which is Trump's own thing, which very few of us really interact with. YouTubers who pick up from all the aggregates and narratives, and then the source itself. But if you don't have TikTok or Twitter doing it, y'all want to know what the fuck's going on because everyone else is copying those. So they lost their influence on Twitter already and X through Elon. And gave him a black eye. He packed his marbles and went home May of this year. With that, Twitter is suffering, it's always been suffering, making a profit, by the way, but it stays in business because of its government classification. There we go. So now Elon's not going to get the benefit of that. And then X is going to downsize. That's why the AI person got fired or left the job, sold the code, open, all that extra shit you've been hearing about. That's just brick by brick getting rid of his rank in controlling the narrative. Don't miss that, man. That's how you know he's under attack. But it's corporate attack. It's passive aggressive. Fuck you. But for a good reason, I'm sure. Listen. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. I'm just telling you what that means in absence of him. In absence of Elon in that position, they don't have no one else. So they're gonna privatize Palantir some shit. That's what people are like, that's what the agenda is for the mass surveillance, digital ID, biometric system. Yeah, nigga, I know, but it wasn't supposed to be under these circumstances. Because who the fuck is going to notify people that this is happening? How the fuck are people going to find out what the new rules are? How the fuck someone going to give a fuck about anything the White House talking about that's going to affect if Elon just turned that shit off? Elon ain't going to help them spread the narrative and the propaganda and the fear mongering if he got to work in China, bitch. Shit, he might get paid by China. Shit. Oh my God, dude, you saw it. Oh my God, Elon might be able to get some subsidies and some investments from some foreign investments since he can't operate in DC no more. It's unfixable. Maybe I need to take X to South Africa. I don't know where the nigga going. Probably China, because that's where Tesla is. And then he's gonna start working with the Chinese. He loves observing his competition, and they're kicking his ass and everything, including Tesla's. So it might be a merger, some type of deal coming. And then if he merges with Huawei or one of those companies in China, which is probably likely because he's losing money for X already without the benefits. But Chinese might say, we lose TikTok, we gain X. You know how the game go. They play go for it. All they got to do is invest just enough of it, and it's theirs. Don't forget that part. In the middle of a world war rumor with China, with Russia and NATO. Don't miss it. Well, don't miss it now. Zuckerberg is the only one they got left. I'm telling you something. This is bad, and he's Jewish, I guess. Blonde hair, blue. I don't know what's going on with that kid, but he identified with them boys. Cool. Jared Kushner probably his best friend too. He one of them boys. That's Donald Trump's son-in-law. Don't miss that. It's in the family, bro. The next generation. It's like uniting the kingdoms of Nazis and Jewish people. That's crazy. I wonder if they're Zionists, though. This is a different classification for them. So anyway, no. Whatever the case may be, it doesn't matter. They're losing Marvel, influence, mind control. The DEI was prolific in Marvel in all streaming services, wasn't it? That's a government mandate, by the way. So now that they're in another country, guess what they ain't got to do no more? Do DEI or similar or the reversals of it. They probably left the country so they didn't have to do that too. Like, this fucking gay shit fucked up all of our goddamn profits to begin with, Obama. Like, nah, we're gonna bring back some of the fucking classics. We'll do it over here. And we'll save some money too. Fuck it. Greed. But nah, they probably didn't want to keep doing the fucking CIA tap dance either. And if they don't make the movie here, they don't have to. See? See, it's easy. The federal government is losing control of all of its strongest arms of its enforcement of narrative. That's why that Jimmy Kimmel shit is a big deal, bro. That's a big deal. It ain't a Disney stockholder big deal. It is, money-wise, yeah. The action of it is, yes. That ain't why that happened. That's not what they're talking about. You don't know who Jimmy Kimmel is. He's one of the last ones left. He one of the last ones left, guys. The other nigga got suspended indefinitely. The other one, the one with Questlove in them, he lost his show for a little while or something. Everyone on hiatus. Hollywood ain't got no money to pay him, bro. The government ain't subsidizing them no more. They must have picked Jimmy Kimmel. Got it? Hmm? So if Jimmy Kimmel get fired, Disney, Marvel, ABC, all them niggas, conglomerate. If that nigga ain't here no more to carry out the fucking battle cries and the fucking Jericho horns and shit, who is? Y'all got somebody else who gonna keep his ratings? I don't think so, because you had to axe 2 or 3 other shows. You ain't got nobody ready yet. You can't fire him. Disney ratings might not like that shit. And then your social class people, your influencers, like, well, you know, it's weird that we're boycotting the thing, but we're celebrating that he's back. Yeah, that's not how a boycott works. Y'all boycotted to get Jimmy Kimmel a raise? Are y'all retarded? Reprobate mind part 5. Listen, they don't understand anything they do. Listen, every boycott, every hashtag these motherfuckers try, they find themselves in the twilight zone when it's over. Have y'all noticed that? Like every cause that hits the internet and people start losing their mind and supporting or whatever, and then it happens, then the result, they're like, I don't know what happened. What if you left it alone? Why did you unplug this modem? Because all you did was get Jimmy Kimmel a bigger raise to keep doing the propaganda. And that's the hilarious thing about that one. But he the last one. He one of the last ones left to even do a late night show that's pro-government agenda. Even if he picks a bias, it's still pro the government. You can pick a side, but it's still the government, red or blue. And they'll slide in certain guests with a certain agenda. And they'll slide in certain suggestions. It's subversive. Project Mockingbird. It's not overt at all. It's a covert operation, which is why it's classified. A lot of these people are agents, quite literally, on payroll. Don't miss that. They got really good managers to get them the best deals. Mm-hmm. Just like they do on YouTube, man. No different. Kai Cenat is under a network. He's not by himself. He didn't do that organically. I Show Speed, same story. They're behind there's a Jewish network, media network behind them. These aren't organic rising stars. They're all funded by the same people. That's who they chose. They're lucky to be the avatars, I guess. But it's not because they were popular. That's not what that was. Never is, by the way. That big, never is. Pause. It's because these motherfuckers have been controlling the narrative and the images for a very long time. And now the federal government is losing its advantage in playing the same game. Remember, a lot of these other things are private interests. Usually rhymes with Israel, though. Mossad takes shit into their own hands. Jeffrey Epstein, remember that guy? Mm-hmm. Same story. They take their destinies into their own hands. The United States got a lot to worry about. These motherfuckers don't. These motherfuckers ain't got shit for real anyway. They ain't know who they say they is. So all they got is time to fuck some shit up. Keep that in mind. Have you noticed something in your world lately? So yeah, the federal government is shrinking at an alarming rate. That's not good news for the United States. The states are broke. They owe a foreign bank. It don't matter if the federal government shrinks. You will not have states if the federal government goes away. They're all under the same 360 bill. Don't miss it. Because I hear my social justice people and my white people in the back and all the other similar channels in a different polarity think that they're winning a war against the Illuminati or the One World Order or something like that. And that's because you got the wrong texture map, shorty. That's not the game we're playing. That's the game that is the assumption based on the surface level observation of the moving parts. Yes, I understand it. But you gotta zoom out a little bit further. That is not the game we're playing. That's called a meta. Y'all figured out the meta of the game. You didn't even find a meta of the game. You found a meta of the paradigm that we were in. Yes. That was the meta of the paradigm, but that was not the game at all. Y'all studied all the wrong Illuminati Bibles. That story happens if this was true, and if they pulled it off. A, it's not true, and B, they didn't pull it off. So that is not where the story is ending. The story ain't going there, and the story ain't going to Rome, and it ain't going to the New Testament either. Where are we? We're in Egypt. We're in the Old Testament. Stop fucking playing with me. So they let my people go, nigga. It's a prophecy for a reason. Listen, it keeps happening. So, nah, your United States federal government is worse off than you think. In this health thing, this COVID thing, this vaccine thing, they didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice, boy. They had to tell you now. Because they have to get it started. They have to get they know motherfuckers will start burning shit down again. I don't know how much time they have for that to happen. Especially in those key places that are losing businesses. Oregon's one of them. Remember, he's like, I'm announcing the war zone Oregon. At the same time, Oregon has mass layoffs. Don't miss that now. We're talking about the bosses are saying that, not what the streets are saying. The boss ain't worrying about what's happening in the streets. The boss is what's happening in the damn businesses. So when Trump, a commander of the military, says Oregon is a war zone, nigga, Oregon's a fucking war zone. But as people, you have to look at the war properly. Every war is a banker war. Cool. Thus, split tongue. What's the banker problem in fucking Oregon? Oh yeah, Nike, Intel, formerly Bill Gates and them niggas' friends. That whole period, in Microsoft too. All them niggas that over there, Washington, Oregon, Pacific Northwest, getting laid off. Thousands of people. I watched a YouTube of some Oregon dude on the ground, politically, financially or something, on the news, something, freaking the fuck out. But Trump, the federal, they Oregon, but they talk about the federal government. The state don't know what to do with all these federally subsidized deals to get these factories in their states to begin with, so they can even do anything to make money. Yeah, so a lot of these states' power sources is being the houses of the illegal colonial operations of foreign corporations and getting benefits. Oh my God. So not only do you have to worry about the layoffs, now you got to worry about the state that it happens in. Come on, Maryland. Come on, Virginia. Come to Jesus now. Come to Jesus now. These ain't regular jobs that are going away, guys. This is the GDP of the United States. These are the biggest corporations that work in the United States. And the states that house them have federal, which are separate. Separation between Fed and state, I guess, motherfucker. Listen, those are federal, what is that called? Secured contracts under state rules for the employees, the chattel, yes. But on a corporate level, same dollar bill, y'all. You feel me? That's what their problem is. Oregon is a war zone. It lost its supply depots. I play StarCraft. It didn't hit the command center. It didn't hit the city. It didn't hit the barracks or the troops out. No, it hit the supply depots. Whatever attack that was, hit the supply depots. That's what he's talking about. It's a war zone. Let's change language. It's a financial war zone. It's a corporate war zone. It's a United States Service Corporation war zone. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So what is Donald Trump saying? That the United States is under attack. Okay. All right. No. The United States is a corporation. So you got to change your glasses to corporate. So the United States is a corporation of corporations. It's not the king of kings. It's the corporation of corporations. Oh my God. So the corporation of corporations is saying, president, by the way, you only have presidents of corporations, by the way. So the president, so the king of the corporations of corporations, what he is saying, like, hey, yo, we're under attack. Everywhere we turn, Everywhere we turn on our map that we stole from the Indians, we're losing money at rapid rates. And the scary things, guys, is that this was not their plan. They have no fucking idea why. This isn't the Illuminati agenda. This is not the deep state. This is not the subversion of Marxism and communism. It can be exacerbated by all of those individuals. Because remember, these are other factions and private groups that have an agenda similar. We're all vying for control of something. Yes. None of them. That has never been the United States Service Corporation agenda. They're less lethal than those rumors, but they're a different group. They have a different agenda. And when it matters to the United States is the middleman to the currency, so they can try whatever they want, boy. We got the 360 though. They don't, so it'll never work. Get it? You gotta get it. You're never gonna get it. Never. You can't just come to the United States and rob the bank and take all the money like I'm the king now. No, the money's fake, and the money's in contract with an account with the Federal Reserve through the United States. So you can't overthrow that. You can't overthrow the United States for money. Actually, you can overthrow the land, but it's not their land. So then you're just fucking over my grandmother twice. And then you're here looking crazy and like, you know, start shooting citizens and shit. And they're like, yo, bro, I'm foreign too, bro. The fuck? Like, you from my hometown. Why the fuck you, man? Nigga, if you don't get your ass. See? This corporation is set up in such where it wouldn't benefit anyone to take it over. The deal is not with the people or the land itself. The deal is with a federal corporation itself. The Federal Reserve is also a corporation. It's a 360 though. They all work together. It was like Live Nation and Rock Nation, same story. Like a Tribe Called Quest. Or like Blackstone and BlackRock are kind of related, same story, I guess. They just diversify their portfolios differently. Different taxes, different demographic, different everything. But they're under the same leadership umbrella. So the United States is an umbrella corporation, Resident Evil, same story. And the top of the Umbrella Academy man is saying, no, bro. It's a war zone. We gotta listen to all the places you want to send this, the National Guard to. The national securities is the profits of the corporation, bro. They're a trade organization, bro. So trade routes, highways, ports. Listen to the fucking places he's naming one next time. One time you go, you say, what is the distance between a major highway for trucks and a port? I'm sending my National Guard there. The cover story is for the media, the spin doctors, CIA and all them, and all their friends. Project Mockingbird. All right, so this is happening. We can then utilize this momentum and then curate the narrative to make sure the political persuasion of the people lean in this direction. And it's failing, by the way. But while it's failing, immigrants and ICE and deportations and the risk thereof, you gotta think about that. He's saying I'm under attack. And in my attack, I'm going after these sanctuary cities that have tent housing for illegal immigrants. Now, you can't, if you're racist if you keep thinking they're Mexican. Mexicans ain't the only ones that cross that same border, though. It's well documented. There's a lot of Chinese people crossing the border, too. When they tell you the story, they show AOC crying in front of some Mexicans, but then they don't put the camera on all the Chinese people also crossing, right? And if Chinese and Mexicans are crossing, Africans are crossing. We know that. And if Africans and Haitians are crossing, we know that. Then that leaves a room for a whole lot of other people who you may not identify as a bigger group. They can be anybody for real. Don't miss that. They end up in these sanctuary cities first. So he's sending the National Guard to where people who cross the border go first. Hold that as a military campaign. Just StarCraft shit. Fuck your feelings about your friends and your taco trucks. This is not what they're targeting. They had no fucking problem with taco trucks 2 weeks ago. So this is all of a sudden he's deploying the National Guard. All of a sudden he's going to sanctuary cities. All of a sudden these are the pre-designations for foreigners who cross the border to get started. He's going there first. Don't miss that. Yes, of course these sanctuary cities are fucked up and retarded. There's some type of benefit to that for the state and the city. I'm telling you, funding, federal. Well, if we have a foreign interest for letting people into our sanctuary cities, right? Because they're compromised within their government from all kinds of factors. Don't miss that. Let's say they're Chinese. And you have a sanctuary city with a Democrat who's friendly with the Chinese. I'm sure Biden didn't have a problem with that at the time. And he's going to allow such and such amount of Chinese people to come into the town and blah, 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 blah. Cool. And Mexicans and MS-13, they come too. We're not doing business with that, but we might get profits on their drugs. Don't worry about it. We'll get to that story soon. So you got the people who can bring drugs, and then you got the foreign nations who are bringing in people, or soldiers usually. They're usually soldiers, by the way. Don't miss that. Plain clothes, like regular people. You want to know they're soldiers for where they're coming from. So they come here with an agenda, is what I'm saying. And their agenda is not to send money back to grandma's house and fix it. Their agenda is political, military, espionage, all the things. And they pivot out of sanctuary cities, usually ran by Democrats. That's why you hear that narrative. So it's saying like the Democrats are staging a foreign coup, if you will, because they're being funded by the foreigners, I understand. And they don't mind, because they'll still be next up in charge of the United States trade routes, but then they also have this international backdoor deal for betraying or committing treason. Who just got charged with treason? Someone just got charged with treason. Yeah, they just charged someone with treason recently. Within the last 4 days, a woman. So they're doing it now. If one person got accused of treason in the last weekend, that means treason is happening. And the fact that that's not a bigger news story, a story about treason in the United States, y'all listen, they are not going to tell us anything at this point. That's how fast it's happening. Someone just got held accountable for treason. Like, that's a big deal. That's a big fucking deal, boy. For foreign something. Foreign funding, foreign something. It was only like $29 million, I think. I'm telling you, the price of a brick is cheap in America, boy. You can get anybody to do anything, especially if you got a whole bunch of sandcastle dollars. So yeah, so the price of treason going up. So they go cracking down on treason. They go into all their sanctuary cities, and they're telling you that they're in a war zone. They mean that. They're not talking about the poor people pissing on the corners doing graffiti. Those are usually kids. But nah, they're talking about corporate-wise, the effect of this immigration has done something strange to profits. All these major sanctuary cities, since they have been classified as such, which is the home base for foreign border crossing, not just Mexicans. Ever since this has been a problem under the Democrats, and it's grown to what it is now, for whatever reason, those cities are no longer profitable. On top of that. So with the illegals there or not, it makes no difference in terms of employment and profits for the city. So the cities, now you understand what the federal part is. So let's say they had a fringe benefit under a different leadership, and it's just gone, but they still have these people here. They milk them some other way. Cool. They're able to take care of that because of all the police funding during the Blue Lives Matter shit and all that political jargon to get the federal funding passed to these cities for their police force, and the biggest cities get the most, although they might not hire or train the police force. Have you noticed something? So you have all that funding, then you have the education crisis, a lot of DACA and Dreamers and stuff, so different aid for new kids and stuff, that's gone. You have the funding for crime, like Chicago. They receive almost, what is it, $800 million? Chicago receives a lot of fucking money because of its status, because of Chicago, because of O-Block, because of that paradigm and that narrative. The federal government gives their city a lot of money federally, meaning not from their profits, not from their businesses, not from their citizens, from a foreign federal government at DC, a credit line, if you will, to make sure that they keep up, they don't let this shit get out of control. So what Chicago does is set a threshold. We'll let it stay out of control enough to keep getting this fucking funding. And anything that peaks above that, we'll clamp it down. We can clamp down on the whole thing if we wanted to, but they're gonna pay us to keep a threshold. And that's how these people take advantage of the federal government, which is foreign to the state. Don't miss that, man. They be saying, "Kumbaya, my lord, we're the United States." Yeah, the United States is not DC. They tell you that. Yeah, you can have the United States, but Washington DC is not part of the United States. It's not in the United States. That's not a thing. It's not territory, by the way. That's why this is confusing. I'm talking about corporate. They don't have the land at all. Their maps are corporate maps, highways and stuff. Those are trade routes. It's a trader map. It's not a national king empire map. You'll notice the difference. So these guys, yeah, they're fucked. Because now these states that received all this money, they got to a point where the corruption, like I said, the bad manager at Sonic, where the subsidiary corruption and Ponzi's are happening, that it's milking these funds dry, but the effect of the society hasn't gotten better. Now they're at a critical point of their threshold where it's breaking. Now it's out of control in some areas with internal corruption because of this incentive program, and the fact that so many other foreign elements are orchestrating things around, including hitting the leaders of banks and healthcare agencies, right? In the same type of cities, don't miss that. So as they gotta worry about that and everything else that we don't know about, and the new thing that's stronger than fentanyl is elephant tranquilizer. They're now putting elephant tranquilizer in the streets. Trank, super trank. They already do trank in prison and stuff like that. K2, that's one of the things that Elon Musk be doing. He be on trank. But this is elephant trank. That's why people are dropping dead again, by the way. Enough to knock out an elephant. Anyway, so you got all that money they get too, especially when you involved with the police force and shit like that. You seen training day. So all that out of control, and now they don't have the federal funding. Because they don't have the federal funding, it's out of control. And then they send the National Guard in, which the National Guard, the national security interest to protect and preserve of the corporate interests will be the properties and the finances. So not only do you have the street level issue that they be using to talk to us, but it's a side effect of a banking issue. And Chicago got mad banks, don't it? I know that's right. Don't forget Salt Typhoon hacked all the accounts, bro. Don't forget that. So if Salt Typhoon hacked all the networks and the cell phone networks, then Salt Typhoon got a whole bunch of bank accounts. Don't miss that now. And the little boy that was hacking in the casinos, he part of a bigger hacker group. So there's other hacker groups that can hack into banks and casinos and all kind of shit too. Meaning they're quietly losing a lot of money, but FDIC and insured and coverage and stuff. Then that goes to the big bank, and the big bank go, hold up. We ain't making no profits. Shit, we negative $30 billion a day. Let's doge the shit, see? We've been thinking like, cause the state is going through it, that the federal government's in on it. Like when Newsom be talking and Texas be talking, you'd be thinking like Trump and them are friends. Like they're managing like, well, Trump didn't send FEMA for Texas. Texas is supposed to take care of Texas. FEMA's federal. And this is just confusing everybody. Your state governments are so weak and powerless that they can't do nothing without funding from the federal government. The federal government biggest liability is federal spending, because the federal spending is babysitting all of the state governors. Y'all don't understand anything. I know, they didn't teach us nothing. These people in government now that got elected into positions are not the people of the land, so they cannot govern the estate in which they're not property or they're not principal to. They're not the statehoods, they're not the kingdoms, they're not the royals, they're not the nobles. So we're not talking about the land. They're under the jurisdiction of the corporations that they run, and they're squatting on our buildings, but then they're building new ones, and they're bringing their foreign citizens in to work there. That's their jurisdiction. But on a state level, corporately, this is your territory, this is your trade route. You have to make your own profits and make your own dues. This is a 50-stair pyramid scheme. DC is their +1, 13. Judah, like, he get to deal with the foreign banks and families and stuff that are funding the shit for them to have a treasury. Everyone else is borrowing and thus registering their corporation with it. Some of them are making power moves that, well, we're gonna move it to Texas. The Lone Star Republic has a different rule set technically somehow. I guess they didn't sign an amendment. And then some of us are gonna deal with business with China and Russia in terms of funding to do certain shit and their own private agendas through using their land and their farms and things like that. So it's like double dipping. And they're like, all right, we kind of cool on that, but keep it at a threshold. You want that shit getting out of hand, so on and so forth. They ain't got nothing to do with Trump or the White House. The White House is just the rule set, because no matter what, all 50 estates are using the White House's money. The White House is the lender to the states. The White House is the borrower from the Federal Reserve. So the White House has to tax all 50 estates if you look at it corporately, like he's looking at 50, and then you got Hawaii and fucking Puerto Rico and all the other 700 military bases. That's what DC cares about. The bottom line at the end of all the shenanigans. How much are we getting from it? And in order for us to keep getting from it, to keep this going, we also have to pump some of it back into the infrastructure to keep the trade going, to keep the fundamental bloodline of what they're doing, borrowing from these niggas, and then doing their agenda, trying to copy and paste the central bank into other territories. That's what they're really in charge of. That's what the military is doing. But on a National Guard level, national securities, he's putting the states in check. Like, hey, you were the badass employees. Listen, I only brought fucking Hennessy to the drinks on Fridays, on payday. You ain't supposed to bring that shit when I'm not working on Sunday with them niggas. Now you got the block hot and you looking stupid and they about to fire you. That is more like it. So the states are hot. And not every state is densely populated or terms of interest. Some of them are just literally squatting there in order to have the network for the roads and stuff. Don't miss that. These are not the people of our land. So it's never their land to protect or keep. They go to war. Now, I know they went to school and saw the movies, and some of the citizens believe in that role, but that's not how it would unfold. They will find out very quickly that their entitlement to the land is only enforced by the federal government. And once the federal government is no longer enforcing it, they would have to defend it for themselves, but their defense will be to the death. Because even if they win that battle, they're going to be constantly surrounded by the people of the land itself. So yeah, you can keep Texas for a little while, but your federal government is never going to come to help. So you can no longer go from Texas to New Jersey as smooth as you could when you have federal and state troopers and all that shit enforcing certain things. If you isolate yourself as a foreigner who loses your citizenship with the United States, as it were, and let's say the people of the land took a deal with Russia and China for a little while, and then they started policing their trade routes because that's their business, then all these other people who refuse to leave or get out of here, they will be forced with penalties and become rebel or illegal to that system. That's what they want to prevent. There's nothing stopping the United States from being moved out or losing access to some of its privileges and its ways. And if someone like me said, I want to talk to Vladimir Putin and your boss, I'm like, I want to sign a 360 deal for the next 30 years under my hereditamists coming from Pocahontas and everybody in between us, that at least on the Northeast region where DC and all that shit is, you guys can police those ports and those highways. They'll take the United States signs off and they'll put up the Russian and Chinese ones. And it'll just be there. It won't be all 50 states. That's not how it happens. That's not how it happened here. Thus. So that's why they weren't about Chinese buying up farmland and stuff, because then they'll have to police it. Right? It's their land now, and they have to have highways to it. So temporarily, just for those highways, it's theirs. That's why you hear things about like Chinese people have police stations in New York, but knowing the state or the governor doesn't close it down. Like, they had a police station in New York that illegally arrested a United States citizen, basically, like kidnapped him on some gangster shit. And they found out about this Chinese police station that was doing that, and then it's still there. So that means whatever that lease is, or whatever that little land piece is, whatever agreement they have with the state of New York or something in the federal government over another bigger, broader deal, China in that interest has said, no, we need that police station there because that is our trade route. Like, we don't need our own police station there for the other things we got going on. So yeah, I know they wilding and shit, but we'll fix it, whatever. But nah, that police station is staying there because we got some other interests to attend to. And you know that already on a business corporate level. The United States is not land. You can have Texas split in half with Texas, the federal things, and the map will stay the same, but the territory of the farm or the territory of the oil fields will belong to Saudi Arabia. But you're not going to see a whole bunch of Saudi Arabians there, right? Saudi Arabia will make a deal with the federal government, since the federal government issues the currency for work, employment, and transport, to say, all right, well, we'll do this and do this, but absolutely, this is our interest here on the land of North America, but it's not under United States jurisdiction, thus they'll block it out in the satellite images on Google Maps type shit. Same story. Same fucking story. Yeah, it's all over this bitch. Yeah, they all over here already. That's what I'm saying. Going to war with them is stupid. They're here. Like, if you thought it was fists and guns and bayonettas, and like for some reason you gotta drop men off to go fight other men and then when they die, then the beef is over with the corporation losing money. That doesn't make fucking sense. And no, this ain't Saving Private Ryan, nigga. This is real fucking life. That shit is a stupid idea. They sent them niggas and touched them down on islands to kill all the niggas that were still there. They were overthrowing kingdoms. That's why there ain't no more wars like that. They had to kill people who come from a different paradigm. Then they had the problem of, how do we fund this shit now that we stole everything? And these people are incompetent from this because we got to teach them, oh my God, we just learned this shit. Now we got to go back and raise some people. Oh my God, this is expensive. Yeah, more like it. So that's all. That's all it is. They stupid as hell. They're very hasty to do this goofy shit, and they expanded way too big. And the bigger operation is, the bigger corporation is, the more apt it is to corruption in the smaller branches. And that's like cancer. If you don't control that and you're losing profits and you don't notice for a long time, and then you clamp down on it, then you're like, wait a minute. Then if this ain't happening, then nothing goes up this blood vessel. Damn. This corruption actually gave birth to 2 other subsidiary things that was working. But never mind, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're finding that out the hard way. Yeah. Sometimes the corruption turns a bigger profit than the actual task at hand. No shit, Sherlock. That's why they have double agents. Because that opportunity exists to do so. Honeypots and all that shit. That means there's an angle. Yeah, these people ain't fucking thinkers. They're Monopoly players. And that's why they're losing a thinking game. I get it. I could have, we could have told them that. It's all right. So your boys is cooked, well. This shit makes sense, is what I'm telling you. It sounds crazy because it doesn't make sense in the paradigm that's suggested to us as citizens, of course. But it ain't crazy. It's exactly what you expect. Layoffs, immigration in terms of employment, bullish markets, raising cross, depression, recession, stagflation, whatever word you want to choose is in the bad category, right? Whichever word it is in a new word, it's in the category of oh shit. Then you got tech, Defense Department, Palantir, Rand Corporation, China, Russia. Then you got the social militant militias, if you will, the think tanks, the hashtag crews, destabilizing things with their bullshit. And it's socially, it's not. I'm sure it's important to them. But in the grand scheme of what's happening to all these other things, Karen and Darren and Edgar, like whatever their issues are with their life right now, I promise you, is at the end of the fucking list of problems. And that's the illest shit about this, because we're under the paradigm and programming that the United States is for the people, by the people. We're all in it together. And as us being individually all in as a collective, we influence the bigger picture that's happening to us. And people are starting to find out that has never been the fucking story. TV's a hell of a drug, boy. It looked like that shit on TV, but in real life, it never fucking mattered. It only matters as far as it matters to the people who are affected locally to make the changes in behavior. Yes, highly effective. You ain't protest no goddamn government, though. The government was still governmentate. Your ass got up and went to buy something and still pay fucking taxes. As long as whatever you end up doing involves you getting money and paying taxes, you under the government, bitch. The government don't give a fuck about how you get to school. The government don't give a fuck about if you like Edgar and Casey. Like, nigga, the government just want to know, all right, when you finish getting educated, you gonna work and pay into the Social Security and all these other Ponzi schemes we got going on. You trying to change something? You trying to move to another country? Then all right, we don't need to step in there. Your ass gonna figure it out. Or you can move to one of these other lovely estates under the same 360 deal. Either way, we'll hear from you soon. On Social Security, we will. You feel me? So that's what I'm saying. These people are thinking they're protesting, boycotting the government or something. No, you're not. You don't know what the fuck the government is. It's the governance of a fucking band of pirates with 50 estates under a corporation in Delaware. What the fuck are you talking about? See? The Moors were the only ones who could talk like that. They just couldn't code switch back and forth. They mastered the old paradigm, which is crazy. Because the paradigm they mastered is not the paradigm we're in anymore either. Taj alludes to that. Taj was more of an absolutist though. He was more like, we need to get back to the part of the story before this happened. but because of who he is, I guess, as a pedigree of people, his family tree, him saying that only benefits those Moors in particular, the recent ones, because this ain't their land either. So when you hear Taj and Nasir, now mind you, they can be bloodline related to American Indians and all kinds of shit. Very common. But their paradigm of mind with law and legalese goes back to the constitutional Moorish Republic, which is true, by the way. However, them doing that and then involving all black people into that paradigm by itself suggests it's one or the other. Like, oh, if you get out of the United States of today and reclaim your nationality and do these things, and then you follow our narrative and agenda, then we will be able to open as a business under the United States Constitution, under the Republic of our nationality, and then we can do for each other. See, that's the trick. I didn't know that was the trick at the time, but I knew something wrong with it because it never happened. Now I know why. What they're trying to say is we can open up our own, we can raise our own flag here, and we have the right to, because our ancestors was here first, operating at the corporate level. So what they're really trying to do, hence why they're headquartered in Delaware with the Taj and all of them. They have some type of treaty they found that they're partial to, where the federal government, DC, it's almost like they're 40 acres and a mule type of thing for Moors. For the Moors who are running the corporation, you heard the first 8 presidents, blah, 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 same story. So they're saying that we could raise our flag again and still operate at United States of America. But then they code switch into history and bloodlines and pedigrees and things. But in person, they're operating in between the laws because they don't have any land right. So they're kind of rogue. Yeah, that's the craziest thing about it. Their grandmother can be from here. But if their grandmother wasn't a royal or noble, you feel me? Because their grandmother's governance or their grandmother's kingdom, because their grandmother's tribe isn't here, then they're unaccounted for. They're rogue. They're remnant. So they don't then inherit more privileges and laws that would have been if their people were the treaty itself. Whereas when it's me, I'm their son directly. I'm not an Indian. I'm not one of, you know what I'm saying? I'm not like a random character in the story who could have been mixed, who could have immigrated 300 years ago. I'm not none of those people. I'm the people that the treaty is with. So I couldn't remove myself, raise a different pirate flag, and then identify as Moorish black, and then follow into that system and its federal benefit and its 501c3 equivalent, and then be treated differently than the United States citizen amendment class, which is what they have a problem with. Civics, how they're looked at, what their benefits are. They shouldn't be paying taxes, things like that. Land, all kinds of things under the United States. All of that is still under the United States. Even when Taj and all of them do the thing, they're still under the United States. But they know the history and they know what's right on the land itself too, which is why they literally couldn't talk a different way because it's not them. It's not theirs either. Yeah. They're the pirates too. Barbary Wars, Barbary pirates. They're pirates too. But they're pirates who are allowed to do trade here. They're pirates who are obviously allowed to build houses and fuck on bitches here. So they have a stake to being here. They don't have a stake to running it though. They don't have a stake to owning the land and telling the people what to do or nothing like that. They can never have a Moorish president. That's not, you know what I'm saying? That's not what would it turn into. And then they can't turn into kings, royals, or emperors either. It'll just be a standalone port with the purchasing power of the Federal Reserve note with its own privilege class, more original, and then it would be business as usual for the Moors. No problem with that. But that's why they can't save black people. That's why they can't recruit. That's why they can't go to schools with that information, because it will bump heads with the federal programming. So they're operating within the threshold of being under the United States still. And that's what my grandfather was talking about. Your own people will sell you back into slavery. Now that's not the same thing as a slave auction or war, but to someone who's a little bit more apt, what he could be saying is, these niggas are too stupid to get it. they'll fuck around with their ideas and their worldview and their indoctrination even 100 years ago and strike some type of deal that gets your ass back into a 360 with them again. Don't go into their temples. Shortly after he died, fucking your boy Hoover and FBI, 501c3. And that's all these sons of bitches are registered under. Right through the federal government. They're registered right through the fucking federal government, bro. So no matter what's going on the streets, yeah, they can go to the courthouse if you get locked up and the sheriff gonna ask you, is this one of yours? This motherfucker cop that asked your ass that ain't from the land. He foreign his damn self. And it's definitely not a constitutional thing because it's not a sharif. You would have to be fucking sharifing or Mohammedan to be in that position, right, chief? How you got a police chief that ain't chief then? They're borrowing our system. You see what I'm saying? But their system is hypothecated with random immigrants and kids and shit who are acting in that for the corporation, not for the people in the land. That's why there's this disconnect. The people of the land don't have no representation in a federal corporation. That's why we be saying stupid shit. Like, how can they kill us and nothing happens to them? Wait till you figure it out, stupid. They're following their corporate procedure. They're being held to a corporate standard, not a moral or feeling one. Oh, you thought this was like a democracy of feelings. No. This is a democracy of, hey, we're about to fuck you over for another year. How would you like to be fucked? Vaseline or baby oil? I want the red one. Okay. Hey, 4 years went by. We still fucking you, by the way. Yeah, we definitely haven't did any of the things we promised your ancestors, but you don't know what we're talking about. No. So we're fucking you again this year. You want the black guy or the white guy? We want the black guy. Fuck you, you know what I'm saying? That's what it's been for real. Quite literally is what it's like when you code switch from corporate to national. Sovereign, people of the land. Like, yeah, it's just fuck us anyway. We're not even in this picture. We're only in it numerically or percent-wise because we're registered through their bank accounts, and our energy is what they're using to build everything. Thus, they're accounting for our energy. They're not accounting for our story. They're not accounting for our culture. They're not accounting for our needs and stuff. No. That's why you have the other immigrants that come here and see that bleeding heart type shit. They figure out how to do a non-for-profit and get to their passion and make money at the same time. And then, yes, people like us may benefit, but everyone else who ain't from the land benefit first. Because usually people not from the land who do it. Because people of the land cannot. That's worse than racism. Once you understand how stupid it is. You understand why racism is like, how they don't take racism seriously. Because even if you address racism, the problem is, if you got your people who are immigrated or who are the beneficiaries of colonialization to be nice to you, the problem isn't how they treat you. The problem is they owe you everything. They owe us. It's a contract. The United States is a contract. So they're paying the people to land. But now they're saying there are no people to land. They're all slave dead or something happened to them. See Medea. But I'm still here, so I know that's not true. So they might have a few sellouts that hit underground. Cool, fuck them. They're not King James' direct grandson though, so they can't supersede me on any degree or level. So that's not it. I would have met them already. So whatever it was in the meantime is dead already, and they're probably dead too. The people, the dumbass sellouts. So it didn't pass on. Thus, they just been rocking willy-nilly since 1913, which is what they say. 1933, it became official. That's it. You've been fucked ever since. Again, been fucked by someone else who was fucking someone else, is what I'm saying. They took over the United States again. So, same business though, same ports, same fuck the niggas organization, but it's under different management with a new deal with a different foreign bank. That's what changes the bank. The bankers. That's what keeps moving in and out of this circuit. That's how you know it's not a country. It's not. This is not a country. This is not a country organization, at least. It could be, but the reason why you want to get these terms right is so that you don't make the fucking mistake of thinking a corporate government gives a fuck about people individually. Impossible. Bottom line or not, whether you live or die, are we going to make money or save money? Are we going to make money or are we going to save money? That's every decision they make. Are we going to make money or save money? Are we going to make money or save money? Now that they're at a point where they're losing money or losing money, losing money or losing money, and all the other shit that we hallucinated and created to participate is dying with it. Well, it's like the fig tree parable. It's a dead fig tree. So now the fruit on the grass and it's rotten, The roots and the branches are starting to peel. The leaves are already on the ground and they're turning brown already. And you got that root still. And you see the darkness consuming it to the root itself. The root itself is DC. Everything else we've been battling with is fruits and leaves. We get our own branch on the tree, like, hey, equity, we winning. Look, Martin Luther King. Shut the fuck up. The fuck are you talking about? Why is your monkey ass in that tree to begin with? Yeah, you have no other point of reference because they only show you the people fighting to be part or treated better by a foreign corporation. Don't miss that. None of them are arguing for their blood right. None of them are arguing for their grandparents. None of them are arguing for their land rights. All of them are arguing for, we want to make money under this system so we can still buy nice foreign things with your money. But in order to do that, we need more things for our people to convince them to do it with us, which is still a micro Ponzi scheme on a social economic issue, right? The churches are 501c3 already by Martin Luther King. They're already getting federal benefits, man. What's this black versus white shit they be talking about? What's this black and white shit? Oh, the black and white shit is what's happening in the neighborhood level, where it don't fucking matter? Yeah, exactly. The black and white shit was the fucking weird ass immigrants they had moving into our cities, gentrifying it then in the 50s and 60s, treating us all wild and crazy. Bitch, you wasn't just here. And these be the same motherfuckers talking about slavery and shit. Bitch, you wasn't here for any of those stories, is what the problem was. They're holding signs in Harlem like, can these illegal aliens whoop the Negro? They're ready to fight about this. Meaning these people just got there. There's a bunch of niggas in Harlem already talking about it. You know what I'm talking about? It's goofy as hell, boy. Because they didn't frame none of that correctly. And then it's equally our people's fault for no longer framing the narrative or no longer resisting it, because everyone got suckered into the school, everyone got suckered into the grocery store, the hospital, all the benefits of foreign occupation, but then having to deal with the immigrant racism and then have to appeal to the federal government to enforce some shit when the federal government was only doing head count. For how many of you motherfuckers are using their bank accounts? Figure out the silly shit. Oh, let's make some movies and some mafia shit. Let's distract them from each other for a minute. That's what that was. That's why Disney was so pivotal. They started as fucking what? Jigaboos, right? All of them with the white gloves and shit. Yeah, the blackface with the white gloves. They started all that blackface, whiteface, minstrel show shit. Calm everyone down. You like a funny Negro white guy, don't you? Like, wake up. Your favorite cartoons are racist as fuck. Your favorite entertainer that's going out of business had the most racist premise for their cartoon designs, didn't they? If Goofy, Mickey, and all these people are blackface minstrel show characters, aren't they? Mm-hmm. Sure is. It's crazy how they going out of business though. That's crazy. That's crazy than that. Crazier than the racism that bred it. Is the fact that they're losing it. That's shit. They had a pedophile problem in that part for a reason. For a long time. No one ever, the FBI, CIA never did nothing about that shit. They got tunnels, but they never been in them or closed them down on Oprah. But yeah. But cool. The racism cool too, I guess. The kids, the missing kids and the racism, cool as hell. Cool as hell. But the minute they want to make money somewhere else, fuck them. That's crazy, boy. That's proof that they'll never give a fuck about how they treat our people or anyone else's people. But, you think you treat the people of the land better. They must think they Israel or something. The ice cream song is racist too. All of it is. From newcomers. Why would they still be racist 300 years later? Doesn't make sense. Emira, oh shit, we got some news. Divesting time from a solution. Lay is in the building earlier. Hi Lay, how you doing? Hey. Mr. Now says, this ain't that is not a pleasurable experience. It's always something else and not what they said it was. Yeah. Replacing the tissue. It's an F4 keyword virus. My mom and sister didn't listen to me, Jayon baby. How's your mom and sister doing? You notice anything different about them? How's their health or just how's their personalities, if not? Mr. Now says, Ambulate just passing now for the loop, as if they're taking care of themselves when saying that, on 3 pills as they speak, 3. Mr. Now says, just the bear that ate the ice cream of that place in Lake Tahoe, yup, a few months ago. New variables, Mormons equals Palantir, got it. Jayon baby says, I don't understand. Oh. Emma Ross says, Cash Patel says the people shouldn't celebrate Miss Shakur because of Rome's police forces. Cash Patel can go back to his goddamn homeland and figure out who his fucking cultural hero is, because he wasn't fucking there when that happened. See what I'm saying? Like, how the fuck can Cash Patel say shit about it? His grandmother wasn't outside when Asada was. So how the fuck can he weigh in on it? He need to shut the fuck up. Mr. Now says, yup, like when Superman got injured during filming. Yes, just like that. 55 billion. UK having its first NFL season too. Bad Bunny just got picked over Jay-Z for the Super Bowl. Nas got picked over Jay-Z for the casino. Ether wins again. Yeah, something's happening at Live and Rock Nation's financial conglomerate. They're business friends, the people they do the power walks with. Ms. John says, time is up. It's promising. 3 in the chat if I'm back. Or 1.5x 30 seconds, because you know it likes to. So I'll start reading. Mr. Now says, oh, Elon is back in South Africa, I see. That's why he's so UK coded, yes. And that's why he's zooming and the connection sucks. Starbucks addicts that only did what they did every morning because of their triple espresso lightsaber are boycotting it. Breaking news. Coca-Cola fiends are boycotting the cartels. Productivity drops by 87% for unknown reasons. Yeah. I saw him. The microphone wasn't muted though. These phones fucking suck. They dominate your iOS with that goddamn phone app. That is weird. Or YouTube sucks at switching drivers. It's like going Fruit Loops and your A0 driver changed, and it changes while you mixing. You're like, well, I don't hear nothing. But it doesn't show you. You gotta go back into audio settings and choose ASIO again. That's what this phone is not fucking doing. So you gotta close the app and reopen it on some fucking Fruity Loop shit. Anyway, I was talking about, I figured out their problem is they're cracking down in Vegas and Nevada and took it off Sanctuary City. And they took off the fucking know your customer thing and blah, blah, blah. It's because all of this shit is invested by counterfeit money. That's why they're fucked with inflation. With immigrants. Immigrants came here with fake money. Wow. I mean, literally. The Chinese, the Triad, were prolific at that. That's that George Floyd club and everything. That was from the Canada and the Great Lakes region. So that means Mexico and Nevada must be money laundering capital, not for money laundering illegal activities. Yes, but no. Money laundering illegal activities using illegal counterfeit paper or cotton. Because they gamble, they launder. They got networks of people, soldiers, family members, drop off $10,000 of counterfeits. Tell them where and how to spend it to get into circulation. And at the end of a cycle, the city thinks, oh, all this immigration is good for us because it's filling up our coffers. Stores are booming. People are making more money in general. But the stimulus is fake, is what the problem is. Remember, it's Monopoly. So imagine you're playing Monopoly and the game is balanced. Properties, the price, how much the bank has. It's accounting for all the money. So you get to a point in Monopoly, if y'all have too much money or things are too expensive, you can start making fake paper notes or write on paper, make different deals and stuff to get the game until bankruptcy. But imagine if it's a different game. Imagine you're playing Monopoly, but someone you're playing with brought their Monopoly money with them and they slipped it somewhere where you can't see it. And like at the end of every round, they just sneak in 50. You just don't notice. That'll fuck up the end game. It won't fuck up while you're playing. They might be too slick with it. They might switch it up and just add a 1 every once in a while. You won't notice it all the time. You'll think, oh, that nigga own everything. Yeah, I bought Park Place when y'all was bullshitting on it. And then you gotta think back in the game, like, when did that nigga collect 200 pass go 3 times? He only been around the board once. He keep rolling 3s. But he owned Park Place? Damn, I need to buy Park Place as soon as I fucking spin next time. Right? Same story. Have you try to reconfigure with how the fuck the motherfucker did that? Like, oh, they got investors over there. He from China? Oh, he from that cell phone company that make anteaters? Mm-hmm. They make robotic anteaters, man. He got $100,000 in a briefcase if you take this fucking bribe. Bribe? I don't do bribes. It's $100,000 in cash, man. I could buy me a new boat. Just like that. They can be bribing them with fucking counterfeit money. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it makes sense now. These motherfuckers sold out their country for free. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's artificial inflation. It's artificial inflation. It's not normal inflation. That's why they don't know what to do. They cannot account for it. That's why Doge was so integral. They must have found out how much fucking fake money's in circulation. I'm not talking about fiat. I'm talking about number boosting so fucking high that you think it's because you're prosperous, because you think you're efficient, because you think things is moving. That's why money is dangerous, because money is, to them, is only attracting the current, the energy, the current is the movement of the money, meaning the activity of the people. That's the control mechanism, as long as you use their money in their systems. They saw a lot of movement in the system somehow. And they attributed it to immigration and policies and new businesses, gentrified areas especially. Stay woke, kid. All these people can afford a restaurant, but the damn longest running family of mom and pop shops couldn't? Come on now, let's do the science on this shit. I ain't talking about for the little bit of money they put down with the federal government to get the loan and the PPP loan to do the building stuff. I'm talking about all the supplies. I'm talking about month-to-month operations they can pay in cash. Under the table payment, right? Imagine how sick that game is. You have a Chinese restaurant that hires Mexicans. They hire illegal Mexicans. Illegal Mexicans that they're gonna pay in cash at the end of every night. $50 a night, $100 a night, right at the end of the week, $500 a week. And all that shit counterfeit. Now the Chinese restaurant made all that real money from the customers, if most of it is real. But they're paying their under the table employees with counterfeits. Oh my God. Then they gotta figure out if they're even conscious, even because it's really good counterfeits, obviously. It's just cotton. They're so good. That's evil. And then all the digital and crypto stuff that lopsides the market too. That's how they fucked them digitally. They had their own whales. So when people were betting on certain things, the foreign whales would do something crazy. So these people put $100 million real dollars into the bet. And then they fucked them over, reverse GameStop shit. And then the real American people, trust funds, the people behind that do the 401k stuff, they're investing in these cryptos, thinking they're buying up, and they're being slashed. That's warfare, not as people competing for money. Oh my God. Oh my God. 5 generational warfare be damned. 5G. 5G be damned. They are cutting out all of their real money supply. It's not gold. They don't have to rob them. They just have to inflate them into hell. That's why he's attacking all the foreigners. It's one of them. And the problem is they don't know which one it is. And the ill shit about this life is, it's probably all of them, as seen by Sonic. All of them are involved in some type of shit with money laundering. But the money doesn't have to be real. You're gonna have a whole fucking $1 million drug supply with just counterfeits. If your intention is just to get the drugs there, to fuck up the people, militarily. You don't have to buy bullets. You don't have to worry about the planes, TSA. You ain't gotta do anything. You have to use the known underground network already there. Because you know that's how the federal government gets half of its shit anyway. You just have to partner in. And then get control of your own route on the west side. Little known, you get the Sons of Anarchy and those types. And then you bring a briefcase of a fucking bunch of fucking counterfeits to the Hicks. We're just gonna buy John Deere going out of business. We're just gonna buy beers going out of business. We're just gonna buy all the things that the rednecks would buy while they trade their crystal meth for an inflated economy of $1 million counterfeit dollars. They'll have some nice bikes though. Well, they don't have some nice bikes. They might have some from Japan when they're done. They won't have some nice bikes though. Because the person selling them bike ain't gonna double check. You only have to worry about the banks accepting it. Therefore, if the banks are detecting that shit, oh shit, you can get a Latino federal credit union. You can get a foreign bank on American land to launder the counterfeits. And then when that money goes from the bank to bank and they find out it's fake, they're like, what the fuck? But if you know how to do it slow enough and find the threshold on a banking level, you can automate that. So we already know that's what they're doing. Making real profits on fried chicken while they're laundering fake $1 million counterfeits in for everything else. I like that. I like that. That's why during COVID, they were like, we ain't got no change. They must have been fucking counterfeiting it down to the goddamn nickels, boy. Value. It might be cheaper to make the nickel than how much they got, you know what I'm saying? They have the United States was flooded with counterfeit money, y'all. Because they ain't checked the borders. That explains the sanctuary cities and why these motherfuckers can keep buying drugs too, without a job. That money's circulating too much for everybody to be high. They're not working. They've been doing that shit for years. Finding a way to get them to keep doing the drugs. And all you gotta do for that type of stuff, this is military. It don't matter about the homeless people and what they're doing. No. The fact that they self-sustain through counterfeits and they're taxing the thrift stores, the restaurants, the smaller things. You don't notice it at first. Know your customer. I get it. I get you, Vegas. That's the smartest thing they did if they got a counterfeit problem. Because what they're saying is, we just need your bank account. So if our casino shows up with a poker game of millions of counterfeits, we can look at the list and then compare it to the banks, not the people. The people get fucked over, yes. They already know they're illegal anyway, like, in the underworld, but they're not clamping down on the drug money and the trafficking money. They're clamping down on the counterfeit money. Jesus Christ. That is why their inflation is unmanageable. Negative $30 billion a day. No, it better not be what I think it is. It better not be billions of dollars of counterfeits in this goddamn circulation, bitch. It better not be. That's what it is, though. Damn it. That's why they want to go to crypto. Not because crypto's the world, nigga. Is that it's harder to counterfeit it. Oh my God, they got you suckers. All of a sudden they want to do crypto because of the counterfeits. That's it. That's it. Crypto just means no more counterfeits. Yep. That's why they went to digital ID and biometrics. Yeah. The pirates want security. Can you fucking imagine that? The legacy of piracy wants fucking security. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is crazy. Elijah, Composure Slim. Is back aiming raw. We went hard and wasn't heard. I was just talking about what I'm talking about now. I just realized it's because of counterfeits. Is why Wally World went itself out. Murdered family members over counterfeits. Elon found the receipts for black projects. I know that's right. Misinformation used, that's real money. They went to SEC to let them into the 401k market with crypto. I know that's right, because they ain't got no money. Forex game trick, you gotta do the opposite of what makes sense. Come on now. Not the banks, Wally World. Trillions, Newell says it's trillions of counterfeit money in circulation. Oh my God. Oh my God. And they can't do nothing about what it built. So it has to sustain what it built without a sustainable flow of income because what built it wasn't real. The energy and the people and the labor wasn't there for it to exist. Thus, you cannot sustain it. Oh my God. That's ill, boy. Who did that? We gotta give those motherfuckers a round of applause, man. That's evil. Because remember, they hacked the treasury this year too. Remember? That could have been the government hacking its own treasury to get information about something else. But I remember that. I said, them hacking that treasury thing ain't just, you don't just ignore that. Way more white people on Instagram, TikTok need to tell us what the fuck really happened. Because we need more leaks about that. Why they hack the treasury for? What is that about? Ain't no money there. But records are. Records of how much is going in and how much is going out. Pause. That sounds like some Doge hackers. Yeah, someone's doing the fucking accounting for the United States behind his back. What is that called when you do that? An appraisal? Like Shark Tank and them? How they do? Maybe Trump and them was already going to sell the United States to some other group, and then they did their own private assessment of federal properties and profits. They don't have to knock on your door. They just go to your bank. All they gotta do is go to your bank. They ain't gotta talk to you. You wouldn't know it. They do it at a fucking conference in Vegas. Give me the passwords. I'll let my guy do it. We got quantum computers and AI our damn self. We just want to double check. We just want to compare notes. I mean, this is a big deal. This is a big transfer of power here, man. We're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar deal here. Of course we want to fucking check our damn self. What are we getting into? Also, during a bankruptcy, doesn't the Fed liquidate your assets? Like, it tries to make sense out of things and get rid of certain things. So the United States is insolvent, but instead of with itself, it's insolvent with the Federal Reserve. If a bankruptcy type of move occurred in the federal level, wouldn't it look like they would need to liquidate a lot of their assets too? They said Donald Trump is the king of bankruptcy. I wonder why they picked him as president. Oh my God. Wow. That's evil. They got bankrupted by Israel. That's where all your politicians are taking bribe money from. APAC and things like that. Millions of dollars, right? Israel don't make that much money to pay these people. It don't. What is Israel's GDP? Our missiles onto poor children? Israel ain't got no motion like that. Their economy sucks right now. So how can they pay our politicians millions of dollars? I know what you're gonna say, the loop of taxes, all the funding we give them, they give back to bribe us. I don't know. That's one way of looking at it. What if they ain't got no money at all? They're bribes. A lot of this bribe money was fake. They used the SM Zeus of SM Zeus. They SM Zeus. It's like they figured out how SM Zeus to give them fake plays, but then they ended up figuring out how to pay SM Zeus with fake money. That's what happened. Someone's using SM Zeus, but they're using you, the viewer, YouTube, the ads, and SM Zeus itself. It's like if SM Zeus took a certain type of crypto and someone just made it up, or some kind of weird wiring thing or login thing, and all of a sudden they got like $1 million worth of SM Zeus credits and just went crazy before they detected it, and it's too late, it's already spent, the play's already in. Yeah, same story. It don't matter if you catch it. It's too late. They built something worth $1 million. All the employees, all the workers, all the licensing, all that already happened. Again, guys, stop. The money was fake. You can't even say that shit. Because you have to say it so fucking much that people will start thinking, wait, our money is fake again? It'll fuck up the market that is real. And then people get the wrong idea that, damn, it must be really fucking easy to counterfeit this shit because there's $1 trillion of fake dollars and fucking, get the fuck out of my face. That number too high. What? If you a drug dealer, then none of your money real. Damn. It's accounted for. I mean, you can spend it. That ain't what we talking about. We talking about the government. They gotta pay however their convertible payment is for debt is, which is usually gold, silver, or copper, or babies, or people, or children, or whatever the fuck their deal is with these fuckers. They gotta pay the interest in that currency. Meaning, fake money going up in fake, if you're paying back with fake money, sounds cool. No, nigga. They get the fake money credit because their exchange for their debt is something different, a tangible resource. Don't get it twisted now. This is a central bank. They get something out of this. And it's people-based. We already know. But now they owe these niggas so much people-based shit. And it doesn't have the people in the first place to even the scale is so great that it doesn't make sense to have to pay that to begin with. That's why they're panicking, because they're shocked. Like, what? They calling the curtain on us? We had the Trump report. This shit was going like that, nigga. It's Trump, man. All the new policies. Nah, nigga, we in finance. What's going on for real? They're getting rid of all the immigrants. Wait, in business? Yeah. They're taxing for them to work here. About $100,000 a person. Do the science. If you do $100,000 per person additionally to what they already paid, you probably get what they're calculating as the inflation rate for the counterfeit. So if a company had 100 employees at $100,000 each, what is that? Like 10 million or some shit like that? Yeah, they're trying to. They're saying that we know what you did last summer. Damn. That's why the bank is rushing the digital ledger and the XRP shit. It's not for the future. It's for federal accounting of counterfeits. Not counterfeit money like the dollar you spend at the store, but to counterfeit everything around it. The business is counterfeit because it doesn't generate interest. It's laundering fake money. Damn, bro. You can't fix that. Because you're a middleman. Yeah. Yeah, so that's why the federal government is firing all those people. They can't afford them. It's not because Trump got elected. That's not, no. They don't have that money. They have to stop the bleeding before they die first, and then work on a strategy to rebuild. So whatever their threshold is to stay alive, that's what they're firing to. They're lowering their threshold of everything, of output. The federal government, that's different from everyone else. The federal government is decreasing its budget so low to take a minute to breathe and reassess what's left and what floats. It's a stress test. So that's why they're threatening to shut down the government, because they can't agree on that budget of what that looks like. And then Trump said, hey, if you guys stop this new budget and what I'm trying to do, because you motherfuckers ain't got a better budget to submit, I noticed. And I know you're trying to hold on to whatever that $1 trillion is for the illegal immigrants. Come on, think about it, man. The Democrats in the Sanctuary series is bugging out. The line in this supposed bill is $1 trillion dedicated to Medicare or something for the health care of illegal immigrants. $1 trillion worth? How come the Democrats can't cry and bend and protest enough to dedicate the same $1 trillion to the United States citizens that exist? Did they campaign with illegal immigrant money or something? Did they campaign with illegal immigrant votes or something? Like, who are their constituents? Because if the thing is Medicare and $1 trillion for illegal immigrant health, then it'll make more sense in a reality of politics that they would be saying, this $1 trillion that's going to our public, like, we're the Democrats, that the states who voted Democrat voted for us to take care of their health care concerns and subsidies, so that $1 trillion would go to the people that voted for me and pay taxes for my, everything that I do. No. The story is, it's $1 trillion of health care for illegal immigrants. Don't miss that. Why is any political party interested in the health care of an illegal anything? Bottom line, bottom line. So then that translates into social media as a social issue, like people versus people, and you don't want to help Mexicans or some shit like that, or Chinese or African or everyone else. Dominicans that look like us, all kinds of shit. No, nigga. That ain't what they talking about. That's what they'll say though, and it's irritating as fuck. Because they keep ignoring the fact that it's $1 trillion fucking dollars, bitch. How many motherfucking illegal niggas need healthcare in this motherfucker? Jesus Christ. It's $1 trillion worth of healthcare service, period. So of course the Democrats have fucking kickbacks in the hospitals and pharma. Of course they fucking do, Nancy Pelosi. Of course they have kickbacks in the whole medical industrial complex. Of course they fucking do. Sociology, fucking socialism. That's their shit. That's their bread and butter. No shit, Sherlock. The issue is, why is there a $1 trillion worth of issues with immigrants? Wake up. And why are they fighting for them? What do they do? Like, they're a legal immigrant. With or if they're dying and need service and healthcare, like, how beneficial they're going to be when you have them in your city to do things? Like, what kind of chattel slave rage is this bullshit, bro? But it's a pressure point to shut the whole fucking government down. $1 trillion for healthcare for illegal immigrants, specifically, is going to shut the government down this week. Nigga, how much it costs to get eggs under control? How much it costs to bail some of them egg farmers out? Like, let me know. If we can bring the price of eggs down, everything else that come down that use eggs, man. Come on now. A lot of shit use eggs, bro. We need to bring, just like oil, like, you gotta bring your eggs down, man. They ain't got shit for eggs, bro. They ain't got shit for, like, electric bills. They want to do the data farms and shit, bitch. Then you pay for it. Fuck. Why the fuck we paying for it? Is it gonna be our data farm? Like, am I gonna be able to line into this bitch and get fucking God tier internet service because it's next door to me? Like, nothing, right? I gotta pay for Google Fiber too, bitch? Nah, you losing your damn mind. I gotta pay the electric bill, and then I gotta pay for services. And meanwhile, my water tastes like fucking rocks. No, nigga. Your people you vote for gotta decide that, nigga. Wake the fuck up, constituents. I know some random person that don't belong here and come across this. Wake your ass up, you voter. You content creator voter, you. Why the fuck are you paying for the electric bill? Where is a foreign corporation making a data farm on someone else's land in your backyard of your jurisdiction of your incorporated city causes you to cover the private power grid whose profits don't go to your state to make sure the water good? Wake your dumb ass up. You have to subsidize some of this shit from the federal government. Because these motherfuckers are these are foreign pirates. They're never going to invest in your neighborhood, nigga. That has never happened in the human history of the United States for the past 100 years. When has that fucking happened? You've seen neighborhoods get invested in via gentrification and people opening businesses and corporations from a foreign dispensation 100 years ago. Of course you've seen progress. They're paying for it. After that, they're not going to maintain it for everybody else. Are y'all fucking retarded? That's what I'm saying. Like, these people can't be the same people in government and politics that we grew up reading about and learning about, because everyone would fucking know that. Especially when you start learning some of the laws. So, nah, they broke it. Whatever that little Ponzi was they've been doing for the last 40, 50 years, they broke it. Someone doing something dirty on the inside, man. Someone fucked up. Someone ran off from the plug on the inside. From the inside, that cocaine came from inside the White House. That phone call came from inside the White House. Someone ran off from the plug, man. I ain't gonna say Joe Biden because it's on a crackhead, but if I had to vote, for the people who got crackheads running the side hustle businesses, I vote. I mean, I heard Barry used to do crack back in Chicago, man. 2 times. Sinclair interview. That's a weird thing to make up. He could have made up anything about the man. The crack was the craziest story, not even the gay part. It's the crack that fucked me up. But damn, nigga, crackhead. Yeah. Functional crackheads. Wolf on Wall Street. I've seen that before. Something like that. There's a lot of functional crackheads in people's families, so we know it's possible. But yeah. So, got functional crackheads, human traffickers, pirates, religious zealots who don't know how to read the religious textbook, and all kind of Ponderosa, imagining if type ass people who are just in control of the circulation of fiat capital from the Federal Reserve for 100 years. And now they have a budget problem this year for the first time. Before quantum computers, before AI, before all that shit, they never noticed it. But just now, for the first time ever in human history, they want to do cutbacks all summer. What? No. Into the fall, and then they want to shut the government down after cutting everything this summer? Hell no. There's something wrong with this story, boy. Nah. So they didn't lose. This is a poetry, just like we didn't lose. They must have did something similar to the kingdom. That Boston Tea Party thing might have been a little bit deeper. It might have been one of many deeper things that happened. But it's always around money, ain't it? All of it. All the transitions of power are always money related. That's why I say follow the money. Yeah. Their money problem is a treason problem. And their treason itself, the fact that they're suffering that is the irony. That they're going to lose everything because someone betrayed them from the inside. It's the Fall of Grenada, 1492. This is 1495, I guess. Damn, 3 years after the fucking fall. That's around the time the Queen was dead. That's around the time the Pope said no more dumb diverses, and just Doctrine of Discovery apologies are going out to Native Americans for some reason. The fuck they got to do with this? They weren't part of the kingdom. Like, why? They usurped the Saracens. Why are you talking to these people? People don't read law. And the people in power get away with that privilege that people don't take the law serious. Like, the law is the history. The history we get is narrative. But if you want to check the position of who did what when, you look at the law dictionary editions and what years they were, and then go horizontally. All right, so in this year, it was considered this. So in this year, when this was happening there, these people were considered that. And then over here, these other people are not that. And then you move forward a decade, or you hear about the Civil War. Then you get another law dictionary for that time. All right, so after the Civil War, they changed these words to mean this. So they're reclassifying people, cool. Now these people are this. Now corporation is and then you go forward again to 1913 or Roaring 20s. Like, okay. So now that these words mean this. And now we got some new words. All right. Color of law and shit changing because the mandates or the amendments are changed. Okay, so now this is this. Then you go to 5th edition. You see what I'm saying? You have to be able to look at history through that lens too sometimes when you do etymon. The etymon changes over time, so you only need to know the time frame for where the laws are written. If you're just reading Wikipedia or something that's just talking about 200 years in a paragraph, it'd be all over the place, and it wouldn't be intentional. People wouldn't know how to detect the nuance. Like if I say Benjamin Franklin, 1751, there's no United States. But the United States has his letters from 1751. I'll run that back for you. Benjamin Franklin's Issues on Mankind assumes there's a white guy named Benjamin Franklin in the United States to write and to have a document stored in the Library of Congress in 1751. I'm gonna show you how they do this. Benjamin Franklin cannot be a white person because Benjamin Frankfurt or Ben Frank or Big Ben is Benjamin Banneker. The same attributes they give Benjamin Franklin, lightning in a bottle, watchmaker, mason, all that. It's the same exact tributes of Benjamin Banneker. You know who you know more about? Benjamin Franklin. You know who you know very little about? Benjamin Banneker. He's like a slave or something. No, he's not. He designed the White House. You might have heard that fact on Black History Month. Yeah, but he's not black either. He's a Jew. Okay. So in 1751, before the United States, Benjamin Franklin, the pen name, I guess, or the cover story, even if he was a white guy, let's go with that story. 1751. Why the fuck would a white boy in 1751 be writing a goddamn letter that gets stored in Virginia? Why would be storing the opinions of some dude that was here in 1751? This is before the United States, right? I think so. But they told you before George Washington, there was 8 Moorish presidents. Wait, same story. Let's fast forward to after the American Revolution, 1777 or so. There's a letter, George Washington now, to Sidi Muhammad. And George Washington says in the first paragraph, hey, the previous Congress, of the deranged occasion of the previous people in this management position sitting in this White House, we found your letters to them But here I am taking this over, and I found these letters, and I want to apologize to you because it seems that we owe you, Imperial Majestic, but we don't have any resources yet. For we are a young nation, young people, who just got here, taking over for these people who went deranged. And we're going to take over. You give us some time, blah, 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 blah. We don't know what the response is yet. Because then the Barbary Wars happens with Thomas Jefferson's bitch ass. But they say George Washington is the first president of the United States of America, as we understand it. Well, probably. But the previous Congress is what he said. So the previous Congress go from 1777, around the time Benjamin Franklin was around here. So Benjamin Franklin is a white boy writing in tandem with the previous Congress before the United States. And you tell me that those first 8 presidents of that Congress, of that Continental Congress, were definitely Moorish people. So the white boy Benjamin Franklin was just hanging out with the Moorish people in 1751. And then when he did Issues of Mankind in 1751, he mentioned all the places that they said the white version of him come from are all swarthy. In his own language, right? If Benjamin Franklin was a white boy, the white boy is telling you the country he comes from is dominantly black people. Ain't that weird? That's weird. That the white boy Benjamin Franklin on the $100 bill is writing a document in 1751 before the United States. And in that document, at the last paragraph on the Issues of Mankind, he tells you that whatever country they say that he come from as the white version in his Wikipedia is dominated by black people, the Holy Roman Empire. So Benjamin Franklin is a white boy from a black country around Moors in a Moorish government, but he's the white boy. Is that what they telling me? Please tell me that's what they telling me. There's a white boy in 1750, pre-United States, pre-Civil War, pre-all that dumb shit in Boston and Pennsylvania, and he's a white guy. And he's a white guy telling you that I'm surrounded by niggas. All right, and that white boy that's surrounded by niggas must have came to America recently from another country where he wrote himself that it's surrounded by niggas. So when did he have a chance to be a white boy? He didn't refer to him as one of the white boy immigrants in 1750 when he wrote that shit. This is before the American Revolution, where there's nothing but Indians here. And on top of that, don't miss that part. Where the Indians go during this story? I wonder what they're doing outside the corporation in their grandmother's backyard. Stupid. Like, fucking wake up. They had shit to do with us. Hence, still don't. But yeah, so it's easy to tell if you know how to fucking read the law. And these are Library of Congress, all that shit, that's legal history. So once you understand what they did with the Benjamin Franklin identity, they're usurping Benjamin Banneker's observations, which is why he referred to himself as an angel. It's my observations anglicized of mankind. He read the Bible. I'm pretty sure he did. I'm pretty sure that belongs to one of his grandfathers since he's one of mine. Yeah, it'd be like that. So, knowing that, no. They gotta stop fucking playing with us. They done took over at least 4 or 5 demonstrations up until this point with the paperwork, with the corporation itself, not the land. They assume custody of the land and its people because we're fucking retarded minorities. That's what that means. You're retarded to law. You need someone to represent you, democracy, because you don't know law, because you don't read, because you can't stand into your true power, because you haven't proclaimed your identity, and because you're under the 360 deal of Dred Scott, and you're fighting for it. So the system at the top that could be supreme is like, these motherfuckers are retarded. They don't want anything. They want to be part of this, and all right, let's send them some benefits and stickers and some free cookies or something. I know. Oh yeah, they can come to our schools and go to our houses and hospitals and stuff, and we'll let the Nazis experiment on them. Don't worry about it. They did. They let the Nazis experiment on all your kids. They did. They did it to me. I was experimented on. I don't want to hear shit from nobody. Those weren't my people that came out and got me out of my classroom. Activity spike detected. Who cares? Go fuck yourself. Shout out to Jam Baby. Shout out to Shoreline. Shout out to TBLB. Them split themselves as immigrants. Yes, they do. They're going to need someone to blame. Losing agility. Yep, you can buy like 100 million streams at one time. That's how China bought out the ports in South America? No wonder. The audit team, there you go, Computer Center, they're auditing. The George Floyd secret code, yes sir. Sissiness, audacity, they were pirates. Casually, the season finale of Breaking Bad came out today. 12 years ago. Message, not the banks, Wally World. That's crazy. How we gonna figure this out before the goddamn Pentagon figure it out? That's the real question, Jesus. I'm just a regular guy on YouTube. That shit makes so much sense to me. I just be start speaking about the shit. Like, if I had to triangulate some fuck shit, I would look over there. I don't want to do their job for them though. Malachi 3 and 8, man. They owe something to City Muhammad, man. They owe something to my family, man. They owe something. Then all the grandmothers out here that had their own land, they owe them something too now. I ain't forget nothing. We're the United Kingdoms of Israel. We're gonna hold them all now. I said, this is where Allstate stands. You know what I'm talking about? I'm supposed to be Mr. Allstate out here. I'm supposed to be Allstate American out here. No, this is where Allstate stands. You gotta pay everybody back. In a fair world, that is. But they're not. So, who made that song back in the early 90s? No. Early 2000s, late 90s. Get out, get out, get out of here. They got one of them moments coming. They're gonna be immigrating, all right. It's not fun to be here without money to them. They're not trying to build. If everything's credit and fraudulent and usurped anyway, they don't have that fiber or that muscle in their brain to grind in the way that you have to if you don't have those things. Grinding to them is starting with a small loan of $1 million. That is not the same story. They raise their kids in luxury, so their kids don't know no better anymore. No context, no concept, limited contact to working. And then if they had grandkids, all these health issues and all kinds of other things happening too. They would have to leave because there's no one to inherit the Ponzi scheme. I hate to say it like this, but a lot of them who are in the game, I mean, the 1%, if you will, they're leaving their people to die. They burned down their ships, but they kept one for themselves. Don't miss that shit. Everyone's like, hey, we're going to war. Burn the ships, burn the ships. And you see that one little longboat just sneaking away? Like, this bitch. What you gonna do, chase him? Somebody got to snitch on what you did. Same story, so. They, they're canceling illegal immigrant laundering because of foreign national security issues, illegal spy balloons and shit like that. This could have been launched from the United States. That's the funny shit about it, off one of those Chinese farms. So you have that. You have the fiat valuelessness potentially onset by an alarming amount of laundered counterfeit, which is different than laundered. Laundered, you get it from the system, but it's unaccounted for how you got it. But it's accounted for in the bank level, Federal Reserve. But counterfeit means this is money that the Treasury did not print. This is not accounting for it, but it's stimulating its economy a certain way, giving them a false kickback report of progress, and then it's not right, but then they're expecting to be able to pay this debt or dividend, but they can't because the system itself that was created with counterfeits don't actually work once you run out of counterfeit funding. It then pulls on resources, then all the people lose their job, then it pulls on federal unemployment, then it pulls on the food, then it pulls on the community and all the programs. Especially if you have $1 billion of it in the city. You create all these 1-year operations and then it runs out of money because it's not really generating money per se. And all them employees, all that stuff, federal social security numbers and all that shit go, hey, we need unemployment. After about 3 to 6 months of work. You can just keep doing that over and over and over again if you want to bankrupt somebody. See, everyone's thinking that they starting businesses to do good. What if people have enough fuck you money to start enough business here to do bad? Like gentrify certain areas and then make it too hot to live and then not give a fuck that they did that. See, everyone else is emotionally attached because they vote and shit. What about all the other people who do the same thing and they don't vote and shit? What if they just said, fuck this place? I'm gonna buy this from everybody, black or white, no matter who it was, whoever the victim was, socially, and go, all right, this is cool. All right, I'm bored. All right, going home. You got people out there with that much money for a year. It only take a year to do that. It might even cost that much if they know how to use the system and know the loans and trick the bankers and get the community people because you're bribing them. You know what I'm saying? Of course, Sally, Jesse, and Raphael want to smile and say, hey, we can't believe Dirk is here. We're going to go ahead and build a casino or something. It's for the kids. And then he got a really cool plug on opium for some reason, but I'm mind my business. I saw it in the bag. Like, with counterfeit money, you better than the nigga in Limitless. Can you imagine that? Like, for real. Like, fake it till you make it, like, to a astrological level or some shit. Like, imagine the audacity of these motherfuckers that are out here. That are counterfeit rich. You go to Lil Durk house with $1 million on the table, like, oh, he ordered that on Amazon. Nah, probably better than that. He probably got it from some Chinese people. He in Chicago, ain't he? He can have $1 million for real. But it's counterfeit. So the person that gave it to him didn't have $1 million for real. They just had 1 million counterfeits, you understand? But he'll use it like it's real, if you will, and just buy stupid, real shit that will take the cash for it. Understand everything. They don't have anything after it. Understand everything. Yeah, that's funny to me. You can influence so many people in clout culture and influence in America culture, period, idol culture, that if you prop someone up with fake views, fake plays, Airbnbs, and then just drop off some counterfeit money for them to go spend at the fucking bowling alley, people will go, oh my God, let me abandon everything else I was building and try to pursue that life. Oh my God, that is beautiful and ugly and beautiful. That is evil. That is evil. That is reprobate. That's worse than everything I was thinking. Timu Rich, a villain with the money in real life. Come on now, Busta Rhymes made Get Out. That's funny. Get Out of Here was the beat that he was rapping on. I can't hear his voice for some reason. I always heard the instrumental, I think, on radio. 3 says that's super ugly. All I really know is y'all wanna be with me. She not playing. That's crazy. They did this shit with fake money, y'all. I ain't talking about fiat. I'm talking about fake fiat. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, that's crazy. And then motherfuckers was putting them Bitcoin ATMs everywhere. I wonder if they had deposit on it. How much of that shit got circulated into crypto for real? Damn. A lot of it, I bet you. I bet you a lot of Bitcoin value is from counterfeit USDs. Oh my God. You cannot fake energy, bro. You cannot fake energy. There's a threshold for that shit. There's a, what were you just seeing in that video? Mr. Nell sent me the video where they're testing a standing wave from a speaker, a sound, a frequency. It had some type of mirror and this backdrop of smoke so you can see it. And the standing waves will have these regions like a Wi-Fi type of cone. And in the empty space, nothing floats. But in the white space or the green space, they use green smoke, you can see the force. And you can put something there and it'll float there. But if you adjust the frequency of the wave or you extend the pattern, that space in between will just cause everything to drop, which is crazy. I'm like, oh, okay, they're trying to tell us something here. They're trying to tell it. This is like split electron part 2. They're trying to tell us something new now. Like, hey, too much pressure here is a perfect threshold and gate for this to work. There's a frequency. You gotta lock in with the distance in the frequency, not just the frequency by itself. The ping pong effect has to bounce off of something, a standing wave. It has to move and ricochet and all kind of shit to create that levitation field. And you can see it. The craziest thing is once you can see it, it blow your mind. Like there's a whole bunch of shit happening in our life, but we think the radiation or effect of something is constant, like light, like a light bulb. Like it's constantly light the whole time, and it's not. It's level. And if it's too far away, it disappears. If it's too close, it condenses. It's just like if you do audio, kind of. It's like time stretch. But it's time stretch of the field. Huh? They trying to tell us something. The field is time stretched. If they time stretch the field of influence, everything collapses. The opposite. It's the opposite of halftime. They're in double time. They're collapsing in double time. Got it. It's not that they weren't fucked the whole time. It was that they thought they had more time. They thought they had twice as much time to figure it out at least. There we go. Damn. Mr. Now says, like gears in clockwork, the gear is set only in one position. Every degree is on the verge of clicking in the other gear. Something from nothing, yes. Crypto, gold, other precious metals. Oh, Cool J says, I gotta rewind this live already. This is deep. Why haven't they made villain movies like this? It's crazy. They don't want to give you no great ideas. Back in the 90s, they had those commercials. Do you or a loved one have a dollar with a D in it? If you have a dollar that looks like this, call this number. There's a prize. They're tracking counterfeits when I was a kid on TV up north in New Jersey. They'd run that like an infomercial in between certain programs. You have a dollar with a D in it? They've been counterfeiting up north for a minute. That's where you got all your Air Force Ones from. If you down south, you ain't get no real Air Force Ones in a long time. That's why the real one's so expensive. So yeah, they've been doing that with money or dollars the whole time. That's why the new dollar bills, the blue faces were so, they just kept releasing new money, and then the blue faces, and they start telling you about Harriet Tubman and stuff. Yeah, it's because they're cutting back on counterfeits. That's the only reason why they do that. And their gold is counterfeit. China did that. The tungsten, the salted gold. Yep. They got fucking salted gold bricks, bro, that they think is worth something, and thus they created artificial credit lines and businesses off of that. So when someone comes to call and collect or exchange for the gold or certificate, they're like, hey, let's go ahead and evaluate and audit this and check sure and make sure it's good. And you find out, this ain't real gold, bitch. And the part that's real gold ain't worth shit. So now you owe me money. Wow. All right, I guess I'll take over this fucking Ponzi. You get what I'm saying? It was just transfer. These are money people. These are people that use money to make money for money. They're not worrying about their jobs and retirements. They're just gonna take over. Damn. Hence, it's an unhostile takeover. There's nothing hostile about it. It's a war that's fought with a fucking cotton gin. What in the slavery is going on out here? That is so poetic. That is so uncode for the United States. For cotton to be the reason why it's fucked over. Ta! Composure Simpsons, that's what they call the fake shoes on the East Coast. I was just thinking about that the other day. They had Jeepers, Bobos, fucking, what did we used to call these shits back then? Variants more recently, what they used to call those back then? They just make a joke in the name of whatever fake sneaker it is, like they do with the Jordan memes and stuff, or the Air Force Nose or something. People would take that opportunity if they spot one in the wild to make a wordplay about it. But as a classification or a brand, I don't think my region came up with a code word for that. I'm trying to remember when I went to the summers what they would call those. Nah, they didn't have a new word for it. They didn't. They didn't have a sub-classification for it. You would just know they were fake. They took it as an opportunity to disrespect you, not the category of how fake everything else was. So they didn't know how bad it was because they're down south. But I'm from up north where you go to Chinatown and shit. We're aware of it, but they weren't. So they didn't have a subculture to call it out until it became glaringly obvious that people were trying their own hand at bootlegging shit. Mr. Now says, oh, that's why they went to the other materials instead of cotton and clothes. They needed more of it for their counterfeits, yep. El Cooler said, I was too busy focusing on them J.G. Wentworth and Everest College commercials growing up. Oh, he wasn't outside. That commercial I described to you, you got a dollar with a B in it, that's from 1991. That's when UPN first came out. Like that far back. Composure Slim says they sold the machines to China back in 2014. And they've been selling us back the stretchy pants. Composure Slim says they call them Bobos and Wookiees down here. Yeah, we got Bobos, Jeepers, we got all kinds of shit. All kind of disrespectful shit to say about it, but they're worse than Bobos, man. Because they be like Air Force Ones, but they're not Air Force Ones. Like, not the Bape variant, but like the Air Force One, but it's not an Air Force One. They stole the machine. So some people go, well, what's the difference? Quality, potentially. Some people just like the plug-in. It says the crack works better. For $25 to $30, I guess you would say that. Air Force Ones would be $85, and the barbershop will have them for $40 or less. Or some assholes have them for $50, but still better than $85. And usually in all the weird colors that you know your region ain't got either. Yeah, but all white and all black, easy to do. But the kids would convert those back in my day in high school anyway to the fucking cartoon sneakers anyway. You would buy all white and customize it irregardless. So I guess to a certain threshold, people are, we didn't have the internet to spot all the creases and shit on a Chanel or nothing, but yeah, I suspect all the kids with the custom sneakers was doing it like you do on eBay, build your own computer and shit. Buy you some bust downs from the goddamn barbershop for $35, $40, or two for whatever the fuck it was, two for $60, two for $50, and then go to the seamstress with your little fucking cloths off of eBay. And then have her, redo the tongue and the Nike check, and then I guess someone paints it or airbrushes the rest of it, depending on how crazy they went. Well, a lot of people didn't do that, but enough did to notice. It was a thing for a little while. Especially the Asian kids. Air Force Nuns, yeah, that was one of them. Eamon Ross says Chicago, we would say Fugazi. Gas station Tommy Hilfiger with the wrong flag colors, yeah, or inverted logos, or the Fubu 07s. Or how did they do the fake variant? Because when Fubu came out, they had a problem with that. The flea markets, the Mexican flea markets had all the variant Fubus. What was off about those? It'll just be the wrong number. It'll be something off. They'll say Fubu and it'd be like, instead of Fubu 05 or 55, it'd be like Fubu 07 or some shit. They're trying to avoid the copyright infringement. That's the craziest thing about it. Composure some of the SpongeBob mics. Hell no. Yeah. But then they have the fucking, the hybrid variant, because they take two different printing presses and put the tops and the bottoms and rearrange them. They're just doing too much. Noel says even fake Jordans got circles since dudes are paying hundreds for them. Yeah. It would be 07, yep. Mm-hmm. Fubu 07s. I didn't see that on the commercial. Composure Son said them airbrush joints was hitting for a little bit. They were. I was thinking about bringing them back. Shit. We got all kind of new anime characters. Shit. Make me a pair of Death Note Force ones, boy. Some My Hero Academias in green and yellow or something. Look like a can of Sprite or something. I don't know. 85 Souths had to change their logo because it looked exactly like the Braves logo. That makes sense though, because they're doing they're copyrighting the pattern recognition. They're not stepping on each other's toes in that, but they're using a trademark to gather attention. So people might think that podcast or those people are associated with the organization. Tough. But those brothers are probably Atlanta Braves. As in Indians. Mm-hmm. Quite literally, they're literally the Braves that the trademark is pressed upon. That's the illest shit about that little circle right there. The audacity of the logo to target American Indians, Braves, and then to have the nerve to look at descendants of American Indians and go, hey, you can't use your... We registered it. You know what I'm saying? It's never a moral argument, it seems. The United States has no morals. High ground or standing ground, that's why. all of our issues are never moral. They definitely show me the money base. So y'all keep that in mind in the politic level at least. Up above. Ground roots, we got a different problem, y'all. People are hopeless. But not like in sad and depressed type of way. I mean like literally hopeless. Like they don't have hopes type of hopeless. Like they don't have a hope for something better. Like, so not hopeless like, oh, defeated, you know, negative into the darkness and rain per se. But hopeless like, it is what it is, ain't gonna get no better than that. So then I'm going to just, whatever tends to lead towards lesser quality of life for the people around them, or whatever might turn into neglect and, you know, people turning away from certain things. They keep things at a certain quality, or not just quality in terms of service or products. I mean quality of people, quality of interactions, quality of decency. You know, it's a trickle-down effect in the human psyche, for sure. Just like the psychology of going through a gentrified city and abandoned neighborhoods affects the behavior of people in them. So macro that in that way, scale it back and go, oh, if people are hopeless, like they're not hoping for better, pure, or, you know, positive gender and polarity of things. They understand it is what it is, they can't do nothing about it, and then the next step is to give into reprobate, kinda. Yeah, it's the hopelessness is the prequel to reprobate. I'm pretty sure of it. It's the we ain't got nothing else to lose math. But ironically, in a positive, keep on going way. I can't do the science on that, but yeah. Couldn't catch me in a pair of foo-foos. People quit their dreams. Amen, right? That's powerful. People quit their dreams. Dreamers quit their dreams at alarming rates, and then everyone else who's realizing this shit is heady as fuck and deep as fuck, they know that's not where they go to solve problems, so they're not going to, so they're going to adjust. There's a good, that makes sense though, but there's a negative side of doing that for usually the fucking majority of everyone else that turns that into worse. Like, because I don't have none of these variables, I'm going to give into more fucked up variables because why not? That's what you want to watch out for. People doing shit that's been fucked up 10 years ago, people doing shit that's fucked up or taboo socially like a year ago, but you're seeing more occurrences of it, and you ask, what's going on with people? Before you do that, whatever you think is going on with people, you're going to see way more situations coming to a theater near you because something's going on with people. So please don't ask what's going on with people. That's not where you want to start the understanding how interesting this is playing out. Because it's not going to be the people, like, oh, what's wrong with them suddenly? Mm-mm. These crash outs are probably valid. I don't mean harming others either. I just mean, I don't know yet. I don't know how it's going to look all the way for others in other statuses. I know how it looks when people ain't got shit, crash out and give up and just do whatever the fuck. They go party some more until they can't. They end up too drunk. They end up doing drugs. They end up fucking. They end up just heeding this lifestyle kind of thing, but on a very lo-fi, turns into disgusting level after a while because there's no maintenance. Now, I'm talking about people a little bit higher, facing the same type of like, well, we're not going back to that Indian corporation tower, or we're not getting rehired at Intel no time soon, and then there's other companies whipping our ass in chips, and we need a fucking passport, H-1B or something reverse with India and China, and you know, we gotta pay tariffs or something. I don't know. We gotta pay taxes. We got a new passport or something, digital ID. I don't know what I need, but we need to go to UK where they need a digital ID for all these new Americans and Canadians moving in. Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, during all that, that's crazy. What are they gonna do when they crash out? That's what I'm talking about. Because it's not that they can just do that. They have to be able to afford to. Everybody can't afford to make that move that everyone right now has to make to make sense and move. On that level. Not the people who are going to stay here either way. Not the people who are up or down either way. No. I'm talking about the people, like I told you on Thursday and Friday. Some people making phone calls all fucking weekend on how to reorganize their families, then their network, and then their businesses, and all the other things it's connected to somewhere else in here. They got me all them phone calls for the rest of this week. And this nigga Trump just keep casting spells on their ass. What the fuck? Check this sanctuary city off. Check this off. 100% reverse import tariff. Like, goddamn, do they get a chance to attack back? What else you been noticing, Noel? Composure, Slim, salute. Cool J, salute. Anything else in the financial things that I'm missing or didn't hear about yet? Shogun L in the building, I see you. We got 30 viewers. Wow, that's weird. We end on couldn't catch him in the Barefoot Fools. He going after the Fenty network, and that's probably why that elephant. That's probably why that elephant headline started coming out. The elephant trunk. Trump got himself an audit 4,000 master blasters. Crazy. Noel says from India to Colombia to Mexico. Colombia's president just spoke up and told he was messaging to the United States military to disobey Trump's orders. You hear that story? Colombia's like, y'all barking up the wrong fucking tree over here, buddy. Tag, we're not it for that. Counterfeit, exactly. They got counterfeit money and counterfeit in the streets where the money is transacted at. So they're using counterfeits for counterfeit, and the only thing that the counterfeit and the counterfeit is doing is killing the economy and killing the people on fentanyl. That sounds like a war zone, bro. Spell after spell on the same wordplay. Haste Aga, Fear Raga, Blizz Aga, Audacity Aga, Fucked Aga. Like, it's just like they can't stop. How much mana do these motherfuckers got, boy? Cool J says they found nanoplastics in the blood of bones recently deceased, and quantum computers increasing in qubit power. Yeah, the power of the grid that you paying for in your electric bill. And but yeah, to the other point though, which is a good point, the microplastics somehow being attracted to something that happened recently and starting to form structures within your body. I wonder how something that's artificial, such as plastic, would get the instructions, if you will, to become something structural and not bypass through the body. I wonder what was introduced in the last 5 or 6 years that would cause microplastics to intelligently hide or embed themselves somewhere in the human body for the first time in observed dead bodies since the pandemic? Since the pandemic, they noticed this? Like, since the pandemic, somehow microplastics in the body are starting to graft itself into bones and organs. Like, it didn't really do that before. You see some pass through your shit, but, you know, it didn't just hang on to the blood structure. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if something that's a technology that can inform graphene oxide how to build things, and if the graphene oxide code could somehow take the microplastics in the bloodline and kidneys and bladder and then use it as a spare part to assemble its network somehow. And it says, we couldn't get the cell tissue, but we got some plastic and we'll finish the structure for our neuron network that's also causing your blood clots. I wonder if that's connected. They're recently dead. I wonder why they're recently dead. Maybe there's a conspiracy here. People who recently died for some sudden reason all probably have the same fucking thing. And in that noticing, they notice that there's microplastics also in those recently dead bodies, or the recently thing that happened in the last 5-6 years. Is that the direction they going with that story? Or they trying to alert everybody, the whole world, you got plastic in you. Hold on, slow down, pal. You said they were recently dead. I'm still alive. How did them recently dead people die? Did anything ride with turbo? Can we see how many boosters they had? Because we're doing an investigation on that shit over here anyway. So let's just look at the plastic part. Like, so you finding plastic in the bones of a vaccinated person, or you finding plastic in the bones of every person? Those are two different stories. With a 97% efficacy rate of a 0.4 rating shot, I'm not falling for the hype no more. Never did. But I'm definitely not falling. No. I know how they play with numbers. How many microplastics were? They need to start fucking flagging that shit for if they're vaccinated, bitch. and put that on my social media posts. Just like they had to fact check on my fucking post for 4 to 5 years and shit, and give an alternative opinion under my YouTube description of the same shit they're saying is real today. I need them to put this a vaccinated ass hot take. Hell yeah, there's plastic gathering in people's bodies that are dead. Maybe that's why they're fucking dead. But now we have to figure out what intelligence is gathering the plastic instead of it going through your immune system's waste protocol. I wonder what disarmed our fucking immune system. I wonder what fucking augmented the immune system. I figure what fucking interacted with the neurons and brain vessels. I wonder what could have got the body to do something strange in a world full of aluminum, fluoride, and plastic for the past 120 years. I wonder what suddenly just fucking happened where we have too much fucking plastic just building up in the balls. I wonder what happened. Microplastics is a code word. Nanotech chews the body tissue and turns into a plastic material, still metallic structures. I wonder what happened. I wonder what's building things in our blood that wasn't building that before. I know. We know. Plastic is just petrol. It's just oil anyway. We know. There's oil in everything. Every industrial product, actually. So we know. We know the body's cooking it. We know the body's placing it, too. But we want to know, why suddenly did they notice that? How long have they noticed this trend? Did they notice it back when Tylenol, before Tylenol came out? Like, did they notice it back then, too? I mean, you gotta hold them to that same mirror. Yeah. We drink water out of plastic bottles. I'm sure some type of petroleum will get in your belly eventually. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Micro level, But now they're finding it in dead bodies. Okay. Crazy. Doctors are telling you they're finding a whole bunch of blood, artery length fucking blood clots in a bunch of dead people, and people just shrugged it off like shit. They gotta stop eating cheeseburgers. Like that's normal. And the doctor's like, nah. The embalming fluid people at the funeral homes was like, nah. They're like, no. There's nothing new has happened. No, there's no reason why that's a concern because you guys are just, fat people. Okay. See how all the little tertiary bully groups they created, they sacrificed them first in their mind? Oh no, that's because the person was on drugs. Oh no, that's because the person was fat. Oh no, because that was, until it runs up to them. Oh no, because those people were black. Oh no, because those people were poor. Like, once you run out of those fucking, what's that game called? Clue or whatever the fuck? You gotta figure out who it is. Like, there's a redhead. Like, now there ain't no more left. It's just the people. Ain't no other group for you to talk about. It's just y'all now. Like, next. I want to solve. You are Michelin Man. You know what I'm talking about? That's all that's left for her. In the narrative. Ain't nobody left to blame. It's imperative. Shout out to MMA. 3 on Jayon, 3 on L, 3 on Mr. Now, and Haru on the track. Tylenol is a spell word means wrapping noble gases or prime sources into the body. Tynolan. Nolan Ty. Oh. It is why they're using an angelic vowel anyway. Yeah. Talel. The lay is in the middle of it too. Yep. You can see it fully out the L's. It's just T-Y-E, 2 vowels, T-N. Yep, and then it's T-I-V. Soteria, T to the 4th, yeah. I-V. N is I-V, so T-I-V-L-E. Oh, Y. Interesting. It's a very interesting word to use for something that's acetaminophen. How did you get Tylenol out of that? A metamorphosis? A catatachyphis per pterodactyl shit, whatever the fuck. But you got Tylenol out of that. Okay. Latin, I bet. Same story. So, ain't none one of them people from South America, man. Cooked. That's what the last season of the United States is called. The season is called Cooked. and it's acting like it's a season finale instead of a series finale. So we might get another run. Yeah, we might get another season after this. We won't find out after they shut this government down and force everyone to think about their actions, and they're gonna be making phone calls where they're not doing the government thing, trying to figure out how to diversify their portfolio and get another passport and what foreign land thing they want to retire in, because they ain't gonna be over here, I bet you. They're already going after people's heads, so yeah, a lot of your government, when they say they're gonna fire a lot of federal employees and stuff, I suspect a lot of people who are in policy making are not coming back to work either. You might have a constitutional crisis on your hands soon. Yeah. It's one thing to shut the government down and bitch about a budget, but if they can't afford their employees on top of that, it's a bigger budget issue, bro. It's not just the $1 trillion they're not going to get for their little programs. They also are not getting the payroll they need to stay employed. Don't miss that. Please don't miss that. Virginia is suffering already. Virginia, ever since Mr. Hunt, my CAD drafting teacher, he used to always tell us, like, he was a tall white boy. He was like 6'5" white guy. He was in his late 20s when he was our teacher, so he was telling us about coming from Virginia, where the white folks live. And he was saying like how poor it was and how North Carolina was a better opportunity for him and stuff like that, and that was mind blowing. But yeah, that's where a lot of those federal contractor jobs that they're talking about cutting is. So if Virginia is cutting its only main attraction for the economy, man, that's going to be strain on North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, or whoever's next to them, and all that other shit. Maryland ain't got that much juice. It's just got a lot of people with juice. That's not the same thing as an economy. And then you got, yeah, it's gonna cycle where it started, Delaware and Virginia, obviously. That's why. Virginia's cursed just because they betrayed my family, no matter what, but it'll get to Maryland and DC and Baltimore, obviously. It's gonna be stuck in that, the energy of the United States is in that, so if they're losing federal jobs surrounding that, man, there's no other jobs. There's no more mom and pop agriculture farming to fall on. So I hope the side hustle community opens up real brick and mortars, because if they don't, those cities disappear. Yep. If there's no flow of energy, no electricity, same story. All they can do is take these abandoned cities and try to make data farms and shit like that. Ain't no jobs open as no son. What they gonna open? A Starbucks? What they gonna open? A Target? You see, they commercialize and privatize every aspect of what humans need and do anyway. Even things that humans could do that don't know how to do, they don't have the money to do it anyway for a profit. So it's not like an idea is going to change this. It's just the banking principle. It's what they banked on, literally. What they signed papers for real estate and loans for to begin with. It's their tier of profits. They ain't got nothing better than Microsoft or Intel over there, or Nike. There's nothing that can walk in and fill in those billion-dollar footprints of energy. It don't matter what country they come from. You niggas don't buy nothing else, you know what I'm saying? This is very Black Friday-like. So imagine Black Friday and the top 12 companies that normally have the great sales on Black Friday. Imagine you only got 4 left. Like, look at it like that. Look at your top billboard people, your top commercial people, and their umbrellas, like Procter & Gamble and whoever, Kraft and all, Mills and all those. Imagine those are Ford. Those are the things that are reorganizing and trimming the fat, if you will. And some of them don't see a way out, like a Caterpillar and Deere in them. Yep. Weird fucking story. Weird fucking story. Is manufactured by Kenvue, a consumer health company split from Johnson & Johnson. Well, Tylenol's a split from Tylenol. Yeah, because of the lawsuits they're having. They subsidize their own bullshit. And that's brand new that they did that. So the new thing is called Kenvue. And it's in New Jersey, of course it is. Ain't everything in Jerusalem? Yeah. Johnson & Johnson does slick stuff like that with their businesses too. All of them do. It's smart though. I mean, if you're playing the game of chess with corporate stuff, it's one way to stay alive. You take the thing that's facing lawsuits and research and you know it's going to happen, and you pay off your congressman to wait 2 years, and then you subsidize and make a smaller company and put it under that umbrella, and then they can sue them. I get it now. I get it now. But they're running out of those moves. To fake a fake business, you need to hire real people who doing fake work. They ain't got that. That's what's wrong. That's what hurts. That's what hurts the economy. Like how we feel it is that not only are the price going up because of inflation and all the bullshit they fucked up with the counterfeit level and the fucking frauds and sellout level, but then there's no circulation amongst us. From you to the barbershop, from the barbershop to the food plate person, from the food plate person to the salon, from the salon to Walmart to the beauty store, you know what I'm saying? There's none of that. When these things go away, there's none of that. So we are, I don't know, bro. I don't feel like most people are prepared mentally, emotionally, or just work. Like, niggas is burned out anyway. No matter where you fall in this equation, you're burnt out anyway. I wouldn't expect people to get up and do shit to fix nothing, actually. I wouldn't be mad at nobody. I get that, but I don't know what that looks like if there's nothing to do anyway. Especially when the government shuts down and they have to reconvene on what the new strategy is. And they've been missing all year. There's a tendency that they bullshit around on this immigrant 1 trillion thing and turn it into something else. But that just, you know, causes it to go even farther down the damn rabbit hole, honestly. I don't know why the United States lost control of that, at least. It wasn't following its own money, it seems. Isn't that crazy? That your government is so big that it can have that problem? That's exactly what our founding fathers was against the first time, wasn't it? It's crazy that the end of the United States is philosophy. The philosophy that gave it credence to exist in the minds of us today is anti-tyranny. It is pro we the people who build and do things. It is representation. It is no unfair taxation. It is liberty to others. And all that's the foundation work, they say. But all of those violations of their foundation is why they're losing the plot today. And they don't find the fucking irony in that shit yet. If the United States just was what it said it was, and it stood on that, and it held itself accountable to that, without the 10 Commandments, I guess, because those are so difficult. Imagine if it did both. But imagine if it lived up to the standard of its own aura. And it tried 3 out of 5s at a time to be any of those things at one time. It would not have none of these problems. That's the illest shit about its spell. Is that you can say that the United States is losing itself because it hasn't been the United States the whole fucking time. Q Hunger Rights. I know, man. We saw that shit in the 20s, especially in New York. Neville Goddard video was just talking about that. He said, I want to take a break and go back to Barbados. It was so fucked up. He manifested a trip back home. That's how fucked up the United States was when he came through. Mr. Now says, mission to not create more philosophers through education system somehow ended in a philosophical issue. It is. Shout out to the Gates and the Rockefellers. Y'all did it, baby. Y'all fucked the whole country over in less than 100 years. They did it, Joe. We did it. Wow, look what it is. It's so deep. So, they get to control everything left, which is nothing. All the culture is gone and all the enthusiasm. Can't wait to be in Slum Lord. But this, as if they think motherfuckers, no matter what the situation, will listen to their ugly ass either way. They can't get their own fucking wife to listen to them. How the fuck are they gonna run a fucking play to control people of the United States? Are you stupid? That's one thing that helps the United States though. The genetics. They did not immigrate a bunch of agreeable people, if you notice the history of the place. So that's our saving grace as people, at least. We're stubborn. So we'll keep going. With or without the United States. I'm almost certain. Yeah, the United States is at a weird place, narrative-wise. But like I said, as long as there are cars on the road and people pumping gas and people are buying food and selling food, if those things are happening, we'll figure out all the other things that need to happen. But it's going to be a cutback in quality of life, I think. By quality of life, I mean the opulence of having so much extra to one day do things or save for another day. The action, the rate of transactions will go faster, meaning this happens in every country that's hyperinflated too, by the way, so far in recent history. But what happened is people will start spending money as fast as they get it. So it becomes hyper consumption almost, but not in its opulence, not in like, oh, they're buying bags and TVs and cars. No, they're getting enough money to pay their bills. And as soon as they get that money, they pay their bills, and whatever money is left, they go ahead and spend it all at once. Like, it turns into that. Because the money is valueless, I guess, for storage. So people then start hoarding the experience, the benefit, the products instead. So it's like, all right, as soon as you get paid, buy this. Oh, as soon as we get paid by this, and this. That's why that culture from World War II. Remember how like the grandmothers came here and they started, their basement was filled with a pantry of cans and stuff? You think it's because they were worrying about bombs hitting them and like they'd be stuck in their house or something? It's because of the economy. It wasn't the bombs. It was the economy. The price, the unpredictability of the market and the prices of food and canned goods and stuff. So they stockpile it while they had the liquid. So as soon as they got it, they bought food. Because they know if you don't work or if you don't do this, at least you got food. At least you got food to endure. And then that's why a lot of their mothers were seamstresses. So they'll be able to repair their clothes or make new clothes. So the things you would normally spend your hard-earned income in aren't going to go to those things in food. It'll probably just go to your rents or its equivalent placeholder for them. That's what that was. So you'll see that behavior of hoarding, but you know, people ain't smart enough to hoard the right food. So it'll be whatever they can afford, man. For me, it might just be a cachet of Black & Milds to put in the freezer. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as you get the money, it's out. As soon as the money, you got something else to get, and it's not fashionable like an Instagram life and going to Miami and plates of $160. No. It's more like they got $160. They're at Dollar Tree, Walmart, and Target trying to figure it out at the thrift store, and then no money left when they're done. Like that's the next symptom. If you notice that. If you notice that symptom, then that kind of informs us where we are in the timeline of a collapse of the unit of measurement that we're using, the dollar, and maybe just the United States itself this time, since they seem quantumly entangled. So, yeah, if you start seeing stories like that, where people are like making light of it, because you know a lot of people, instead of taking it as a bad thing or shame, you notice how like certain people, especially the popular people on social media, or viral trends, they'll take something that would normally be kind of like eyebrow raising, and then they flip the polarity and make it seem like it's a good thing, like boycotting something going out of business or something. Like you'll see people trending because they'll be joking about or talking about that type of phenomenon. It was like, hey, this week, this is what I got. And you'll see people like hoarding, basically, like showing you where to get the essentials, if you understand. Like almost like a couponer, but not for the opulence of saving, but because they have to. And then you'll see other people, you might see the pantry come back in that sense too. Or you might see people make fun or make light or turn it into a challenge of like spending all their money before the next day or something. And that's going to inform you. That's the signal that the value of the money is very volatile, because the people, the minds that are spending this illusion, they don't see value in holding it. So if you notice an uptick in people not valuing holding onto it, aka like the brother said earlier, they're not dreaming the dream, or the dreamers are not dreaming. So they're not holding money and stacking money to dream for a better new car. Like, that's not even in the language model right now. It's just, if they would save $200 or $500 a month for a new car, that's off the table. So instead, what they do with that same monthly money that they would have in this system, no matter the value, you'll see them spending seemingly $200 to $500 worth of things on seemingly nothing, and then that's the trend. You would be like, why didn't you just save and, you know, pay your rent one more month? You know, all the responsible things. No. If they ain't got that dream or that hope, but they still have that job or they still in that club, they need to buy something else and talk about it, right? They need to buy something else and feel like the pattern and behavior will lo-fi and adjust to the timeline they're in, basically. And you'll see it. You'll see it. Because I know people ain't talking about leaving the country and starting a business somewhere else. I know that ain't on many people's tables. I know they ain't talking about that. We know they ain't talking about, you know, opening up some AI firm or something that needs a lot of fucking GPUs from NVIDIA. So you know it ain't gonna be no good ideas with all this spare change out here. And that's the other thing too. People with a lot of spare change based on wherever they are in the hierarchy of their society and touching money, what are they gonna invest in? With millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands on their level, where are they betting? You know what I'm saying? Where are they spending their opulence? The club is closed, the car dealership bugging, you know what I'm saying? The mortgage rates or whatever they got from 2008 is locked in, but they're not trying to buy a new house right now. Where do they spend that extra $30,000 or $30 million? You know what I'm saying? And so you'll see it manifest in rapid, and it leaves your pocket as soon as you get it as a trope. And then what ends up happening is, because people are moving it that fast, others lower down the pyramid will start having more because it's passing faster. So it's like time stretch for poor people, if you will. And then then you'll see sex work and drug consumption, all that stuff benefit the economy of those things, but then detriment to the health of the people. Oh my God. So yeah, y'all let me know when y'all start seeing symptoms of that. I'll tell you how far along we are. Mr. Now says, mission to not create more philosophers complete. Argentinians save them USDs where they are. Damn it. So we want bankrupt Argentina twice. Mr. Now says, becomes immediate, so banks will try to insert themselves at transactional speed boosts. Yes. That's why they're trying to push constant in real life walk-around streams. They're trying to turn social media into a no history collection, always on minute by minute, even in payment and use. If they want to implement the no car economy, they need more trains. They can't Japan or New York without metros. That's true. And Noel says it's happening. Which is happening, Noel? The paradigm I'm describing? Or what he's talking about with the metros or the carless society gig of the smart city on City Muhammad? It wouldn't matter. Dumping the dollars? Yeah. Hyper. So you got hyperinflation, but what is it called when they're hyper spending it? What is it called when you're spending it as soon as you get it? What is that paradigm called? Because it's temporary. Cliff High even kind of alluded to that in an old Alta report, but we already had the example of Argentina. That is the hyperinflation part. Got it. So that's officially hyperinflation. When you notice more and more people are spending it faster than they can hold it. And then once you're in hyperinflation land, that means your money value is ass. And if it continues, then it becomes literally ass, toilet paper. The velocity of money, yeah. When the velocity of spending increases, like people ain't saving or stacking or trying to do something major, but so every time they get it, it's out. Every time they get it, it's out. They're not thinking bigger. Hyperinflation level of thought or socialism. Yeah, buddy. That's when your train is heading for the cliff. Now, if they don't pull that brake back with all they might, that bitch will fall off this cliff now. It will look like Argentina. You know, they'll hold you with $1 trillion worth of crypto, I'm sure, but they ain't going to do enough for 50 estates of people. You can't save it. It's beyond inflated. Yeah. So then you have another great migration or exodus. What was that word? They used that word today. They said we're experiencing an exodus where? Does anyone remember that story? There was an exodus of something. They used the word exodus, and I was like, these niggas right here. They know we in the Old Testament. What was the exodus of? Someone's fucking leaving. There's an exodus of some other subgroup that make money. It don't matter. There's an exodus. So you got the 100,000 feds. So there's Virginia. Oh, there'd be an exodus out of Virginia. There it is. So there'd be an exodus out of Virginia, Chantilly, Maryland, Bethesda, DC, Maryland, Baltimore. All those hipsters, because this is tertiary. These people have families. So a lot of that will retract with the family moving. So yeah. And those people, a lot of people who went out east and southeast just left California. So they're not going back to California. They're not going to a sanctuary city to thrive. Oh, they have nowhere to go. That's the answer I was looking for. If they gentrified everything just recently in the last 10 or 20 years, and all the immigrants and ICE and everything is happening, and the drugs are like knocking people out, so it's not that cool of a party, where the fuck do these people who gentrified go next? Like, I mean, to live and exist and make more money. Like, what does that even look like? What does a post-gentrification decade look like? I wasn't outside way back then. They just leave and that's it? Like, how they went to Mexico. Mr. Nelson, no, they go back to the underground bases where they come from. That's hilarious. They probably do. They talk like it. They went to Mexico. Oh, so they were trying to open up the Ponzi scheme in Mexico. And that's why Mexico was revolting against the audacious white people that are trying to redirect culture and their town centers to their likings. They have that same problem in Japan right now, too. So yeah, Japan, Mexico, and China probably. You're not going to hear about it from China, though. But Mexico, you hear about it. I saw that. The Mexicans were protesting because they're fucking up their economy by being there. Crazy, right? When someone has a 10 times or whatever fucking advantage over your spending power, then they get to dictate the market and the prices of things. Yeah, crazy. Especially when they want to open up things to sell back to you, the regular people, without that buff. Yeah, sounds like the United States in a nutshell. So yeah, same story. They're only rich because their fiat is stacked. And they dictate what fiat you can use for the trade. That's crazy. That's fucking nuts. So yeah, let me get out the dark, man. It's 6:30. It'll take me another cold walk in the desert. This is some getting used to. So we're definitely changing seasons. But like I said, I wouldn't worry about it on a personal level, outside of being mindful of the adjustment bureau that's happening. However it squeezes or ratchets on you, it's a God, pray about it. Spirit, listen, while all the crazy shit happening, that's when spirit's the loudest. I'll be honest with you. Prayers, manifestations, UAPs. So we're not abandoned. We're not doing this by ourselves either, I don't think. I want to be able to narrate it or have all the brothers around who are paying attention if it was like that. It's not like that. This is not catching us off by guard. But honestly, I was never in a financial fiat position to make a damn difference in either way we go. So most of us who are just doing what we had to do to enjoy our lives and get by will continue to do so. But just keep it in mind, like the game that they're playing, don't get caught up in the emotionalism of war and people who don't agree with you or look different. That's not where this is happening at. That's the distraction, looking horizontally. You have to hold the people above you accountable. And then you have to be mindful for all the people who have the side effects of this, the that, the nocebo, the fear, the anger, the isolation, the loneliness, the depression. Like, that's on us. Like, we gotta move through people affected by these things on one string or another. String theory, like everyone is being plucked on a different string of the spider web. That's what we have to prepare our minds and our prayers and our energy bubble for. How the cookie crumbles, banker-wise and financially, I'm telling you, there's vultures waiting for them to die. And there's vultures waiting to sweep in, and they're gonna call it a privatized something. So me and you, your sister and your cousin too, at worst, we just gotta learn a new language and fill out some more applications digital for some other foreign bank account. But they'll do it in English for you. Understand everything, right? You gotta read the bottom line. But outside of updating your TikTok app, me and you aren't at risk unless the people who have no fucking idea what's going on make things risky, which is why being informed is important. So you don't give into emotionalism and debates and arguments and fights with people who are just expressing at their understanding level. So hopefully this higher sided things helps you see the other little clues and cracks, and you start to learn the language model of how they flip shit This way you can better navigate and recommend or advise yourself first, your family second, and anyone else that comes into your circle. And then you can also determine, based on a person's awareness of these things, how serious they are when they start talking to you about opportunities, or you'll understand when they're selling a dream to themselves and you, or you'll understand where they're kind of too delusional for it to be true. Like a Craigslist ad for jobs. Like you'll start to hear and notice, your subconscious will start dinging things to look at it more carefully. It's a spiritual matter, that's why. So you'll understand that a lot of this spiritually is unfolding as such too. So that's what it is. It's not to scare people. Like, I'm from the empire of King James, and today I'm a United States citizen. Okay, we made it, you know? You understand? If you wonder what happened to the kingdoms and all the kings and shit, we made it. Like, I wasn't there during the fucking turnover, man. I wasn't there at halftime. I was there at the end of the game in triple overtime, but I'm still here since King James and them. So that's what I'm saying. I can say confidently, you'll make it, right? You're rocking with the best for real, of making it at least. Making it collapse after collapse after collapse is why I'm not riled up per se. I'm just trying to keep my local body and my personal issues and things on the up and up. So I keep my freedom and mobility to make the adjustments once you notice when the immigration is coming. Once you hear the phone call for the Trail of Tears 2025, to be aware of how real that can be over a rapture date. They're like, yo, people are starting to migrate really heavy to this real quick. And like, you're online now, you're on Instagram, and you're seeing your brothers in their stories talking about, hey, come through. Like, I'm thinking like that. Like, I know even if it's just locally, you know how like you have to balance a seesaw or something, or judgment, like that's how it's gonna be. The heart, the culture, the energy of people doing shit are gonna have to reconvene around each other, no matter how this shit fly. Whether it's foreign or it's like, oh, pick one of the 50 estates. Where we all moving? We're moving here to do the things and to keep at least this circuitry moving, and this is still connected to a port, and this is still connected to the other countries, so we're not landlocked out of the bullshit on some judgment day like the white people think in the conspiracy groups. No. We know how to move, bitch. We're gonna move closer to some allies at least, like those type of movements, where, especially when they start introducing crypto XRP or BRICS type base accounting and stuff like that. You're right there on the border of Mexico, you're in there. You're on the border of Canada, even towards the Greenland side, you're probably in there. Or even if you're in Florida and all the fucking islands and jurisdiction issues they have there any fucking way. Like, basically getting closer to water again. That would be my recommendation. To get as close to ports and boundaries as possible if you're in that consideration of like starting over, I mean. If you have something already going and you already got flow, this ain't for you. Just keep your flow and protect yourself and understand you only got to deal with the crazy ass people losing their mind because they're losing their stuff in their family. But for everyone else that's trying to like rebuild or get in the game that that missed us millennials to begin with, you'll notice our great migration be a lot different because it's not based on tech. It's not based on promises and investing. It's based on actually living and having to rebuild something culturally, thus profitable. And of course, the linchpin will be multiple sources as always, because we're already multi-sourced. We're already multiple tribes of Israel again. So it's not fear as much as it's a serious matter, you know? It's a very fucking serious matter. But because it's happening to them at the top, that's where the lightning is striking. You just gotta watch out for broken glass and shit. You feel me? You gotta watch out not being part of the blast radius. It is not aiming for you this time. So that's what that is. This is not that. This is funnier, unfortunate, an adjustment period, definitely a culling of people. And wake up call. No matter where you find yourself, it's a wake up call. It's an awakening. It's a catalyst for an awakening. It can be a tower moment into a new beautiful beginning, or it can be a tower moment in the beginning of woes for a lot of people who just was fucking around and thinking shit was cute and glamorous above and below, for real. You understand? They ain't my ministry. I ain't worrying about that. They chose that, so let them have it. Let them eat cake. Meanwhile, we gotta figure out where to get the flour from. So yeah, and then you pray and you pay attention to that way, and God is going to talk to you. Spirit's going to lead you that way anyway. That's kind of what the covenant is. That's a guarantee, by the way. That was a suggestion. So yeah, Turn to God in all your ways, and blah 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 blah. You know how these sayings go. You know what to do. You know what to do. At a time like this, you ought to know how to do it. Man. That's all I can say. You know what to do at a time like this. You ought to do it. That's it. Do the right thing. Do the best thing, and then keep the highest quality of thought and vibration. Just like their rise wasn't our rise, their fall wasn't our fall either, nigga. What the fuck? Shit, they don't even tell what happened to us. Same story. We ain't gonna tell what happened to them either. Life moves on. So, life is gonna move on. That's what life does. Life wins. Life wins. Choose life. It's your boy Desan again. Until tomorrow, Lord willing. Peace.